Hi everyone and welcome to Fanfic Audiobook, your go-to place for immersive audiobooks. If you enjoy the content, don't forget to like the video and subscribe to our channel for more amazing stories. And please support the author by link in description.
Lord of Mystery, Paradox Pathway by author D. Nan. Chapter 451-500. Chapter 451, Asking for Information. Under Klein's control, Senor retrieved the tyrant's blasphemy slate from the corpse. Just as Alger was forcefully suppressing his rising greed, Snow's voice suddenly rang out. Hey, did you guys finish so quickly? Mr. Devil. Klein jolted, but quickly said. We just had an intense battle. Something in the depths of this cathedral might have been awakened. We must leave as soon as possible. Oh, suit yourselves. Snow shrugged indifferently and walked straight towards the central area of the hall. With his interruption, Alger immediately felt as if he had been doused with cold water, completely abandoning his unrealistic thoughts. He walked towards the remains of the six-winged gargoyle and began collecting valuable materials. However, before all the Beander characteristics could precipitate, a long sigh suddenly echoed in their ears. Alas! Although the voice contained no Beander power, both Alger and Klein were terrified. Klein made a judgment almost instantly, teleporting directly to Alger's side and grabbing his shoulder. His marionette also picked up the newly precipitated Beander characteristic. As both their bodies became invisible, Klein didn't forget to shout to Snow. Go! Watching Alger and Klein disappear without a trace, Snow did not leave immediately. He unhurriedly picked up the constellation's master's corpse, which had not yet precipitated its characteristics, and one by one opened the stone coffins, pulling out unactivated Sequence 5 corpses from within. It was as if he was saying, if you don't come out, I'm not leaving. Alas! Another sigh, still devoid of any emotion, but this time, the voice seemed to carry a special power, causing Snow's eyes to blur, and the scene before him had already changed. After several consecutive teleports, Alger and Klein returned to the cemetery outside Byam. Recalling the island that had suddenly vanished, both were still a little shaken. Mr. Devil should have escaped too, right? Klein looked around but didn't find Snow. For a moment, he was even a little worried. Alger's mind was still on the island that had vanished in an instant. He took a deep breath, just about to say something, when he heard that familiar voice from beside him. You ran so fast, you didn't even bring all the spoils of war. Klein turned his head and his eyeballs almost popped out, because at the end of his vision, Mr. Snow was carrying 6 corpses, one of which was the constellation's master's corpse he had killed earlier. That island wasn't. Alger's reaction was even more intense. He looked at Snow in disbelief. It was one thing to casually bring along the defeated corpses, but he found it hard to understand how, at such a moment, this gentleman still had time to flip open coffin lids. Yeah, it disappeared. I still had 4 coffins I hadn't opened yet. Snow casually threw the corpses on the ground, delivered a finishing blow to each, and waited for the Beander characteristics to precipitate. Alger and Klein exchanged glances, suddenly feeling the gap between people. The upcoming spoils of war distribution didn't seem so exciting anymore. After distributing the spoils, Klein turned his head, wanting to ask Snow about infiltrating Channy's gate, but found that the gentleman had already disappeared without a trace. However, he had no intention of chasing after him immediately. After all, the Tarot Club was coming soon, and he could ask then. Bidding farewell to Alger, Klein walked towards the urban area of Byam, intending to find a lucky pirate to feed to the creeping hunger. However, before he could activate his teleportation, he saw Mr. Devil suddenly appear not far away, and in his hand, he was carrying a burly man covered in tattoos, who clearly wasn't a good person. This is for you to feed the creeping hunger. Also, I need your help with something. Without Alger present, Klein didn't maintain the mask of Gehrman Sparrow, no longer cold and mad. He looked down at the burly man, realizing he seemed to have seen him on a wanted poster, so he didn't say much. At the border of Backland's West District and Empress Borough, Klein and Snow sat opposite each other at a tea table. The red-haired maid, pulled from her sleep, brewed black tea with a tired expression before turning to go back to her room to catch up on sleep. Klein looked at Irene's retreating figure, his eye twitching slightly, but he still got straight to the point. What do you need my help with? There are some things I'd like to ask Rini Tinikal. Snow took a sip of black tea, saying casually. Klein heard the somewhat unfamiliar name and subconsciously wanted to ask who it was, but the next moment, his faceless instincts reminded him that Miss Messenger, who had signed a contract with him, had that name. How does Mr. Devil know my messenger's name? Klein was puzzled, but still replied. Can I know what you need her for? Don't worry, I have no intention of harming her. I just have some questions about high sequences of the mutant pathway that I need to ask. Seeing Snow had seen through his little thoughts, Klein felt a slight blush of shame, but quickly adjusted his mindset and said. Mr. Devil, I also have something I need your help with. Of course, this isn't a trade. Regardless of the outcome, I will help you ask. Oh. Snow looked at Klein with some surprise, seemingly pondering what he needed help with. Then, he heard Klein say. I want to infiltrate Channy's gate, but this requires me to appear as if I'm being corrupted by the core power sealed behind the door. I was wondering when you'd come to me for help. Snow lightly tapped his head with his index finger, making a thoughtful expression. The sealing core of St. Samuel Cathedral is the night pathway. To avoid being discovered, I have two methods. You can listen first. Mr. Devil was actually prepared. That's right, he already knew I was going to steal from St. Samuel Cathedral. Thoughts flashed through Klein's mind, but Snow extended a finger and said. The first method is to use a night pathway characteristic as the core to cast an illusion. However, I've only tried using it to deceive ordinary city churches. I'm not sure if it can fool a diocesan cathedral like St. Samuel Cathedral. What about the second method? Klein frowned slightly, but his mind was already starting to wonder if he should ask Miss Hermit to arrange a meeting with Queen Mystic. The second method is to use the power of the night pathway to corrupt your wraith pathway marionette, and then you let it enter your body. This method is 100% effective, but in doing so, your marionette will essentially be finished. In at most 2 months, it will be completely corrupted and fall into eternal slumber. Klein's expression immediately twisted, while Snow's smile grew wider. The first option was completely made up by him. The reason he still brought it up was to see Klein's expression when he had a choice but still had to choose the costly option. Pleasure. It was truly delightful. Chapter 452. How did the angel become mentally retarded? As Snow had predicted, Klein immediately fell into a fierce struggle after hearing the method Snow offered. If not for the assistance of the clown's ability, his face would probably have been completely contorted. But ultimately, Klein was a qualified seer. After all he had been through, he understood the principle of not relying on luck. After some mental preparation, he finally gritted his teeth and accepted the second option, but not today. Although some matters inevitably lead to complications if delayed, considering there were still 2 days until the next Tarot Club meeting, he managed to calm himself down. After all, no one knew if this adventure would succeed, and even if it did, whether he would survive afterward, and how long the revival would take, were all still questions. Announcing a temporary halt to the Tarot Club at this point would somewhat diminish his prestige. It would be better to give the instructions directly after this Tarot Club meeting, making Mr. Fool appear as if everything is within his plan. Alright, Klein admitted this might be a bit of self-deception, but even if it was just a little, he hoped to maintain the fool's persona. Watching Klein teleport himself home, Snow stretched vigorously, then turned and returned to his room. After praying to Mr. Fool, he used meditation techniques to aid sleep. Normally, with the help of meditation, one could fall into deep sleep in just a few seconds, but this time, Snow spent a full minute and still had no sign of sleepiness. Realizing something was wrong, Snow picked up the clothes from the bedside again and put them on. While preparing to teleport, he said, "Come out." As his voice fell, however, vines suddenly dropped down. Seeing this, Snow sighed helplessly. Although with his current strength, he could already break free from this mythical magic, he still gave up resisting and waited for Bernadette to pull him into that space made of vines, which seemed to be inhabited by giants. What concerned him even more was that the 3 pig-headed men, whom he hadn't seen in a long time, were now diligently laying bricks. "Good evening, Huang Bebe." Snow greeted casually, but seeing Huang Bebe's serious expression, he no longer had any intention of flirting. He just found a hammock made of vines, sat down, and quietly waited for her to speak. "Your charm is very useful, but it's a bit," Bernadette's tone carried a hint of fatigue. Snow tilted his head, seemingly unaware of what she meant. Seeing Snow's expression, Bernadette took a deep breath before saying, "Bonneva now only seems to have the intelligence of a 5 or 6-year-old. I can't send him back to the machinery church at all." Snow's face showed an incredulous expression upon hearing Bernadette's words. How did he not know that the ship of Theseus had such an idiocy spell-like effect? That things should filter out fragments that meet the requirements according to the user's will based on observation of the web of destiny. It can be broadly understood as retrieving fragments that once existed in history, but there are slight discrepancies with the actual theory. After all, it is Schrödinger's cat's ability, so you understand. So, did your brother completely lose his humanity from the age of 6? Hearing Snow's question, a blush flashed across Bernadette's originally serious and conflicted expression. Then, under Snow's burning gaze of, "If you don't explain clearly, I can't help you," she finally spoke. "It was my fault. The first charm worked very well." Bonneva recovered to how he was when he was 18 or 19, but the effect was a bit too good. He was like a prisoner who had been locked up in prison for hundreds of years finally released, chatting with me all day. Although everything seemed fine, I was worried he was faking it, so after saying goodbye to him, I hid myself and followed him to prevent him from abandoning his humanity again, but... At this point, Bernadette suddenly stopped. That feeling made Snow want to tease her. However, considering that this involved his brother-in-law's mental health, Snow finally suppressed his mischievous tendencies and guessed in a more serious tone. Is he one of the more extreme types? Because of an extreme aversion to divinity, he actively chose to continue to backtrack, completely breaking away from the influence of divinity. Upon hearing this, Bernadette's embarrassed and slightly shy expression grew even more intense. She struggled for a long time before finally speaking. He went to White Flower. The name comes from a famous old brand that once existed in France, located in the first arrondissement of Paris. What kind of place is that? Snow looked at Bernadette's bashful expression and vaguely had some guesses, but still asked directly. Because even if she dated someone, it wouldn't make sense for her date to have an IQ of only 6. The most famous old brand in Trier's Entertainment Street. He stayed there for 2 days. He didn't step out once. At first, I was worried he might have found a chance to sneak away, but, at this point, Bernadette felt like gritting her teeth, which made Snow instantly imagine his sister secretly activating her eye of mystery to search for her brother's whereabouts, only to see, well, the pure Bernadette, who couldn't even kiss, probably hadn't seen such a scene. So you gave him another open black lens bracket, the ship of Theseus close black lens bracket. Bernadette nodded. After calming down from her anger, a subtle expression once again crept onto her cheeks. How should I put it? Ever since the cupping kiss last time, Bernadette has become increasingly emotional in front of Snow. Perhaps her humanity is better maintained. All right, I know what's going on. Don't you still have one charm? Just give him another one, and it'll be fine. The activation of the ship of Theseus is influenced by the subjective consciousness of the caster. When you used it the second time, you probably aimed to restore that kid to a state where he has humanity but isn't filled with that stuff, and it just went overboard. By the way, are all the young men in Intis so wild? Are they already filled with that stuff at 6 or 7 years old? Or is this influenced by their family? Cough, cough. Bernadette forcibly interrupted Snow's further thoughts with a cough, then explained. I took the first charm for an experiment. You should understand, Bonneva is not just my brother, I can't possibly. I understand, no need to explain so much. Snow shook his head, interrupting Bernadette's explanation, and held out his hand. Where are the spiritual materials? Upon hearing this, Bernadette immediately took out the prepared test tube. The silver liquid flowing with knowledge inside was identical to the previous one. All right, come find me tomorrow evening to pick it up. Snow stuffed the test tube into his pocket. Although he really wanted to follow Bernadette to see what state his brother-in-law was in now, he decided against it, considering how sensitive this period was. Can you make it faster? Bonneva going to White Flower wasn't hidden at all. Now that he's suddenly disappeared, the machinery church won't be kept in the dark for too long. Bernadette knew she was in the wrong but still made the request. Snow frowned and said, can't you temporarily block the gaze of a true god? I can, but Bonava is, after all, a high-ranking member of the machinery church. If even the god of steam and machinery can't find him, the problem will be even more serious. Then, the matter of him regaining his humanity definitely won't be kept secret. All right, I'll have the messenger deliver it to you directly once I'm done. Chapter 453, Am I a Substitute? Sunday, May 29th, weather, clear. Since the Great Smog in Backland, the city has had more and more opportunities to see the sun. In the short period before the new social season, many nobles have developed the habit of going out at noon. Although this might seem a bit masochistic at the end of May, a little physical discomfort is nothing compared to trends, decorum, and achievements. What's more, most nobles would stay in carriages with a large bucket of ice when they went out. The only ones truly suffering would be the coachmen. It's worth mentioning that in just half a month, the number of servants suffering from heatstroke in Loen has become a popular topic among certain lower-tier nobles. However, this also led to a strange scene where carriages passed by occasionally on the streets of the West District and Empress Borough at the hottest time of noon, but there were few pedestrians elsewhere. Inside a villa in Empress Borough, Cones, who had just returned home last night, stepped out of his courtyard gate. Looking at the sun, which he hadn't seen in a long time, he felt warmth spread through his entire body. He had returned to Backland a week ago, but as Ms. Integra had warned, due to Prince Grov's death and the loss of sealed artifact 0-36, and also because of the news of Knight Emperor Truncest's resurrection, they were separately isolated in the dark cells of Military Intelligence Section 9. They underwent multiple interrogations and psychoanalyses, and even prayed before a deity's holy emblem. Only after it was confirmed that there were no issues did they finally regain their freedom under the family's influence. After sleeping until noon, he finally climbed out of bed, but at this time, the streets were devoid of any life, save for the coming and going carriages. That sense of desolation was probably a kind of tranquility for nobles, but for Cones at the moment, it was quite unsettling. People who study geology and archaeology should understand this. After being away for a long time, the first reaction upon returning to the city is to want to stay in a crowded place. Cones had, of course, heard such experiences from his predecessors, but a noble's son venturing into a commoner's tavern was inherently undignified, and after a week in a dark cell, he also wanted to find a place to relax. After a moment of thought, he beckoned a male servant and said, "Are there any salons or balls today?" "Yes, Viscount Glaint's literary salon has just begun. Lady Della's ball is tonight, though it has a certain matchmaking element, and Viscount Mitra is about to get engaged." The personal male servant skillfully rattled off the names of nobles with social events today. Although he wasn't truly personal to Cones, his master with special work, he wouldn't neglect to remember what he needed to. Cones listened, considered for a few seconds, then made his decision and nodded. "Prepare the carriage. We're going to Viscount Glaint's residence." "Very well, please wait a moment." The male servant immediately began preparing for their outing, but Cones showed no intention of returning to the house to wait. He stood facing the sky, head tilted back, under the midday sun, seemingly wanting the warm light to wash away the gloom he had accumulated in the dark cell. Guo de gong, guo de gong, guo de gong. Amidst the crisp sound of hooves on the ground, Cones, who was slightly claustrophobic, stuck his head out the window. Watching the increasing number of carriages, he felt a considerable sense of calm. He had to admit that no matter the organization, the interrogation department was absolutely the most uncomfortable place. Although he had only stayed there for a week, Cones felt as if he had just crawled out of a coffin like a 1,000-year-old corpse. Stepping down from the carriage, and seeing faces both familiar and unfamiliar, Cones suppressed the urge to go up and chat. Adhering to noble social etiquette, casual encounters were fine, but when attending a salon, the first greeting had to be to the host. "Hi, Glaint, long time no see. How have you been lately?" Hearing the familiar voice, Glaint was slightly taken aback. He was a bit unaccustomed to such a familiar greeting from Cones. Although Cones and he indeed had a good relationship, Cones rarely used such a direct opening. However, remembering Cones' high-profile return home a week ago, and his subsequent disappearance for a period, Glaint roughly guessed that something unknown might have happened during that time. He immediately greeted him with a smile. "What else could I be doing? To create a place for you all to socialize, I came back more than half a month early." The purebred foxhounds I just acquired haven't even had their first hunt yet. That's truly a pity, Cones said, scanning the room, seemingly looking for a crowded spot to soak up some human presence. Compared to formal social balls, salons were much more informal. There was no strict attendance time, being able to join midway was their characteristic. Of course, this, anytime, also depended on the person. Designers, authors, actors, and others who wanted to connect with high society through salons would certainly arrive on time. Nobles and merchants who came with the purpose of discussing business or partnerships would also generally not be too late. Only a noble scion like Cones, who was purely there for enjoyment and already held a certain status, had the capital to enter at any time. Taking a glass of fruit wine from the central dining table, Cones ambled about, picking up gossip, not really paying attention, just wanting to hear more noise. But just then, a back figure suddenly caught his eye. With a snap, the stemmed glass of red wine fell to the ground, yet Cones seemed oblivious, his eyes wide. He said in a not-so-loud voice, "Ms. Integra." In an upscale salon, the sudden sound of a broken glass was so distinct. Almost instantly, the ballroom fell silent, and most conversations abruptly ceased. All eyes converged on Cones. The name he uttered, though not loud, became clear in the suddenly quiet air. Only after Cones' words fell did he realize his slip of the tongue. If Ms. Integra was truly here, and he had called out her name, just as he was sweating profusely, trying to figure out how to resolve the situation, his eyes suddenly cleared. Because that figure also turned around due to the broken glass, he then noticed that the person had long golden hair, unlike Ms. Integra's black hair, and this face was also very familiar to him. Audrey. Oh, Cones, long time no see. Audrey was initially just curious as to who had accidentally broken the glass, but upon seeing Cones' complex expression filled with surprise, her psychiatrist's instincts immediately kicked in. She effortlessly deciphered the meaning behind Cones' expression, and a hint of curiosity arose within her. Cones mistook me for someone else. And someone he's very afraid of. So when he realized it was me, his surprise was tinged with a bit of relief. There's still lingering fear on his face, it seems he's still a bit worried. Speaking of mistaking someone, is that Integra very similar to me? Chapter 454, Interrupting Myself. Cones looked at Audrey nervously. Although a careful observation would reveal that her hair color, eye color, facial shape, figure, height, facial features, and even personality were completely different, Ms. Integra's appearance leaned towards an East Asian look. In terms of art style, it was like a Japanese anime. After all, her prototype was lowly A. In terms of temperament, she was exactly like Audrey. When he was on the ship, he felt that Ms. Integra had a strong low and aristocratic aura. At the time, he only thought that she was probably of noble birth, perhaps even from an ancient family dating back hundreds or thousands of years. But the moment he saw Audrey again, the Integra in his memory completely merged with Audrey, with almost no difference except for their appearances. Well, Audrey wouldn't deliberately tease others. But in other aspects, they were truly very similar. Cones, it's very rude to stare at a lady like that. Although Audrey saw that Cones' eyes were filled more with shock and confusion, she still spoke to remind him. Cones heard this, suddenly shivered, and the fear in his eyes grew heavier. He looked at Audrey warily, and although he felt it was a bit rude, he still asked. Audrey, when was the last time you went to a church to pray? Church? Are you worried that I've been parasitized by something like Amen? Audrey, who had heard little son talk about Amon's parasitism, immediately understood Cones' thoughts, and then said in an indifferent tone. The first thing we did after returning to Backland was to go to St. Samuel Cathedral to pray. Is there a problem? Cones, you're acting very strangely today. Is something wrong with the mission? Audrey's psychiatrist potion had been digested to the point where only a tiny bit was left. Even without using Beyonder abilities, she could easily make people reveal their inner thoughts, not to mention that Cones' mind still had obvious flaws at this time. Under Audrey's guidance, he quickly relaxed his psychological defenses. However, as a member of Military Intelligence Section 9, he still had some sense of confidentiality and did not reveal classified information such as the appearance of the Ghost Empire, the resurrection of the Night Emperor, or the death of Prince Sunia. He only said that during a mission, he encountered a powerful individual on the Sonia Sea who was very similar to Audrey. Integra, according to your description, if I had met her, I should have a very deep impression. By the way, have you checked that surname? Audrey constructed an imaginary picture of Ms. Integra in her mind, looking like she was helping to recall. Cones didn't doubt her and shook his head, saying, I've checked. In all the material I have the right to access, there isn't a family called Belmont. I've also considered similar sounding names, but I haven't found anything. Captain Novart suspects she's a descendant of some hidden family. Cones stopped talking at this point, but a guess emerged in Audrey's mind. Although the news of Cones' mission was classified as a noble's offspring, his disappearance from the social circle was traceable. Combining this with the beautiful woman similar to herself and the sequence pathway possessed by Military Intelligence Section 9, Audrey vaguely guessed something. However, as a spectator, she was very good at hiding her thoughts. Seeing that Cones didn't intend to say more, she subtly changed the topic and began to act as a psychiatrist. The fact that she was a Beander had already been exposed to her father, which meant that even if her acting was exposed, there wouldn't be too much trouble. Thinking of her companions in the Tarot Club who were already advancing towards Sequence 5, Audrey felt a sense of urgency. At the junction of the West District and Empress Borough, Snow handed the charm to Dodo. However, just as he was wondering whether to assign some more tasks to the lazy one, a mist suddenly appeared before him. Immediately after, the image of Kid Robin with his hands resting on his chin emerged from the depths of the mist. At the same time, the slightly distorted voice also appeared beside his ear. Esteemed Mr. Fool, please convey to Mr. Devil that Reinette Tinecare has agreed to the meeting request. He can summon her by summoning the consciousness of my messenger. The incantation is. The gray mist gradually dissipated. Snow's lips curled slightly. He immediately lit a candle, then took out a low and gold coin. After arranging the ritual, he began to chant the incantation. In my name, I summon. The spirit wandering in the void, a friendly creature that can be commanded, the exclusive messenger of Gehrman Sparrow. Whoosh! Within the spiritual wall, the wind roared, and the entire space seemed to lose its color. The flame rapidly expanded until it reached the size of a human head. Then, from the pale flame, a head with light gold long hair, blood-red eyes, and a bright and beautiful face emerged. This was truly a very beautiful face. Among the women Snow had seen, it could at least rank in the top 10. However, immediately after, when the body holding the head in its hand emerged from the candlelight, that touch of beauty transformed into a terrifying atmosphere. She saw the gold coin in front of the candlestick and did not open her mouth to bite it, but spoke one by one. What do you need me for? Ms. Tinecare, I want to inquire about the acting method of the Disciple of Silence. What price do I need to pay for this? Snow didn't waste words and directly asked the question. The four-headed executor lady looked at Snow with 8 eyes, seemingly wondering why someone who was clearly not from the abomination pathway would ask such a question. However, she didn't hesitate for too long and soon spoke. Gold, 1,000 coins. Quote. This time, the executor lady's speaking speed was a bit strange. It felt as if when she said, 1,000, the third head suddenly blurted out the answer, snatching the last word, and the last head opened and closed its mouth, looking a bit dejected after realizing it had nothing to say. Although Snow found the executor lady's way of talking over herself a bit novel, he also knew that this was probably not what this angel lady wanted to see. He nodded without hesitation and readily agreed. No problem, 1,000 low and gold coins. Do you want newly minted coins or currency that has circulated in the market? Circulated, for as long as possible. Seeing the satisfied expression on the last head after it spoke a continuous sentence, Snow's eyelids twitched slightly. Then, he directly opened the storage space constructed with his secret sorcerer abilities and poured out 1,000 gold pounds in gold coins from it. Don't misunderstand, he didn't have a habit of hoarding gold coins. It was just that since he had known for a long time that he would be trading with the executor lady, he naturally prepared enough money in advance. In fact, after visiting Klein, he had activated his enthusiasm to exchange for gold coins. At this moment, there were 30,000 gold coins in his storage space. Chapter 455, Cursed Object, Silent Disciple. Seeing the gold coins Snow scattered, one of Miss Coconut Tree's 4 heads suddenly opened its mouth. The scattered gold coins on the ground were sucked into her mouth like dust caught by a vacuum cleaner, and she only stopped when there were 3 or 4 gold coins left on the ground. Too many, a few, gold coins, the 3 heads said their lines in succession. The last head, seeing that it seemed to have nothing to say again, rolled its eyes and said, "It seems." Snow was amused by the 4 heads. He waved his hand to put away the extra gold coins. Although Miss Messenger's way of speaking was strange, she was very straightforward when it came to doing business for money, and immediately said, "Disciple of silence, in ancient times, also known as cursed object. You can start by understanding it, literally. Disciples, spread, knowledge, or faith. So, considering both names, this sequence doesn't spread knowledge or faith, but curses." Snow asked tentatively. But Miss Coconut Tree shook her hand vigorously, making all 4 heads shake their heads significantly at the same time. They showed serious expressions and said in a very stern tone, "The indulgence faction spreads curses, the temperance faction bears curses. Silence is to imprison the curse within the body. A cursed object is not cursed, nor does it curse others, but bears curses. Like dealing with the night of the full moon." Snow nodded thoughtfully. When it's a full moon, the temperance faction chooses to suppress desires, which is essentially choosing to endure the curse of an heterogeneous pathway themselves. And the indulgence faction chooses to vent desires, which is to vent the curse on others. Exactly, but there are some differences. Miss Coconut Tree first swayed up and down, making her heads nod, then swayed left and right, performing a head-shaking motion. Sequence 3 is the period of qualitative change for heterogeneous. From passively enduring curses to actively bearing curses. This is also preparation for advancing to an angel. For the heterogeneous, the curse itself is also an anchor. I see. Snow nodded, indicating understanding, because he recalled the advancement of a demoness. The demoness pathway, which undergoes qualitative change at sequence 4, prepares at sequence 5, just as Saintess of White Katerina once said, "Only when pain reaches its extreme will the desire to change oneself be strong enough to help one withstand the potion." From this, it can be seen that the pain endured during the acting process of a demoness of afflictions can help them resist the erosion of the potion and gain divinity when advancing to a demoness of despair. Similarly, the heterogeneous pathway is a pathway of bearing curses. To advance to sequence 2 and obtain a complete mythical creature form, they also need to endure enough curses. Or rather, the focus is not on the curse, but on the will to bear the curse, so that they will not be devoured by the curse of the potion itself when advancing to an ancient bane. Thinking of this, Snow finally realized why among the options of Cognizer, Mentor of Deceit, and Dreamweaver, there was the option of Disciple of Silence. It wasn't because its malicious shapeshifting had enough affinity with the dragon of Cal's point at a deer and call it a horse, but because the will required for its own acting was also a necessary condition for advancing to Schrödinger's cat. "Thank you for your guidance." Snow took out a silver charm from his pocket and handed it to Rini Tinikal. "This charm can extract your past power from the mists of history, which should be beneficial for your recovery." Looking at the charm in Snow's hand, a flicker of intention flashed in Rini Tinikol's eyes, but it disappeared the next moment. She gently shook her hand, making all 4 heads shake simultaneously. "I have already received my payment. If I need this, I will exchange it with you for an appropriate price." After speaking, her figure re-entered the grayish-white candlelight, and the entire space returned to its original color. Extinguishing the candlelight, Snow sighed slightly, gaining a new understanding of this angel's temperance. However, he immediately began to ponder where he should find curses. Quote, "The Lord who created all, the ruler behind the veil of shadows, the fallen self-nature of all living beings." In the arranged ritual altar, Snow respectfully chanted the true creator's honorific name. With heaven manufacturing, he didn't even need to attract the attention of divine power through various fancy materials, because he was already noticed by the deity himself. If it weren't for the fact that the language of the gods itself was mixed with terrifying information and pollution, Snow could even communicate directly with the true creator in the forsaken land of the gods through rituals. As the spirit of heaven manufacturing connected with the ritual, the true creator's gaze accurately fell on Snow. Feeling the mountain-like heavy gaze, Snow respectfully prayed. I pray for the power of corruption. I pray for your favor. I hope you will inflict curses upon me that are close to my limit of endurance. Quote. I've never heard such a stupid request in my life. Although the true creator did not speak, nor did heaven manufacturing, Snow perceived similar emotions from that gaze and from the linked mental state. But soon, a strong malice began to flow into Snow's body along the link formed by the ritual. In the world of mysticism, curses are not rare, even improper divination can lead to curses. And the true creator, who wields the authority of corruption, can inflict terrifying curses with just a word or a glance. Even though the true creator specifically adjusted the type of curse and reduced its stimulating nature, Snow still felt a terrifying torment, as if he had been thrown into a frying pan. His skin began to roll, and something seemed to be boiling in his brain. His body suddenly disintegrated, turning into a dense, liquid-like black misty shadow. Eyes and large mouths emerged in the shadow, emitting strong pollution and knowledge that did not belong to this world. Snow did not lose control, he merely entered his mythical creature form to alleviate the pressure brought by the curse. Layers of whispers, scorching gazes, and the darkness that enveloped him like a deep night were continuously distributed on every particle of his black mist-like body. The mythical creature form slowly began to distort, the misty particles recondensed, and Snow's body was reconstructed. However, the black substance flowing through the occasionally cracked skin, as conspicuous as magma in fissures of the Earth's crust, seemed to prove that his current state was not normal. Chapter 456. Shu feels he is being targeted. Just as Snow was burdened with the curse, Furs left home as usual and began her daily routine, but whether it was paranoia or not, ever since she thought of that great existence in her heart last time, she always felt as if a pair of eyes was watching her. Especially today, she even fell into a trance, which made her very worried about her condition. It's just that Mr. X recently died, and going to Mr. Paindrax casually might cause unnecessary trouble. Furs has already formally begged that existence, telling her it would only make things worse. Furs took a deep breath, remained vigilant, and followed her planned route into a bar, where she immediately saw a somewhat familiar figure. Sherman. Has anything happened these past few days? Sorry, I mistook you for someone else. Furs had already walked forward, but when she saw the person's face, saw that curvaceous figure, her words immediately got stuck in her throat. Although there was a slight resemblance, the woman in front of her was definitely not the person she knew. Although Sherman really wanted to be a woman, he was, after all, a man. No, you didn't mistake me. The young girl revealed a playful smile, contentedly saying, even you didn't recognize me. This is truly wonderful. Oh, several young men bought me drinks today. Sherman. Oh my God, how could you? Furs's eyes widened, but Sherman immediately raised a finger, signaling Furs to be quiet, then shook his head and said, I am Sherman now. Sherman's sister, understood. Looking at Sherman's figure and appearance, which looked indistinguishable from a woman's no matter how she looked, Furs couldn't help but think of her stand. Could it be the same type of stand? She frowned slightly and tentatively asked. A stand? Oh, my God, Furs, you're not one too, are you? Sherman's expression suddenly became exaggerated, but before Furs could answer, he nodded again and said, that's right, you often take enthusiasm tasks, I should have thought of it. So your stand ability is to make yourself look like a lady. Furs felt that this kind of stand was really useless. Although increasing spiritual output could create a considerable range of illusions, for a normal person like Sherman, it was just changing his appearance. To be honest, she was very worried that the gap between this appearance and inner self would make Sherman even more depressed after the novelty wore off. But Sherman shook his head, pinching his perky parts while saying seriously, it's not just on the surface. It's from the inside out, completely a woman. Seeing the part of Sherman's body that indented under the pressure of his fingertips, Furs's face immediately fell, not because she didn't want Sherman to achieve his wish, but because. Why can my stand only appear taller? Is it because my obsession with getting taller isn't as strong as Sherman's? Furs, in a bad mood, didn't say much more to Sherman. Sherman was also busy enjoying life as a woman. After they chatted for a few sentences and got some recent news about East Borough, Furs continued with her plan. After shaking off all possible pursuers, she began to go back and monitor Furs. Saying it like that seems a bit bad, but she was still very worried about Furs's recent situation. After all, the Arbiter Pathway potion was monopolized by the royal families of Fenaport and Loan. A Beander characteristic meant the death of an interrogator. The fact that Furs could obtain this characteristic meant that the gathering she attended must be very extraordinary. Mr. X had just died, and she immediately produced such a characteristic. This made it difficult for Furs not to worry. If it were someone else who died, even a mid to high-level member of the three great churches, she wouldn't worry, because that was too far removed from them. But Mr. X, Mr. V, and Mr. A were clearly a series of titles. If Furs was involved, would it provoke Mr. Snow's hostility? She still owed hundreds of tasks. However, unfortunately, just as Furs was clinging to the window, carefully observing Furs, she suddenly noticed Furs abruptly raise her head. Although Furs was confident in her anti-reconnaissance abilities, she was still startled and immediately activated her stand, constructing a layer of illusion around herself. However, Furs did not show her usual carelessness. Instead, she walked over with a frown, which made Furs involuntarily slow her breathing. She dared not move carelessly, because she was sure that even the slightest sound would not escape the ears of a Beander. However, all of this was useless. Furs's eyes seemed to sparkle with starlight. Before she could think of a solution, Furs took out the mystical item that seemed to have come from her teacher and said, "Come out. Don't be nervous, it's me." Knowing she couldn't hide, Furs immediately stopped her stand ability, then, as always, preemptively said, "Furs, how did you find me? This is an astrologer's spiritual intuition. I can even sense gazes from a kilometer away. Of course, the prerequisite is that the other party doesn't have concealment abilities in that regard." Furs casually explained, then reacted and stared at Furs, saying, "No, we're not talking about that. Why are you lurking outside the window like a thief? Furs, I'm very worried about you. Someone was following me when I went out today. I suspect they might be from the Aurora Order. So after I shook off the tail, I secretly came back to see if this place was being watched." Furs, who had been mixing in East Borough for a long time, immediately found a seemingly somewhat plausible excuse. Furs didn't doubt her, merely frowned slightly, then said, "The Aurora Order. I understand, I'll ask about it later." "Ask about it? Who are you going to ask? Also, Furs, when did you get promoted? Promoting too quickly can be very dangerous. Your tone of voice has also been a bit unfamiliar when you speak recently. This could very well be a sequela of promoting too quickly." Furs immediately threw her previous thoughts out of her mind and spoke in a rapid-fire manner. As a former member of a noble court family, although she didn't know the acting method, she was very aware of the effects of potions on the mind. Her gaze towards Furs became increasingly uneasy, as if she was afraid Furs would turn into a mental patchwork monster. Furs realized Furs's emotions and couldn't help but feel a little helpless. The changes in her tone and demeanor were due to the influence of the various big shots she had encountered in the Tarot Club. Anyone who spends some time in a circle presided over by a great existence and containing demigod members, and listens daily to their discussions about great existences, ancient anecdotes, and evil god conspiracies will have their horizons broadened significantly. As for asking, of course, she would ask Mr. Snow for help. If you're being followed by the Aurora Order, Mr. Snow is the Tarot Club's mole in the Aurora Order, so asking him for help will naturally resolve everything. Of course, none of this could be told to Furs. Furs could only shake her head and say, "Furs, you're overthinking it. I didn't force myself to take the potion, but there are some special secrets involved that I can't tell you directly. As for my personality, it's just a little bit of inflation after advancing to a mid-sequence. When you advance to interrogator, you might change even more than I have." "Really?" Furs looked at Furs suspiciously. Although Furs's explanation seemed to have some persuasive power, she still felt uneasy. "Can you introduce me to that circle?" Furs asked. The rules for joining that circle are very strict." I can help you ask." Chapter 457 Tarot Club. Monday afternoon, 3 o'clock sharp. Crimson rays of light rose on both sides of the bronze long table, appearing in the eyes of the Fool, the Sun, and the world. "Good afternoon, Mr. Fool." Miss Justice seemed to have something on her mind, but from her still cheerful tone, it shouldn't have been anything bad. As the class representative stood up, the other members also successively bowed and greeted. After the tarot club was reseated, everyone also noticed the playing cards on Mr. Fool's table. Audrey's heart stirred slightly, and she immediately spoke. Respected Mr. Fool, I have collected 3 pages of Russell's diary. Respected Mr. Fool, I have also transcribed 1 page. Mr. Devil, as usual, followed up with a sentence after the first submitter of the diary, but surprisingly, Miss Hermit, who had been submitting diaries for several consecutive weeks, did not provide one this time. Has Queen Mystic not replied to Miss Hermit yet? Or is she busy with other matters? Klein's mind conjured up these thoughts. He then took the 4 pages of the diary and, as usual, began to read from Russell's diary. Unlike the diaries carefully selected by Queen Mystic, the information in Miss Justice's submitted diary seemed somewhat ordinary. Among the 3 pages, only one had some value, the others were basically Rosel's philandering records and his yearning for demonesses. He now strongly suspected that among Emperor Rosel's existing novels, those assassin-themed works were specifically designed to lure ignorant youths into choosing the assassin potion, a path of no return. Feeling the consumption of his spirituality, Klein no longer inwardly criticized Rosel's sinister intentions and instead focused his attention on the valuable page of the diary. The content was simple, about mental stitched monsters and using mystical items as the main ingredient for potions. Mental stitched monsters, high-sequence spiritual imprints. Klein looked at these contents, and some previous doubts were completely resolved. At the same time, he gained a new understanding of the Pendergast family's foundation. Even the Sauron family, an angel family that was once royalty, had no method to resolve spiritual imprints. Yet, Mr. Devil possessed the ability to purify spiritual residues within potions. Advancing with potions he provided was even easier than using potions brewed with regular ingredients. I really don't know how Senior Paindrax started from scratch and built such a large family business. Is the spiritual stacking divination method really that miraculous? The image of the senior sleeping in the cocoon of light once again appeared in Klein's mind, and his gaze shifted to the last page of Paindrax's diary. March 15th. To create that item, I re-entered the Misty Sea after several years. To my surprise, I met Sonia Wilson again. So many years have passed, and she is still as beautiful as ever. Perhaps this is due to an increase in her sequence, or the influence of her elven bloodline. But none of that matters. Sonia Wilson. I remember she was a lady with elven bloodline who appeared in Senior Paindrax's diary. Wait, Wilson. Klein frowned, realizing that things were not simple, because he remembered that Mr. Hanged Man also seemed to be named Wilson. And blue hair, a mixed blood. No way. Klein suppressed the urge to shake his head, but still mentally cast out his impolite thoughts. Senior Paindrax had long since fallen into slumber. Even if there was some connection, it should be Mr. Hanged Man's father or even grandfather. Forcibly suppressing the urge to continue thinking, Klein's gaze moved further down. He was very much looking forward to the upcoming developments. It wasn't because he wanted to read about this senior's serious literature with the elven-blooded lady, but because, according to previous experience, whenever this senior mentioned a certain lady, it was invariably because some new discovery had stemmed from her. And regarding this elven lady, it could obviously only be that. With the experience gained from the Fosak girl, this time I naturally did not forget to explore the imprints in her collective subconscious sea, and this also led me to a new discovery. I truly saw the former phantom of the elven race. It was a magnificent, astonishing complex of buildings, a style of brick and tile architecture that I was familiar with. I saw some paintings hanging on the walls. The people in the paintings had long black hair, and compared to the human races of this world, their facial structure was closer to that of Asians. But unfortunately, I did not find any Chinese characters, nor any myths or legends related to my homeland, at least not in the traces of the elven race in Sonia's dream. I began to wonder, are the elves perhaps descendants of a group of transmigrators? Please forgive me for using the word group, because I am now increasingly suspicious of the number of transmigrators in this world. Transmigrators. Transmigrators. I sincerely hope they really are transmigrators. Quote. Number. What does that mean? Did Senior Paindrax find many traces of transmigrators? But didn't he say he didn't find any Chinese characters? So Senior Paindrax's wording is so strange. Sincerely hope they really are transmigrators. What does that mean? Klein's heart pounded uncontrollably as he read this section of the diary, but at the same time, a bad premonition arose within him. Although he couldn't pinpoint the reason, and it wasn't even related to the inspiration of the seer pathway, he always felt that all of this might not align with what he hoped for, because he noticed that the text Senior Paindrax used when writing this diary was no longer the neat regular script of his other diaries but a slightly messy structure. Although this diary had been memorized by Mr. Devil, judging from the wild, sprawling handwriting in the original Russell's diary provided by Queen Mystic, memory itself should restore a portion of the content. Senior Paindrax might have been stimulated when he wrote this page of the diary. Unfortunately, I don't know the specific date of this page. Klein calmed his chaotic thoughts, and his gaze fell on the last paragraph. Fortunately, this exchange was not without harvest. At least, I have confirmed that the West Continent truly exists. Although there is currently no way to overcome the barrier of the Misty Sea, I might be able to try from the East Continent. After all, those books from the Fourth Epic contain clear records of the East Continent. Compared to the West Continent, which has no records at all, this lead at least offers a direction for effort. The text ended there, and a look of confusion involuntarily appeared on Klein's face, because he knew that the East Continent was very likely the forsaken land of the gods. Therefore, going from the East Continent to the West Continent might not be feasible. However, Klein quickly dismissed this thought, because while the Misty Sea to the west obstructed exploration of the West Continent, it was unknown what lay further east of the forsaken land of the gods. But no matter what, to find the West Continent, one must first liberate the East Continent, either by finding a way to freely enter and exit the East Continent, or at least by freeing the forsaken land of the gods from its current suffering. That way, he might be able to mobilize the residents of the City of Silver to help search for the West Continent. Thinking of this, Klein became even more eager for Frank Lee's research. His previous hesitation vanished in an instant. He had decided to sell the Druid potion to Frank. Chapter 458, Mr. Fool gave up on becoming a mermaid. Having a plan in mind, Klein waved his hand, making the diary in his hand disappear. He looked up, glancing at Snow and Audrey, then chuckled, "What do you want to exchange for?" Although he knew Mr. Devil was probably accumulating again, it would seem a bit presumptuous to only ask Miss Justice. However, to Klein's surprise, Snow uncharacteristically put forward his request. "Respected Mr. Fool, I might face an important battle within 2 months, so I hope to receive a blessing from an angel under your command, and be allowed to seal it within a holy relic." An important battle. Mr. Devil even successfully took down the Ghost Empire, yet this time he needs an angel's blessing. What kind of enemy is he facing? Is it an angel? Is it for promotion? Klein felt a surge of doubt. After all, as Gehrman Sparrow, who possessed the creeping hunger, he knew very well how strong a complete shepherd was, and this gentleman was a sequence 3 shepherd. However, as the fool, he had no doubts and nodded, "Your contribution is enough for this blessing. Thank you for your generosity." Snow bowed respectfully in gratitude. Klein then turned his gaze to Audrey. "And you?" Audrey was still wondering about the level of the enemy Mr. Devil was facing. Hearing Mr. Fool's question, she immediately stopped her unnecessary thoughts. Too much hesitation when facing a great existence was very impolite. Although she felt that her desire to satisfy her curiosity seemed a bit trivial compared to Mr. Devil's request, Audrey still chose to speak. "Respected Mr. Fool, is that extra card in your hand a blasphemy slate?" "Which one? Miss Justice is still easy to deal with. I knew she would definitely be interested in this card." Klein, secretly amused that he had gotten past another question, casually flipped over the new blasphemy slate and softly spoke its name. Tyrant. Mr. Fool's action immediately sparked countless speculations and imaginings in the Tarot Club. Even Little Sun, uncharacteristically, felt the same sense of participation as the others in the Tarot Club. After 2 seconds of display, Mr. Fool covered the Tyrant card again, then, amidst Miss Hermit's apologetic expression, he spoke. "It's your turn." As he finished speaking, World immediately looked at Snow and said, "I have a Beander characteristic of an ocean songster here. I hope to have it made into a mystical item. What is the price?" "A Sequence 5 Beander characteristic. The processing price on the market is at least £1,500. The Beander items I make have fewer side effects than other Beander items of the same grade, so one item is £1,800. However, if you are willing to sell it, I can acquire a Sequence 5 characteristic for £8,000. I plan to use the Ocean Songster characteristic myself. However, besides that, I also have a Mentor of Disorder characteristic that I intend to sell. If this characteristic is made into a Beander item, it should be able to twist the target's language, will, and actions by exploiting loopholes. Klein felt that this price met his expectations and immediately spoke. He didn't think Snow didn't know the abilities of a Mentor of Disorder. The reason he introduced it was mainly to see if anyone else was interested. Just as Snow nodded slightly, thinking he could agree, Audrey indeed couldn't help but speak. Mr. Devil, do you have a need for the Mentor of Disorder characteristic? Not really. I already shepherded an Earl of the Fallen, so I don't need this kind of ability. If you need it, it's fine for me to give it to you. I can even help you process it, you just need to pay according to the previous quote. Snow casually uttered words that shocked everyone in the Tarot Club. A few individuals only now realized that this person, who was likely the strongest in the Tarot Club besides Mr. Fool, was actually from the Hanged Man pathway. Upon hearing this, Audrey felt a little excited. Relying solely on the power of Lion Spectator, she still had many shortcomings in combat. The fashion of magical girl Ilya was too flashy to use daily. The abilities of a Mentor of Disorder were inherently subtle and suited her perfectly. She just wondered if her father would be willing to spend the money. This ability also seemed quite suitable for dear Earl Hall. She would ask him when she got back. Thinking of this, Audrey glanced at Mr. Devil with a hint of apology, then said, I need a few days to consider. I can give you an answer within this week. World turned to look at Mr. Devil, who merely spread his hands and said, I don't care. Oh, by the way, do you have any requirements for the mystical item? Do you want me to help you turn the Ocean Songster into a fashion-type mystical item? If the base is good enough, its power won't be bad. This. Klein hesitated slightly. Having experienced Tifa's fashion, he was well aware of the power of fashion-type items. Tifa was only a pugilist, so an Ocean Songster would definitely be stronger. However, after 2 seconds, Klein still chose to give up. He didn't want to suddenly turn into some strange form like a mermaid princess. No need. Just make it into a normal item, preferably one that can adapt to naval and aerial combat. Listening to Klein's refusal, Snow regretfully abandoned his fashion concept for Ocean Songster Seto-san. At this moment, Klein, having given up the opportunity to transform into a mermaid beauty, once again controlled World to look at Miss Hermit. There's also a Sequence 5 Beander characteristic, Planter Pathway, Druid. Katlia, who had recently been hearing the wails of Her Royal Highness's younger brother's descendant from the cabin, instantly understood World's meaning. Her first reaction was to decisively refuse, but then, the corner of her eye caught sight of Little Sun. Thinking that the City of Silver was still hoping for the birth of new crops, she finally sighed inwardly and made a decision. How much money do you want for it? £8,000. Deal. Give me a week to raise the funds. Katlia agreed in just 2 seconds. Subsequently, Justice and Hanged Man exchanged the fruits of the illusory wind chime tree. Mr. World also communicated with Hermit about the mythical creature's blood. After Magician proposed a trade request for a cursed item from an ancient vengeful spirit and residual spirituality, Emlyn finally looked at Sun and spoke. Does your City of Silver have the characteristic of an artificial vampire Sequence 5? Although Emlyn's words were convoluted, after he explained the specific abilities, Mr. Sun quickly reacted. Although he didn't get along well with Mr. Moon, he still honestly replied. Yes, but Mr. Moon, do you want to be covered in pus? Emlyn was slightly stunned, still not understanding what the other party meant by such a sudden remark, when Sun Derek added. They have severe mental pollution residue. Without a potions formula, our City of Silver won't waste power to clear the problems within them. This is a bit troublesome. Moon Emlyn frowned slightly, but then he heard Mr. Devil speak. If it's a pollution problem, you don't need to worry about it. I have a way to clear the mental pollution in Beander characteristics. Of course, this will be charged. I understand. Emlyn did not delve further into the topic, as he had not yet digested his potions professor characteristic. Seeing that no one else had proposed a trade request, Klein estimated his remaining spirituality and nodded, "You can now communicate freely." Chapter 459. The Tarot Club's communication sessions are getting more and more advanced. Hearing that it was time for free discussion, Audrey was the first to speak, unable to hold back. "Mr. Devil, can you tell us about your experience in obtaining that sequence 2 Beander characteristic? If it involves secrets, you don't have to answer." Actually, after the last Tarot Club, she regretted not asking, but everyone was stunned by the sequence 2 Beander characteristic at the time. This time, however, she finally asked. "It's nothing worth showing off." Snow had intended to caution the members of the Tarot Club about related issues, but was worried that speaking directly would sound like showing off. Seeing Audrey's understanding prompting, how could he not respond? He immediately clasped his hands, resting his chin on them, and replied in a tone that suggested, "I have a story to tell." Actually, the Ghost Empire was a contingency plan left by Night Emperor for his resurrection. The so-called descendants of Truncest were merely bodies he prepared for his resurrection. Night Emperor. Isn't he a true god? Emlyn exclaimed in surprise. As a Sanguine, how could he not know the Night Emperor who married the former queen of the Sanguine? Hearing him, Snow nodded and said, "In fact, most treasures in the Beander domain in this world, more or less, contain contingency plans for the resurrection of powerful Beyonders. For many demigods or higher existences, descendants are not simply a continuation of bloodline. They are also anchors used to stabilize their state. Some special pathways even use descendants as a means of resurrection. This is not an isolated case. On the contrary, in the Beander world, such situations are common. After all, if it were you, would you willingly leave the wealth accumulated throughout your life and your Beander characteristic to descendants whose names you don't even know?" Audrey was about to say she would, but after a moment of thought, she hesitated. The more she played the psychiatrist, the more she understood the dark side of the human psyche. After dissecting her own heart, she realized that even if she were truly dying, she would only leave her wealth to her relatives and friends, and would absolutely not create such a treasure for someone she wouldn't know for many years, even if that person were her descendant. Audrey shook her head slightly, then changed the subject, asking, "Then, Mr. Devil, how did you contend with a true god?" Rather than contending, it was more like deception. Snow shook his head. His tone seemed unchanged, but as a psychiatrist, Audrey keenly detected a hint of self-mockery in it. "As I said, Night Emperor Truncest left the Ghost Empire for his resurrection. His first preparation was his descendants. Beyond that, even if all his descendants were wiped out, based on Beander characteristic aggregation, the Ghost Empire, which contains a sequence 1 Beander characteristic of the Justiciar pathway, would still guide Beyonders of the Justiciar pathway. The various dangers in the Ghost Empire were merely to screen out Beyonders who could become his physical body. I disguised my identity and infiltrated the Military Intelligence Section 9 team. Led by these Justiciar pathway Beyonders, I easily reached the Night Emperor's location. Although the Night Emperor in his Wraith state had a strong suppressive effect on the Justiciar and Black Emperor pathways, his actual combat power was only sequence 3. He had taken over Prince Sunia's body, intending to resurrect himself through it. I, through some means, made him believe I was an avatar of an angel. The Night Emperor was worried that killing me would antagonize the angel and increase the difficulty of his resurrection plan, so he made a deal with me, giving me the Beander characteristic of the Life Giver. Snow's words were simple, but even the three, silly, ones, sun, moon, and tower wouldn't believe that the Night Emperor would be easy to fool. To even dare to deceive a true god, even if it was just the wraith of a true god, the devil's rating in the hearts of the Tarot Club members was once again greatly elevated. After a brief silence, Audrey remembered her discovery and immediately brought up the matter of the Mind Dragon, because she felt that this incident was very similar to the Ghost Empire incident Mr. Devil encountered. However, the Ghost Empire attracted Beyonders of the Justiciar pathway, while that Mind Dragon attracted spectators of the Psychology Alchemists. Klein listened to Audrey's description and roughly understood her thoughts. He felt it was time to tell the Tarot Club about the concept of anchors, so he controlled the world to say, "The dragon worship custom is very helpful in stabilizing the Mind Dragon state. You can have people pay attention to this matter." If there are significant changes, it means that the mind dragon will create similar traditions elsewhere. That custom helps stabilize the dragon's state. Audrey asked, both bewildered and confused, but then immediately thought of what Mr. Devil had just mentioned. High-level existences using descendants as anchors to stabilize their state. Hearing Miss Justice's cooperative prompting, Klein immediately controlled the world to nod, then returned to Mr. Fool's perspective, and with a light chuckle amidst the thoughtful expressions of the Tarot Club members, he said, "Why do you think the gods preach?" The Tarot Club once again fell into dead silence, until after more than 10 seconds, when Mr. Fool was about to interrupt the Tarot Club, the Hanged Man looked at the world and the devil separately. "Can that mural be shared with everyone? I have no objection." The world responded under Mr. Fool's instruction, and Snow simply nodded calmly. Soon, under the gaze of many eyes, Alger finally materialized the mural of the King of Angels devouring the Silver City creator. Kings of Angels. Hermit Catalya finally spoke after a brief silence. Alger immediately responded, "Yes, at least 3. After speaking, Alger turned his head to look at the sun. This was his most trusted friend in the Tarot Club. The sun noticed Mr. Hanged Man's gaze, and his heart was instantly filled with pain, for he had already understood much. Confusion and silence once again spread through the Tarot Club. The silence lasted so long that Klein was already starting to feel bad about the wasted spirituality when Audrey finally spoke, as if having convinced herself. Is this a distortion of the legend that the 3 gods were born from the Creator's spiritual power? The 3 gods. The expressions of the hermit and the moon, who hadn't seen the statues of the 6 gods, froze, and they immediately understood why the atmosphere had been so solemn earlier. The Hanged Man then responded, "Perhaps, but that doesn't explain the infant. That infant is the true creator." Suddenly, Snow's words cut in, with a hint of profound meaning. According to legend, that creator was called the ancient sun god. He descended in the second epoch, battled the ancient gods, and reclaimed their authorities. The entities from whom he reclaimed authority included the elves, who controlled the sailor pathway, and the dragon race, who controlled the spectator and reader pathways. Add to that this painting, what do you think of? Chapter 460, Transformation. What did you think of? It's already been explained so clearly, what else is there to think of? Within the Tarot Club, the Yander characteristic had long ceased to be a secret, and Mr. the Star, who was more straightforward, was the first to speak. Does Mr. Devil mean that the creator worshipped by the City of Silver is likely a true god of the Hanged Man pathway, and the process of him reclaiming his authority is actually hurting true gods? And what this picture means is that after he died, the 3 gods divided and consumed the Byander characteristic that evolved into true gods. Catalya, who had been shocked by the identities of the 3 gods, now reacted. She re-examined the painting with her extensive Byander knowledge, speculating thoughtfully. So that's it. Then the true creator is the residue, or a ghost of the creator worshipped by the City of Silver. Or something similar to a resurrection contingency. Or an existence similar to the hidden sage. If that's the case, his madness can also be explained. It's actually like this. Furza's eyes sparkled. This kind of plot was something even novels wouldn't dare to imagine. And Klein obviously thought more deeply. Because from Mr. Devil's words, he heard a familiar feeling. It wasn't that he was familiar with this style of speaking, but that he felt as if Mr. Devil already knew about this matter. He couldn't help but recall the documents related to the true creator in Senior Paindrax's diary. However, if those documents truly recorded these things, it was no wonder Senior Paindrax had such a strong reaction. But thinking about it this way, was Mr. Devil's god-modifying plan to awaken the creator of the City of Silver? The Hanged Man looked at the Tarot Club, which had fallen silent again, and felt that if this continued, today's Tarot Club would have to stop. He immediately dispersed the mural, turned to look at the sun, and changed the subject. Have you investigated the matter of the former chief's mausoleum clearly? No, I've been constantly assigned patrol missions during this period, and I still have to repay the debt I owe Mr. Devil. I haven't had any time to investigate. Little Sun's tone was somewhat ashamed, but Alger was not surprised. He merely recommended that he make more friends. As the one in charge of the Tarot Club's psychological well-being, the Hanged Man was even more skilled in this aspect than Miss Justice, the professional psychiatrist. Soon, Little Sun had already made a decision. After Mr. the World booked a psychotherapy session, Furs, seeing that the gathering was about to end, immediately spoke. Respected Mr. Fool, I have a friend, the one who recited your honorable name before. I would like to recommend her to join the Tarot Club. I wonder if it's possible. Hearing Miss Magician's words, Klein immediately felt a headache. If he had heard this question half a month ago, he might have considered it, but ever since Mr. Devil advanced to Sequence 3, he had returned to the time when he needed to carefully plan meetings. Although that short lady's connection with Military Intelligence Section 9 had some value, he could only afford it at least after he advanced to Sequence 4 and became a demigod, and that was on the premise that Mr. Devil did not advance again. Thinking of this, he tilted his head slightly, adopting a relaxed posture, and chuckled. This requires a certain amount of testing. After speaking, Klein didn't give Miss Magician another chance to ask questions and immediately said, "That's all for today's gathering. ... After the Tarot Club ended, Little Sun carried the Sword of Rebellion and went to the training ground for friendly sparring. Huang Jiajia, carrying the Beander characteristic of a druid, went to Frank with a heavy heart. And Snow returned home, emptying his mind, using the anchors provided by the Believers of Enthusiasm and the Workers' Movement to stabilize his mental state, which was being torn apart by the curse. Although with the ability of the Paradox Pathway, he could completely split off a monkey personality to bear the mental pressure brought by the curse. After understanding the price of acting and skipping classes on the Paradox Pathway, he still chose to take it step by step. Ring, ring, ring. The doorbell rang. Irene glanced at her master, who was clearly not in a good state, hesitated for a moment, and then asked, "You're not in a suitable condition to see guests right now, are you?" "It's fine." Snow gently shook his head. Through his future vision, he had already seen who was at the door. He waved his hand and said, "Go bring the person in, and make a cup of tea. Then you can go rest." "Okay." Irene didn't say anything more upon hearing this and quickly walked towards the entrance. A moment later, Mr. Kid Robin, dressed in a formal suit, appeared in his line of sight. "You are." Klein saw Snow, who was covered in black cracks, and a shocked expression appeared on his face. If he hadn't habitually performed a divination before coming, he would have probably fled out the door at this moment. "It's nothing, this is part of acting. The stage I'm currently in requires me to bear some curses." Snow waved his hand, looking very casual, but Klein felt the strong malice from the black substance that could be felt just by looking at it, and he couldn't help but mutter in his heart, "That doesn't look like some at all." However, since Mr. Devil himself said it was fine, he didn't say much. After all, considering the various oddities of the secret supplicant pathway's advancement, this situation of bearing a curse didn't seem so special anymore. The obedient maid Irene turned and left. Snow, as usual, set up a spiritual wall. Only then did Klein speak. "I'm planning to make my move." "Oh, I thought you were planning to wait until after that captain's wedding before making your move." Snow picked up his teacup and took a sip, narrowing his eyes as he spoke. Klein's movements stiffened slightly. He really wanted to ask, "How do you know?" But then he gave up on this boring question and directly replied, "I'm worried that by then, I won't be able to do it." This was the truth. After Klein's mental breakdown, he realized that the longer he dragged this matter out, the more troublesome it would become. Because as time passed, his feelings for the night church would constantly torment his resolve. If he attended the captain's wedding, he probably wouldn't be able to bring himself to do it. Snow didn't delve into Klein's inner intentions, but based on his deal with the goddess, he still took out a belt and put it on. "Summon your marionette. Can you extend the time of complete erosion as much as possible?" Klein, enduring the heartache, summoned Blood Admiral, but still asked with a conflicted expression. 2 months, that's the limit. Any longer, and the effect won't be as good as my illusion." Snow shook his head and pulled out a black disc with a crimson moon drawn on it from his pregnant. Although Klein felt a sense of déjà vu from this image, his heartache for the marionette made him temporarily ignore these considerations. After struggling for 2 seconds, he finally nodded. "Okay. Then I'll begin." Snow pinched the palm-sized disc, which was almost 3 fingers thick, and with a flick of his single hand, a metallic sound effect instantly emanated from it. And, soul assurer. At the same time, his belt also emitted a similar sound effect. Transformation time. Are you ready? What is this? Klein suddenly widened his eyes, and then he saw Snow insert the disc into the belt's slot with a very cool pose, and then he very seriously uttered a word. Transform. With a series of cool sound effects, like sliding chains, a voice loudly declared. Kamen Rider Soul Assurer. What the heck? Chapter 461. Going out to avoid the limelight. Looking at Snow, with his red and black color scheme, star-like musical notes adorning his body, and a Z's symbol, presumably representing sleep, embedded in the eye area of his faceplate, Klein felt a mouthful of old complaints stuck in his throat. This thing couldn't be called ugly, at least it was uniquely hideous, yet the more he looked, the cooler it seemed. Forcibly maintaining his expression with the clown potion, Klein, before his aesthetic sense was violated, a homophone, asked forcefully. What is this? This is a new type of fashion that I improved based on the manufacturing methods of open black lens bracket fashion close black lens bracket and the information from the documents you brought. According to the ancestors, this is called a masked rider. It can turn Beyander characteristics from different pathways into dedicated card discs. When loaded, it gains the abilities of the corresponding pathway. When this armor is damaged, it can also neutralize one fatal attack. It has many advantages, but also obvious disadvantages, such as not being able to use other Beyander items when wearing it. I am considering developing hybrid card discs, but I don't have a shepherd characteristic suitable as a base disc right now. Snow tried moving his body. Although it looked like a costume, it didn't hinder his mobility. In fact, for him, a Sequence 3, it still provided a certain degree of physical enhancement. Of course, at Sequence 3, no one really relies on physical strength to fight anymore, right, warrior? Klein really wanted to say, make one for me too, but considering his main combat power currently lay with the creeping hunger, he gave up on the idea. Snow didn't push it too much either. The Masked Rider belt was a semi-finished product, and he hadn't planned on commercializing it yet. After all, this thing was originally intended for low-sequence individuals or even ordinary people, with the focus on reducing burden and side effects. But in terms of consumption, it would be a miracle for an ordinary person to fight for 2 minutes wearing this, let alone use additional abilities. However, this couldn't be helped. After all, a Beyander characteristic directly drawing power from the spirit world to activate abilities comes with strong side effects. To avoid being affected by side effects, one can only pay with one's own spirituality. He pushed a button on the side of the belt with one hand. As the belt emitted a mechanical sound effect, Snow also reminded him. You should stand a little further away. Oh. Klein nodded obediently, then retreated to a corner. In his line of sight, phantom musical notes detached from the surface of the armor, gathering in his right hand, and were pressed onto the forehead of the Blood Admiral puppet. The faint sounds flowing past his ears gave Klein a subtle sense of sorrow for a moment. He couldn't be sure whether that sorrow was because the puppet was about to break, or because of the scattered musical notes. All right. The flowing musical notes slowly calmed down. Snow patted his belt, and the ugly yet cool armor disappeared. He took off the card disc and belt, casually tucking them into his interdimensional space. Upon hearing this, Klein immediately manipulated Senor to walk back to his side. At this moment, Senor looked even more like a dead person than before, with a pale face, cold aura, and a distinct creepy and chilling sensation. This feeling was almost identical to the internal guards. Klein quickly realized the essence of this situation, immediately put away Senor, and nodded to Snow. Thank you for your help. What do I need to pay for this? Didn't you also help me by asking Miss Tinnaker for assistance? Snow waved his hand. He knew very well that Lord K's funds were running low at this time, and another squeeze might cause him to lose control. Anyway, he wasn't interested in money. Asking Klein for money was just to see his pained expression as he reluctantly paid. Klein was obviously very happy about not having to pay, but he didn't show it, only thanking him again before preparing to leave. Just as he was about to turn, he heard Snow say, "My current appearance isn't very suitable for staying in Backland. I need to leave for a while. If you have any intelligence needs, you can take this and go to the East Borough to find someone from Enthusiasm to help." Klein took the card Snow handed him. It had a ring seal's imprint on the sealing wax. He glanced at the crown ring Mr. Snow wore on his hand and nodded slightly. After Klein left, Snow tidied up his appearance, which resembled Deathwing. Although he looked somewhat grotesque, combined with his own good looks, he was actually quite handsome. Yes, that kind of handsome, like an ultimate boss in a game. And with the curse from the true creator having a certain diffusiveness, the sense of oppression was quite strong. However, this wasn't really a problem. Point at a deer and call it a horse. As his palm gently swept across, the cracks on Snow's body also disappeared. Of course, this was merely a visual disappearance. He posed in front of the mirror a couple of times, then Snow nodded in satisfaction and called out to the room. "Lily, I'm going on a long trip. Are you coming?" Before he could finish, a black flash suddenly appeared, and Lily, disheveled, almost instantly darted out of the room. Snow looked at her appearance, sighed helplessly, and turned to Irene, saying, "Help her get ready. We might be out for a few months. Prepare the things you'll need. At least tell me where we're going." Irene frowned slightly, saying helplessly, "Your hometown. Intis." Now, Irene's eyes widened. She looked at Snow in disbelief. "Even from the news in the newspapers, I know Intis is about to go to war. Going there now. To see if we can pick up some bargains. Of course, if you can find someone to help you pay off your debt, I'm not entirely against letting you go home." Snow shrugged indifferently, but Irene looked at him suspiciously, and in the end, chose to give up. Because she found that she didn't seem to yearn for freedom as much anymore. This wasn't a psychological problem like Stockholm Syndrome, but rather, after undergoing professional maid training including war literacy, political literacy, and various elite educations, she had a very clear understanding of the world situation. Then she realized that now was not a good time to pursue freedom. The northern continent nations were all at the brink of war. No matter where she went, she would have to face the shadow of war. The problems in the southern continent were even more severe. The conflicts between natives and colonists were already quite intense, with various cults and evil gods vying for power. For a small fry like her, going there meant either becoming cannon fodder or carrying coffins for others if she didn't want to be cannon fodder. People with strength could live well anywhere, but she belonged to the type with empty cultivation but little actual combat experience. In a real fight, an experienced ordinary soldier could probably kill her. Isn't it just being a housekeeper? In Intis, the second son of an earl would eagerly go to a duke's house to be a housekeeper. Being a housekeeper for a saint is not shameful. Chapter 462, The Customs and Culture of Intis. Wearing an Intis-style suit, Snow, accompanied by his personal valet and cat, stepped out of the carriage onto the land of Trier. Ilian, who had once again transformed into Irene, walked beside him, introducing him to the characteristics of Trier. "This is Trier. It feels quite similar to Backland." Looking at the bustling pedestrians outside the station, Snow furrowed his brow slightly as he offered a comment. "To be precise, Backland is like Trier. In fact, most developed cities in this world bear the shadow of Trier," Ilian said, defending his hometown. Snow pointed to a streetwalker by the roadside and asked, "In all aspects?" "Yes, in all aspects." Ilian did not shy away from the question and nodded. "Trier is bordered by the Sorenzo River. South of it is the Diocese of the Eternal Blazing Sun Church, which is Trier's commercial, political, and economic center. North of it is the Diocese of the Steam and Machinery Church, which is Trier's industrial and entertainment center. Above this, it can be further subdivided. For example, the west side of the Steam Church's district is the industrial zone, and the east side is the entertainment zone. Most of the Eternal Blazing Sun Church's district belongs to the commercial zone. As for the Parliament, the House of Representatives, and the military department, they are located on the south bank of the Sorenzo River. Nominally, they are in the Eternal Blazing Sun Church's district, but in reality, much like the Empress Borough in Backland, which is nominally under the Storm Church's jurisdiction, they are mostly managed by the military. What about living conditions? Is there also a division of residential areas in Trier? Snow held a tourist map of Trier, memorizing Ilian's introduction by comparing it to the map. Of course. In Trier, the poor, meaning the working class, mostly live around the industrial zone in the southwest, where pollution is heaviest but the cost of living is low. Its status is similar to the East Borough of Backland. Skilled artisans and some self-employed individuals live in the nearby Triumphal district. It's named that because it houses the Arch of Triumph built by Emperor Rosal after he defeated the various nations of the continent, but the location is only considered average. Ordinary merchants, small entrepreneurs, company management, and other middle-class individuals mostly reside in the Bilal district in the southeast. It's adjacent to the commercial district, and the cost of living is higher there. Many foreign embassies are also located here. And the true upper class lives in the Versailles district. This place was personally named by Emperor Rosal. The parliament, both houses of the legislature, and the military department are all located here. As for the entertainment district, most of it consists of hotels of various grades. After all, the land there is not cheap, and people who can afford it wouldn't set up their homes in such a place. Oh. Hearing Ilian say this, Snow showed a strange expression. Don't you Intis people all think with your lower bodies? Someone would actually refuse to settle down in the entertainment district. I thought wealthy Intis people would all want to live in the Moulin Rouge. Hearing Snow's words, Ilian's face clearly showed a hint of embarrassment. He frowned but still explained, while I'd like to tell you that this is a misunderstanding the outside world has about Intis, what you said is actually not wrong. The reason this situation doesn't occur is that if you set up your home in the entertainment district, it means countless people will pass by your house every day with the intention of seeking pleasure. You wouldn't want your wife and daughter to live in such an environment, would you? Given the customs of Intis, visiting pleasure streets is merely a small expense, similar to low-end people going to pubs or cafes. For Intis people, the true object of their passion is always someone else's respectable woman. So, unless you have no intention of starting a family at all, settling in the entertainment district is like opening a themed pleasure house. You understand what I mean. Of course, there are also some individuals in Intis with unusual preferences, so it cannot be said that there are no people who settle here, but their number is very small. I thought you would sternly deny my misunderstanding. Listening to Ilian's introduction, Snow gained a deeper understanding of Intis's openness, and for a moment, he even lost his interest in teasing. After all, a joke is a joke because it's not normal in itself, but if your joke is just an unfunny everyday occurrence to others, then it's not so funny anymore. But all in all, traveling with a local is truly a very comfortable thing. With Ilian's introduction, Snow quickly gained a general understanding of Trier's situation. Although he was curious about the current situation of a certain angel who had gone missing, Snow did not forget his purpose and immediately asked, "Where is the Holy Light Cathedral?" On the island in the middle of the Sorenzo River, close to the center of Trier, at the junction of the entertainment district, the commercial district, and the Bilal district. The station where we got off is Trier East Station, located at the junction of the Bilal district and the entertainment district. We just need to follow the Sorenzo River west, and we'll quickly reach the Holy Light Cathedral. Ilian pointed on the map. Snow looked up, thinking that no wonder he hadn't found it, it was floating directly in the middle of the river. If I wanted to rent a house near the Holy Light Cathedral, how much would it cost? With all due respect, sir, you won't be able to rent one. Ilian shook his head decisively. Snow frowned slightly, then what about buying one? You know, I'm not short on money. It's not a matter of money. Ilian still shook his head. The area around the Holy Light Cathedral is entirely stock trading centers and large commercial exhibition centers. There are no residential areas at all. If it were around the St. Gustav Cathedral, it might be a different story, but there's truly no place to live around the Holy Light Cathedral. St. Gustav. Snow's lips curved slightly. Ilian nodded, one of the few churches of the steam and machinery church named after a person. It's where Rosal Street. Gustav promoted the renaming of the artisan church, holding extraordinary significance for the steam and machinery church. In a sense, it's considered the second holy land of the steam and machinery church. So, even though Emperor Rosal went mad in his later years, the machinery church did not change the name of this cathedral and entrusted its management to the direct descendants of Emperor Rosal. According to internal information from the Sauron family, the highest-ranking person in charge of this cathedral is Emperor Rosal's second son. However, that existence has already advanced to an angel, and when I went out to sea, I rarely heard news of him anymore. Did you hear? A bishop from the St. Gustav Cathedral went to White Little Flower for 2 days and 2 nights a few days ago. How could I not have heard? Good heavens, he played White Little Flower until it closed down. Do you think that bishop invented some device that can enhance that aspect? How is that possible? Are you two joking? Who's joking with you? If you don't believe me, go to the entertainment district and see for yourself. Really? Good heavens, should I convert to the steam church? Otherwise, why do you think there's such a long queue at the St. Gustav Cathedral these days? Watching the three quietly discussing passers-by gradually walk away, Lily timely added a jab at Ilian. Silly cat, your news is outdated, meow. Chapter 463, Intis Style, Subtlety. Unlike Klein, who returned to Backland, Snow had no intention of creating the persona of a nouveau riche, nor did he need to painstakingly force his way into the city's upper circles, because he already possessed sufficient social resources before coming to Intis. That was because Mr. A had been cultivating his influence here for several months. Although Mr. A's missionary work in Backland didn't seem very successful, that depended on who he was being compared to. Compared to an outlier like Snow, who possessed insights a century ahead of his time, it naturally looked embarrassing. However, the seemingly unreliable exterior of the fat juicy slice sect was actually perfectly suited for the uneducated lower-class citizens. After arriving in Trier, Mr. A easily entered Trier's social circles thanks to his appearance. Coupled with the series of proselytizing skills from Whisper and Rose Bishop, he effortlessly gathered a group of noblewomen as his lambs. However, due to the cult of Sun, he did not approach those high-ranking individuals with sensitive statuses. Yet, among middle-class individuals such as corporate executives and small to medium-sized merchants, he had already developed a considerable influence. Combined with the workers' movement secretly established, Mr. A could be said to have great power among Trier's lower and middle classes. As for Trier's upper class, Snow was not without any information. After all, Triss and Adelina, the two demonesses, were very well connected there. Over the past 6 months, the two of them had already established enough of a reputation that if a family hosted a ball and couldn't invite them, it would be as embarrassing as going out to eat without money. There were even many upper-class individuals who deliberately postponed their balls to wait for their availability. Don't find it unbelievable, because it's not that Triss and Adelina themselves held any intrinsic value, it's simply that they appeared at the right place in the right capacity. They were merely tools for Trier's upper class to compete with each other. A cat or a dog could occupy the same position, the only difference was whether those people wanted them to. Just like the foxhounds popular among low-end nobles, as long as the major nobles continued to view hunting as a field for competition, the price of foxhounds would remain high. A dog with an actual value of perhaps only a few pounds could fetch the entire income of a middle-class family for several years in a bidding war. For Intis's upper society, they were accustomed to calling their decadent private lives romantic, and considered conquering the opposite sex a feat. The appearance of Triss and Adelina coincidentally set up a target. At this time, Intis's upper society might have secretly formed a conquest speedrun competition to see who could win over the two first. But even such a tool has its uses, at least until someone wins. No one will destroy the tool's value until they grow tired of it. With Mr. A in the middle and lower classes, Adelina and Triss in the upper class, and Huang Beibei at the very top, Snow almost effortlessly acquired the network of connections that K Miao would have to spend a great deal of money and time to build. After connecting with a lamb who worked for the Trier Housing Management Committee, Snow rented a detached villa located at the intersection of the commercial and Versailles districts for an annual rent of 500 gold fir, approximately £475. Although the price was a bit high, it was one of the closest residential areas to the Holy Light Cathedral. After a simple arrangement of his new home and a quick dinner, Snow turned to Ilian and said, "Should we visit our neighbors?" "I advise you not to do that," Ilian explained with a helpless expression. In Intis, it's not customary to greet neighbors after moving in, or rather, doing so is equivalent to declaring your intentions towards their wives and daughters. Not to mention it's still evening. If you go, it's like telling the homeowner, "I want to spend the night at your house." If you want to get acquainted, you can go for a walk after afternoon tea and meet by chance. Of course, meeting by chance doesn't mean you have no intentions towards their family members, it's just a subtle Intisian way of doing things. You Intisians are truly subtle. Snow grimaced, immediately abandoning his extra thoughts. He picked up Lily, stroked her a few times, then helplessly said, "Then let's go out for a walk." Do you plan to go out like this now or change back to your female appearance? Just like this, if you don't want someone to come up and flirt with you after a few steps. Although Ilian exaggerated, as Snow truly walked through Trier, he found that things were far less intimidating than she had described. There were indeed beautiful women on the streets, but it was rare to see anyone openly flirting. In fact, in Trier during the evening, the pace of life still seemed very fast. Pedestrians on the road were always in a hurry, as if something was chasing their steps. Even the stopping time for public carriages seemed a bit short. Often, as soon as the queued passengers entered the carriage, the coachman would impatiently crack his whip. Trier's commercial district was undoubtedly prosperous. Although there was no electricity due to certain reasons, the gas streetlights still illuminated the city brightly at night. The streets of the commercial district were wide, and it was unclear whether it was Rosel's planning or a historical inevitability, but it already felt very much like a modern city. However, beneath the prosperous facade, many shadows could also be seen. For example, 1 or 2 beggars could be seen every 100 meters or so, homeless people rummaging for food in trash heaps, scantily clad streetwalkers, and hooligans and dandies swaggering about. To some extent, Trier is even more chaotic than Backland. At least in places like Hillston Borough, West District, and Empress Borough in Backland, you don't see beggars and hooligans. Hearing Snow's words, Ilian sighed meaningfully. That's because Lowen's nobles care about appearances, while Intis's capitalists only care about profit. Whether it's tidying up the homeless and hooligans, or providing social welfare to beggars, it all costs money. Lonis are willing to spend money for decency, while Intisians are more willing to spend money on actual enjoyment. Oh, if you're feeling overly charitable and want to give to beggars, don't give more than 1 liver, and I mean all together, otherwise you'll see a group of beggars every day you go out. This truly is textbook capitalism. Snow shook his head. Previously, he had only understood this nation through the interpretations of Intis in various Lowen newspapers. But now, it seemed that Lowen's newspapers not only didn't blacken Intis's image, but they even glorified it. Looking at the streetwalkers by the roadside, who were very likely white-collar workers, teachers, or doctors during the day, Snow momentarily lost interest in continuing his stroll and said to Ilian, "Let's go directly to the Holy Light Cathedral. Going to the Church of Eternal Blazing Sun when the sun is setting, how could you even think of that?" Ilian grimaced and complained, but he also knew that his master certainly wasn't going there to pray. He nodded indifferently and led him towards the Holy Light Cathedral. Chapter 464, Action begins. Passing through the bustling commercial street, Snow saw a large river in front of him, just like the Tussock River that cuts through Backland. It seemed that the capitals of major countries in this world all had such a large river running through the entire city. This river was named Sorenzo, and its banks were planted with various species of roses. Unlike the commercial district, which was full of beggars, most of those sitting by the roadside here were bards holding bagpipes or harps, or painters setting up easels to paint portraits. Only upon arriving here could one feel the artistic atmosphere rumored to exist in Trier. However, this probably wasn't because beggars and vagrants didn't want to approach, nor because the artist's combat power was too astonishing, but rather because it was simply too close to the Holy Light Cathedral. Of course, it wasn't due to religious factors, but because the land in this area is all property of the Eternal Blazing Sun Church, so the Holy Light Cathedral collects taxes from people who occupy the road for business in the surrounding area. Ilian pointed to the clergy wearing the Eternal Blazing Sun Church emblem and gave Snow a somewhat speechless answer. Truly worthy of being the god of commerce. Snow's mouth twitched slightly as he gazed at the Holy Light Cathedral on the river island. Compared to the relatively restrained style of St. Samuel's Cathedral, this cathedral, which wasn't inherently too large, appeared extremely grand, filled with Gothic Christian style. It was clearly the aesthetic left behind by White Creator. The pure white walls reflected golden light in the afterglow of the setting sun, creating a sacred halo through repeated refraction in the river water, as if spreading holy power across both banks. Snow's gaze pierced through the dazzling light, scrutinizing the structure of the entire cathedral, but he helplessly discovered that the only way to the lake island was a single large bridge in the very center. There was no cover around, making a stealthy infiltration almost impossible. Good thing I didn't plan to infiltrate. Snow walked along the riverbank, occasionally buying a bouquet of flowers from flower girls, then rejecting their overtly suggestive glances and continuing to measure the banks of the Sorrenzo River with his steps. However, his gaze consistently remained on the clergy who were collecting taxes from the street artists. Can these clergy even manage to collect all of it? Snow looked at the dozen or so clergy and asked Ilian, the local by his side, who nodded lightly and said, "This is land watched over by God. The eternal blazing sun is the god of commerce, the god of contracts. Business activities conducted here are equivalent to establishing a shop lease contract. No one can violate a contract made with a true god. So the Nighthawk's job is to collect taxes." Snow looked at the Beyonders who were manipulating abacuses and collecting money from artists, feeling that something was off. By the way, was the abacus also something Rosal came up with? They also act as notaries, preside over transactions at stock exchanges, appraisers in shopping malls, and appraisers at pawn shops. What you see now are actually just ordinary people at the bottom. Wait a while, and when the Beyonders on duty at the surrounding stock exchanges, department stores, and similar places get off work, you'll see more of the authorities' Beyonders. Ilian listed one profession after another that didn't sound like something the authorities' Beyonders should be doing, giving Snow a completely new understanding of how down-to-earth the Eternal Blazing Sun Church was. So, every day, the authorities' Beyonders of the Sun Church go to various commercial establishments to make money, and then return to the church before the sun sets. The church doesn't even give them little dried fish, meow. Lily asked in a tiny whisper. Ilian's face darkened upon hearing this, and then he explained. They aren't going to make money, but to spread their faith. For the Eternal Blazing Sun Church, the development of commerce is the development of faith. Of course, there are also specialized combat teams. Unlike the daywalkers who handle commerce during the day, they are called Order Keepers, and they are at least Sequence 7. So, it's an organization similar to the Night Church's Red Gloves. Snow looked at the clergy who occasionally spread their arms to embrace the sun, and roughly formed an idea in his mind. Ilian nodded, then shook his head. In terms of strength, they are similar, but the Night Church's Nighthawks and Red Gloves are like the difference between police and special forces, while the Eternal Blazing Sun Church's Daywalkers and Order Keepers are like the difference between administrative staff and combat personnel. What about the Order Keepers' combat configuration then? How many in a group usually, and do they carry sealed artifacts? Snow finished his question and waited for a moment, but received no answer. He immediately turned to look at Ilian, only to find him looking at him with a helpless expression. Master, I am just a personal valet. Even before this, I was merely a collateral descendant of the Sauron family. Knowing this much is already quite good. All right then, Snow thought for a moment, then said. Let's go. We still have to attend Councillor Patrick's ball later. The sky gradually darkened, but the Versailles district was brightly lit. The lights from villas illuminated the streetscape outside the windows, and various dance melodies emanated from different mansions, intertwining into a cacophonous symphony. However, this situation only occurred on the outskirts of the Versailles district. The closer one got to the inner ring, the fewer villas held balls. This wasn't because these upper-class individuals had abandoned their lowbrow tastes, but because most of them were clustered in a single villa. Snow, holding the invitation Mr. A had obtained, brought Ilian to Councillor Patrick's home. Unlike the strictly regulated balls in Loen, which even required the host to remember each guest's preferences, Intis balls were more casual. The balls here were by invitation only. The host would send invitations to familiar friends, and then those friends would decide whom to invite. This often involved a series of exchanges of interests, and there were not a few businessmen who spent huge sums for an invitation that allowed them to meet specific individuals. In the eyes of some, balls were, in fact, a kind of business. In the eyes of the old Loen flag-waving traditionalists, this was undoubtedly a vulgar behavior even more nouveau riche than the nouveau riche, but the Intis people were clearly more pragmatic. On the dance floor, elaborately dressed women held hands with men, known or unknown, performing unusually daring dance steps, uninhibitedly swaying their waists. Some even disappeared from the dance floor in pairs before the music ended. Mr. Paradox, you don't seem very accustomed to Intis balls. A lady, who looked to be about 28 or 29, pressed her body against Snow's, chatting with a smile on her face. Snow nodded slightly. While maintaining standard dance steps, he responded with a hint of embarrassment. I only recently arrived in Trier. Before that, I always lived in Backland. No wonder. Intis is not like Loen, the girls here are very full of enthusiasm. Would you like me to teach you how to interact with Intis ladies? The lady's face held an overtly suggestive expression, but Snow seemed somewhat forced by her. Just as a dance ended, Snow apologetically released her hand and said, "Excuse me, Madame Morland, I think I need to go to the restroom." "No problem, there's still plenty of time before the next dance." Madame Morland blinked, showing no intention of following him, which made Snow slightly relieved. Following the waiter's guidance, he made his way to the restroom door, then suddenly said, "You're finally back, meow. That woman's perfume was too strong. I endured it with great difficulty, meow." As his words fell, an angelic phantom appeared beside him. As the two slowly overlapped, his body gradually shrank, finally transforming into a black cat. At the same time, another Snow materialized nearby. He reached out and picked up Lily, saying with a smile, I know. I'll make you boiled fish when we get back. Boiled fish is too spicy. I want sweet and sour fish, meow." Chapter 465, The Eternal Sun Church is Provoked. In the early morning, Holy Light Cathedral, which should have been bustling with activity, was uncharacteristically silent. The high-ranking officials of the church sat grim-faced in the conference room. The daywalkers, who should have been heading to various shopping malls and exchanges, huddled fearfully in the Holy Light Cathedral's prayer hall, quietly awaiting the outcome from the conference room. Such a situation had not occurred for decades. The reason was that just last night, 3 Order Keeper patrol teams were attacked while on patrol. If it had merely resulted in casualties, it would have been one thing, but what was infuriating was that all these members had lost their Beander characteristics and were hung upside down from lampposts. This was undoubtedly a provocation. Finally, a man in his early 40s with brilliant, flowing hair, who looked more like a businessman than a clergyman, broke the silence in the conference room and spoke. Has the identity of the attackers been determined? How many of them were there? Did they use a sealed artifact or their own abilities to extract the Beander characteristic? Cannot be confirmed. The 3 teams were attacked within a 10-minute interval. The enemies they faced were all dressed in black and masked. They used abilities from different pathways during the battle, making it impossible to confirm the effects of specific mystical items. However, the Beander characteristic extraction took a very short time, so it can be confirmed as a Beander ability. A relatively young man sitting at the far end of the conference table replied. The 3 attacked teams were all under his command. If it weren't for the fact that only a demigod unshadowed could extract Beander characteristics, he would have suspected he was set up by his own people. It must be the Aurora Order. That Kexima fellow just happens to have an unshadowed under his control. A woman in a clerical robe spoke, but she was interrupted by a middle-aged man in an archbishop's robe at the head of the conference table. Don't be so arbitrary. If it were the Aurora Order, there would be no survivors, and they wouldn't waste time extracting characteristics. In this situation, it's less of a provocation and more of a warning. A warning. In Intis, in Trier where the Holy Light Cathedral is located, warning us. An old man with a face full of hideous scars emitted a grating voice, and the temperature in the conference room immediately rose by several degrees. Lilette, calm down. The middle-aged man in the archbishop's robe issued a steady and authoritative reprimand, and the old man immediately bowed his head, saying, I lost my composure, Archbishop Peter. Los Victor, do you have any news? Archbishop Peter turned to his left. Hearing him, an old man who looked about 50, with graying hair and a kindly demeanor, shook his head and said, Recently, no high-sequence Beyonders have entered Trier through official channels, and the heretics remaining in Trier do not possess such capabilities. When Los Victor spoke of this, his face was filled with incomprehension. High-sequence Beyonders were not common. Each church had a limited number. Not only active high-sequence Beyonders, but even those high-sequence reserves who, for various reasons, remained at Sequence 5, had corresponding records in the major churches. This list not only included the middle and high-ranking officials of the True God churches but also the high-ranking members of various secret organizations and rogue adventurers. After all, it was impossible for high-sequence Beyonders to grow without leaving any traces. But the problem now was that among the high-sequence existences currently in Trier, or those whose whereabouts were unknown but possibly in Trier, there were simply no suspects who matched this incident. What if it was the Church of Knowledge and Wisdom? Suddenly, the woman who had previously suspected the Aurora Order spoke, and the atmosphere in the hall paused again. The Church of Knowledge and Wisdom, mastering the White Tower pathway, possessed the ability to learn Beyonder abilities from other pathways and combine them into unique secret arts. Moreover, it had irreconcilable conflicts with the Eternal Blazing Sun Church. Recently, Intis and Lindbergh also had obvious diplomatic friction. It seemed that from any angle, this was a reasonable speculation. But, didn't everyone think of it? They just didn't want to think in that direction. Eternal Blazing Sun was the guardian of commerce and contracts. The best opportunities for development came in times of peace. If anyone least desired war in the current environment, it would definitely be Eternal Blazing Sun. Of course, arms dealers were also merchants, and war treaties were also contracts, but the problem was, the Eternal Blazing Sun Church couldn't sell arms as well as the Steam and Machinery Church. As for war treaties, weren't they destined to be torn up? If they were destined to be torn up, who would ask a true God Church to notarize them? We're being bullied in our own home, and you're still thinking about these things. It's time to rebuild the open black lens bracket Enlighteners close black lens bracket. Lilette, a high deacon of the Order Keepers, showed a determined expression. After a brief silence in the conference room, hands were raised one after another. Agreed. Agreed. Opposed. Agreed. Abstained. While the Eternal Blazing Sun Church was arguing endlessly about what happened last night, Snow, who had completed his daily task of waking up Mr. Fool, was counting the Beyonder characteristics he had harvested yesterday. Most low-sequence Beyonders in the church were given formulas and had to gather materials themselves. Coupled with the relatively common materials, direct promotion using Beyonder characteristics was relatively rare. However, even so, Snow had harvested quite a few Beyonder characteristics of bards and light supplicants. As for how he extracted the Beyonder characteristics, before coming, he borrowed the pure white vision from the Sanguine and used a spell book to record and learn the Unshadowed's ability to separate Beyonder characteristics. Under the continuously stacking power of open black lens bracket chain reaction close black lens bracket, for low sequence Beyonders, it only took less than half a minute to open black lens bracket censored close black lens bracket out the Beyonder characteristics. Those two words cannot be used together. Although in a sense, he and Eternal Blazing Sun Osekus were absolute enemies, for the low-sequence Beyonders of the Sun Church, he still chose not to kill if he didn't have to. But this was not entirely out of benevolence. After all, injuring without killing could greatly reduce the enemy's morale and increase their logistical pressure. After counting the Beyonder characteristics, Snow individually teleported them back to Black Swan Castle. He planned to use these characteristics to make a speaker. How cool would it be to carry it during a fight? While Snow was working hard to instigate the Len-Intis War, Klein, who had been sent to the Misty Town by the Eraser Angel, had just escaped the pursuit of Lady Despair Panethea and fled into a church. Looking at the human figures hanging upside down like cured meat from the ceiling, constantly chanting the gibberish of Hornassus Phlegre, he felt all the hairs on his body stand on end. He suppressed the urge to pass through the wall and leave. After quickly performing a divination with a gold coin and open black lens bracket Zyway close black lens bracket, he began to explore the church. He saw the statue with demonic wolf features, identical to the Eraser Angel that had sent him into the town. At the same time, he also saw the old man in a black robe, diagonally behind the statue. He was still alive. Chapter 466 Leonard's IQ Curve. The moment he realized the old man was still alive, Klein subconsciously took a step back, his body slightly hunched, and his left palm extended forward. In the ineffable silence, Klein's nerves were taut, like a cat ready to pounce at any moment. But in his state of heightened vigilance and aggression, the old man with a pale beard made no movement, only his eyes shifted slightly, his mouth half closed, and he spoke in a muffled, indistinct voice. Finally, another seer has arrived here. Another. Klein frowned in thought, but then he remembered that there were still beings missing from the ruins of the Divine War, which might include several Beyonders of the seer pathway who had tried to find mermaids or had already successfully advanced. Seeing that the other party intended to communicate, and despite the precedent of Lady Despair Panacea, he chose to remain calm for the time being, and after some thought, he spoke. "Why do you say that?" The old man with black eyes and a white beard did not respond directly, but still asked in that muffled, low voice. "Do you want to escape from here? I can tell you how." Klein was not swayed, but directly retorted. "Then why are you still here?" The old man bowed his head and let out two dry, hoarse laughs from deep in his throat, giving an answer that made one's hair stand on end. "Because I have long since died." Klein was certain that the old man in front of him was not a spirit or a zombie, but he also didn't think the other party would joke like this. The atmosphere once again froze. The old man could only slowly raise his head, glancing at Klein, who had the appearance of Gehrman Sparrow, and said, "I used a special Beander ability to find a crack in the history and destiny of this world, cut out my own image, and fixed it here, maintaining it until now. As for my body and my spirit, they have long since completely died and dissipated." Historical projection. Klein almost subconsciously blurted out the name of this ability. Although he didn't know what effect this ability actually had, the other party's description clearly matched the meaning of this name. Moreover, if this ability could really separate a certain segment from history, then the reason Senior Paindrax asked him to use this ability seemed obvious. "Oh, you know." The old man's dark eyes shifted slightly, and he nodded with a hint of surprise. "Yes, it is indeed a historical projection, but the reason I can still exist is thanks to the unique history and destiny here. When you open the door, the history and destiny here will change, and the image I cut out will also disappear. At that time, you will see a jar of ashes. I hope you can help me scatter them into the Sorenzo River near Trier, the capital of Intis. That is my hometown, the place where I was born. Can you understand this place name? I'm not sure how much time has passed in the real world. The Sorenzo River is near Intis. That must have been before Emperor Rosal expanded Trier. He's been imprisoned for at least 100 years, then." Although he had considerable doubts about the other party's statement, Klein still responded. "They still exist. Very good." The old man nodded as if he had phlegm in his throat. Klein really wanted to ask the other party's name to confirm some of his guesses, but to avoid provoking the other party and to avoid prolonging the situation, he chose to directly ask about the method of leaving. The old man did not conceal it and quickly introduced the method of leaving. While little Klein was experiencing the escape room game prepared for him by Sister Goddess, St. Samuel Cathedral behind the Chinese gate was already in a frenzy. The Backland Archbishop, St. Anthony, stood at the top of the stairs connecting the first and second floors, watching several Nighthawks deacons busily moving back and forth, many of them wearing red gloves. The higher-ups were cataloging the anomalies behind the Chinese gate, and the other Nighthawks who were not qualified to enter were not relaxed either. The office, usually relaxed enough for card games, was now as solemn as a pre-war meeting. Even Leonard Mitchell, who had always appeared very casual, rarely showed a serious expression, sitting there with solemn dignity. This was her second time foreseeing an incident involving items behind the Chinese gate, and she naturally couldn't help but recall the memory that led to Klein's death. This struggle continued until the missing servant was found, and an unbelievable name appeared before her eyes. Gehrman Sparrow. Quote. "Old man, what exactly is going on?" After the operation meeting, Leonard walked out of the office, while making preparations to retrieve information from the machinery hivemind, Punishers, in Military Intelligence Section 9, he asked the old man in his mind. "What's going on?" Having presumably eaten the souvenir sent by that gentleman, the old man's condition was getting better and better, even engaging in some unnecessary, feigned ignorance, behavior. Leonard was a bit helpless with such an old man, but still spoke. "Why would Klein sneak behind the Chinese gate? Did Mr. Snow lie to me? Or has Klein been corrupted by the fool and is standing against the goddess? And it has to be at this time. Captain is getting married soon. Is he in such a hurry? How would I know such a question?" Pales readily threw out his all-purpose answer, but seeing Leonard's emotions starting to become unstable, he added. "Some things are not necessarily as you see them. Some high-level schemes should not be spied upon even by the most devout believers." "How so?" "Simply put, perhaps the fool and the goddess have reached some kind of tacit understanding or deal, and the content of the deal is something behind the Chinese gate. At such a time, how do you think the deal should be completed? Pales seemed to realize that Leonard had been thinking less lately, and did not give a direct answer, but asked in a roundabout way. A deal, directly by, no, that's not right, the fool is still part of a secret organization, so this theft is just a play. Klein is just a messenger responsible for taking the letter. Leonard thought of this, and the gloom accumulated in his heart seemed to be released in an instant, as if the whole world had become much clearer. I didn't say that. Perhaps your former colleague is just a thief. Or perhaps he made a private decision, hiding it from the fool and the goddess, for some purpose. As for the specific situation, you should ask him yourself. You attended that gathering, didn't you? Pales's tone rarely carried a hint of mischief, but Leonard shook his head as if he hadn't heard it at all. How could I ask about such a thing at the gathering? Leonard's thinking was very clear. If both sides had reached a tacit understanding, everything would be fine, but if not, whether it was the fool's conspiracy or Klein's betrayal, asking about it at the tarot club would be a huge trap. Either he would be slapped to death by the fool, or Klein would be slapped to death by the fool, or both of them would be slapped to death by the fool. But to pretend he didn't know, he couldn't get past his own mental hurdle. After a moment of thought, he suddenly took out a parchment and began to write a letter. Oh, you're looking for that guy. Pales's tone was strange, but Leonard nodded and said, after all, he is someone holding the goddess's holy emblem. As a favored one of the goddess, he should be trustworthy. Chapter 467, Jumping Back and Forth on the Boundary Line of IQ. Long time no see, Mr. Mitchell. Although I'd love to catch up, I have an important ball to attend shortly. So, if you have any questions, just ask directly. Inside a villa at the junction of West Backland and Empress Borough, Snow looked at Leonard and greeted him casually. Mr. Devil, I want to know Klein's purpose for infiltrating Channy's gate. Leonard had no intention of beating around the bush and went straight to the point with his question. Snow's eyebrows rose slightly upon hearing this, and he said with interest. You already know it was Gehrman Sparrow who did it. I thought it would take you at least until tonight to discover. Can you tell me the answer? Leonard didn't explain why the night church discovered it so quickly, but continued to press. Snow spread his hands and said indifferently. I cannot tell you the specific details. All I can say is one thing. Klein's actions themselves were condoned by the goddess, who even offered some help. Although Snow emphasized the word help, Leonard was already delighted and ignored this detail. However, whenever Klein was involved, Leonard's intelligence would always regain the upper hand. The smile on his face only lasted a few seconds before he sternly composed himself again. But since he received the goddess's instruction, why didn't he directly obtain the goddess's bestowal through prayer? It's simple. Snow raised a finger and gave an example. If you want to give your child some pocket money, do you choose to give it directly whenever he asks, or do you have him run a trivial errand for you, and then give it to him as a reward? Nothing in the Beyonder world is free. You can consider this a trial. As long as Klein works hard and passes the trial, he will naturally get what he wants. How come everything you say makes sense? Leonard secretly grumbled in his heart. Snow, naturally, saw through his thoughts with the white horse is not horse and smiled slightly, saying, actually, if you want evidence, there is some. For example, do you know there's an angel beneath St. Samuel Cathedral? An angel? How is that possible? Leonard's eyes widened, revealing an expression of disbelief, but Snow smiled and said, this is something only the Archbishop of the Backland Diocese and Group A researchers are authorized to know. Even when the Archbishop leaves office, a sealed artifact is used to clear related memories. That angel is a sealed artifact with living characteristics. Listening to Snow's description, Leonard immediately realized what kind of target such rules corresponded to. Snow nodded slightly, then shook his head, first confirming the working status of the white horse as not horse, and then said, he was once called Mother of Heaven. For specifics, you can ask your old man. Mother of Heaven, Pales's aged voice echoed in Leonard's mind. After a moment of silence, Pales spoke. If what he says is true, then indeed no one could infiltrate Channy's gate of St. Samuel Cathedral without permission. If your former colleague is still alive, it can be confirmed that it was the goddess's instruction. What if it's false? What if there's no angel beneath St. Samuel Cathedral? Leonard asked a foolish question, and Pales could only helplessly prompt him. There's nothing to lie about with such a question. Although you don't have the authority to access Level 0 sealed artifacts, as a Red Gloves, you can access the Chinese Gate data. Didn't you use 1 to 42 before? By checking the status of the Level 1 sealed artifacts inside, you can roughly infer the specifications and types of the Level 0 sealed artifacts. I'm not a cryptologist, Leonard weakly grumbled, but still put the matter on his agenda. He wasn't, but the old man was. Thank you for clarifying. Since you still have a ball, I'll take my leave. Leonard got the information he wanted and immediately stood up, satisfied, preparing to leave. However, a hand blocked his path. Mr. Mitchell, did you forget something? What? Leonard tilted his head. Seeing this, Snow knew the silly rabbit's intelligence was offline again and said helplessly. You haven't paid yet. Consulting me requires payment. Payment. That previous question involved a Level 0 sealed artifact and the secrets of a deity. The price is 5 worms of time with 12 rings. You're not planning to renege, are you? Note. The accompanying gift is an incomplete mythical creature. The worm of time only has 7 or 8 segments. Eamon is an avatar, only possessing 1 worm of time. Leonard's face instantly darkened. Shouldn't such things involve discussing the price before exchanging information? Snow hadn't mentioned money, so he thought it was free. Consider this a lesson. Next time you want to ask something, remember to ask the price first. Pales's voice echoed in Leonard's mind again, then he added. But this price is reasonable. Tell him I agree, but it will take some time. At 7:30 p.m., Audrey sat at her dressing table, making her final preparations. Tonight was her birthday ball, and she didn't need to receive important guests downstairs as usual. However, just thinking about the continuous rotation of events she would face in the next few hours, Audrey felt an urge to perform the instant fainting technique. But she knew very well that this was her birthday ball, and she couldn't do that. Looking at herself in the mirror, dressed in formal attire, Audrey was slightly lost in thought, but this state lasted less than a second before she became alert. She keenly noticed that the maid's mental states seemed to have undergone some changes. My dear Miss Justice, your vigilance is quite good, but don't be nervous, it's me. A slightly frivolous, familiar voice entered her ears. Audrey immediately relaxed, but still puffed out her cheeks to show her displeasure. Mr. Devil, it's very impolite to barge in while a lady is getting ready. Oh, my angel, you can't blame me for this. After all, your brother has already come to find me. If I were to swagger into your birthday ball, I think I might face your father's double-barreled shotgun. Snow spoke in an exaggerated tone, spreading his hands with a helpless expression. Audrey was slightly stunned, her expression a bit strange and somewhat nervous as she asked. My brother. When? He didn't say anything rude, did he? Just before you returned to Backland. It wasn't rude, just a subtle hint that you've only just come of age. Hearing Snow's words, Audrey's cheeks flushed slightly, and she immediately decided to steer clear of the topic. Her emerald-like eyes flickered, and a mischievous smile suddenly appeared on Audrey's face. She deliberately put on a displeased expression and questioned him. Then, Mr. Devil, can you tell me what's going on with Ms. Integra? Chapter 468. As long as I am not embarrassed, others will be embarrassed. Audrey blinked her emerald-like eyes, seemingly expecting Snow to show an embarrassed expression at being called out for cross-dressing, but to her disappointment, Snow merely nodded and said, You know, that was part of the advancement ritual. I even sought your psychological intervention for it before. I see. Seeing Snow's candid reply, Audrey felt a bit awkward instead. However, Snow clearly didn't intend to give her a chance to continue the topic. He reached out and pulled a gift box, exquisitely wrapped with a satin ribbon, from a different space. My dear Miss Audrey Hall, happy birthday. Ah. Audrey immediately stood up when she saw the gift box and politely took it. The box was not large, about the size of an adult's palm, and felt very light in her hands, which made Audrey a little curious. May I open it? Audrey's eyes were filled with expectant light. Compared to the expensive but unremarkable gifts from the guests downstairs, Mr. Devil's Beander gift was indeed more worth looking forward to. Of course. Snow nodded, even stepping back 2 paces. Audrey gently untied the ribbon, and as one layer of wrapping was removed, the exquisite gift inside the box was revealed. It was a delicate ladies' folding fan. The fan ribs, referring to the largest ribs on either side of the folding fan, decorated with gemstones and hollowing out patterns, looked like metal in material but were lighter than wood. Audrey took the folding fan out of the box, and the moment she held it in her hand, the slight summer heat became cool and comfortable. Unfolding the fan, Audrey saw the fan surface woven from silk. The front depicted an elegant and beautiful white giant dragon soaring through mountains enveloped in clouds, while the back was blank. However, as she had this thought, the corresponding Lotus word for blank appeared on the back of the fan. Audrey played with the folding fan, unable to put it down, like a child who had received a beloved toy. But considering that Mr. Devil's gifts were mostly Beyonder items, to avoid unnecessary losses, she still asked, "Do you mind telling me about it?" Of course. The main material of this folding fan is a wind-blessed Beyonder characteristic. As long as you carry it with you, it can change the temperature and humidity of the air that touches your skin, ensuring you are always in the most suitable environment. Even if you fall into water, it can maintain a dry bubble. Additionally, by injecting spirituality and waving it, you can create wind blade attacks. At the same time, the material of the folding fan itself is sturdy enough to condense wind blades onto it, allowing it to be used as a sword-like weapon. Its side effects are not too great. If you only carry it and don't use it for combat, it will only make your psychological activities easier to perceive and display your strongest thoughts on the fan surface. But if you use it for combat, you will become impulsive and irritable, the extent of which depends on how long you use it in battle. Of course, for a psychiatrist, this is a relatively easy problem to overcome. "Thank you for your gift, I like it very much." As Audrey listened to Snow's introduction, she liked the folding fan more and more. If she hadn't been worried about damaging furniture and making explanations difficult, she would probably have already started experimenting with the wind blade's ability. Even so, she had no intention of putting down this personal air conditioner. She directly took a small perfume bottle from her dress's waist hanger, then adjusted the length of the universal hook and chain, and hung the folding fan on it. "It's my pleasure." Snow nodded with a smile. However, at that moment, his expression subtly changed, and then he smiled with a hint of helplessness, saying, "Although I'd like to chat with you more, it seems you should go meet your guests." "Ah," Audrey exclaimed softly, only then remembering that she was still at her birthday ball. She quickly looked at the dressing mirror, wanting to check her appearance. But as her gaze shifted, Snow's figure disappeared from the room. Thump thump thump. A knock on the door sounded from behind her. Audrey immediately composed her expression, gestured for the now normal maid to open the door, and politely said, "Please come in. My little princess, are you ready?" Appearing outside the door were Earl Hall and his wife, who had finished greeting the important guests. Seeing her parents blocking the door, Audrey glanced around, confirming that Mr. Devil's figure was not present, before smiling and walking up to Earl Hall, linking her arms with both the Earl and Countess, and saying with a smile, "Anytime. After grabbing some snacks at Audrey's house, Snow rushed back to Intis. Although Mr. A was helping him cover his tracks, Mr. A ultimately couldn't extract Beyonder characteristics from living people. If he were to act, those order keepers would definitely not survive. While Snow wasn't naive enough to sympathize with an opposing faction, it was naturally best if fewer people died in unnecessary situations. "Welcome back, Your Excellency Sage of Pleasure." Looking at Snow, who had completed another teleportation, Mr. A stood up and greeted him. Snow nodded and then asked, "Any movements from the Sun Heretics today?" The Daywalker left 2 hours later than usual, and the Order Keeper patrol squad's composition changed from 3 people per team to 5. According to intelligence from the Lambs, the probability of them carrying sealed artifacts is very high. Mr. A, intentionally or unintentionally, mimicked how Snow had worked for him in the past, clearly reporting the Eternal Blazing Sun Church's activities for the day. Snow took the compiled intelligence, flipping through it as he said, "Have you chosen a target?" "Los Victor." Mr. A stated a name, then introduced him. He is one of the 3 giants among the Eternal Blazing Sun Church's Order Keepers, having advanced to Unshadowed a year ago. "Are you confident?" Hearing Snow's question, Mr. A's face showed a confident expression. Los Victor was quite old when he advanced. "If it's a one-on-one, I'm confident I can kill him. However, besides him, Holy Light Cathedral has 2 other demigods, One is Archbishop Peter, a Sequence 3 Justice Mentor, and the other is Lerolette, a Sequence 4 Cataclysmic Enterer from the Storm Pathway. Furthermore, it's uncertain if any other saints or angels are staying at Holy Light Cathedral. If I act in Trier, I'm not confident I can resolve the battle before they arrive. So, I plan to wait for an opportunity when Intis and Lindbergh officially go to war. Very good. Snow nodded, smiling as he said. Advancing to demigod is your trial, I will not directly interfere. However, I will help you intercept reinforcements. Thank you for your help. Mr. A touched his chest 4 times in a bottom right to top left sequence. Snow nodded, making the same gesture, then turned around, looking at the Sorrenzo River not far outside the window, and said in a low voice. War, it's time to begin. Chapter 469, War in Women's Clothing. The morning sun once again shone upon the land of Trier, but unlike the prosperity of a few days ago, Trier at this moment seemed shrouded in a repressive atmosphere. The stock exchange and shopping malls, which usually opened early in the morning, were slow to open, as the most important notaries would only arrive 2 hours later. However, this had nothing to do with the residents of the factory district. They, as always, crawled out of bed, scrutinizing the streetlights along the roads for any sun church clergy hanging upside down, while moving towards their workplaces. Although there were not a few people in Intis who believed in the eternal blazing sun, even devout followers of the eternal blazing sun lacked pity for the clergy hanging from lampposts. After all, they were the lowest class in this city, the group most unable to afford food, and were not qualified to pity the high and mighty priests. Not to mention that the vast majority of workers were followers of the Machinery Church. Although only a few days had passed, the Eternal Blazing Sun Church had already lost dozens of low-sequence beyonders, which was close to 1/5 of the Holy Light Cathedral's permanent staff. The enemy seemed to be able to accurately determine the location of the church's high-ranking officials. Patrol teams secretly protected by mid to high-sequence beyonders were never harmed, which once led people to suspect whether there was a traitor within the church. However, after all internal personnel had been notarized before holy relics, they could only helplessly accept that this was not the work of an internal mole, but rather a reduction in the number of patrolled teams and an increase in personnel, which also created many corners in Trier that were difficult to cover. Although the church did not lack low-sequence potion ingredients, personnel who had lost their Beander characteristics needed sufficient time to recuperate to ensure no sequelae were left. And just as the Eternal Blazing Sun Church focused all its attention on itself, Trier ushered in a new round of turmoil. Councillor Cassimi was assassinated. Although he was unharmed thanks to the protection of the Steam and Machinery Church, Intis dared not forget the precedent of Duke Negan of Lowen. Councillor Cassimi was a member of the Intis upper house, held shares in multiple physical enterprises, his family could be traced back to the Sauron family's reign, and he was a follower of the Steam and Machinery Church. He could be said to be an important member of the current hawkish faction. His assassination directly enraged the entire Intis. Although Intis publicly claimed that the Aurora Order was responsible for the incident, many dovish members suspected that this was a self-directed play by the hawkish faction. However, even if it was truly a self-directed play, the nation's reputation could not be lost. Coupled with social trends and the increasing power of Lindbergh, Intis ultimately had no choice but to declare war. Of course, reputation was secondary, the most important thing was the benefits bestowed by this war. As the former royal family of Intis, the Sauron family had always wanted to reclaim its rightful power, but the harm Rosal inflicted upon them back then was too great, and the lost Sequence 1 Beander characteristic and the peaceful continental environment were core issues restricting their development. After becoming a demigod, those on the hunter pathway all needed to digest their potions through war, and their advancement rituals were often related to war. If a sufficiently large campaign could be conducted, the entire Sauron family's strength could return to its rightful place as an angel family. With the Sauron family pushing openly and Bernadette using her connections secretly, the Steam and Machinery Church waiting to profit from selling arms in the war, the only dovish Eternal Blazing Sun Church was now too preoccupied to care. Given all these factors, the declaration of war became a matter of course. At 10:30 a.m. on June 12, 1350, the Intis National Security Committee declared war on Lindbergh, citing Lindbergh's collusion with the Aurora Order to assassinate important Intis high-ranking officials. At the same time, the Sauron family, led by a war bishop, with 3 iron-blooded knights and more than 10 strong young men stuck at sequence 5, led a group of new recruits south along the Sorrenzo River. Bringing new recruits was not due to the Sauron family's overconfidence, but because under the leadership of a war bishop, there was not much difference in the combat power that new recruits and veterans could display. New recruits were physically healthier, and at the same time, the Sequence 5 Reapers, in order to complete their advancement rituals, also needed to lead an elite squad. If they were already veterans, the effect of the ritual would likely be greatly diminished. Just as the Intis army marched south, in Loen, in Tingen City where the story began, a wedding was about to start. Klein, are you not ready yet? Leonard knocked on the door of a guest room at the Fragrant Tree Hotel in Tingen City for the 3rd time. The wedding starts in an hour. I know. Klein's slightly off-key voice came from behind the door, with a hint of embarrassment. With a rustling sound, the hotel room door finally opened, revealing a woman about 1.65 meters tall to Leonard. She had long, straight black hair, wore neutral clothing, had delicate features, and a graceful figure. The only slight flaw was that her bust was somewhat disappointing. Another long black straight hairstyle. Is it because this hairstyle is simpler? But it's not Integra. That's right, Integra is on the wanted list of all major churches, Leonard muttered to himself, then smiled gentlemanly and said, Madam, how should I address you? Tifa Lily, fate meme, lives on Pin Street, North District, Backland, 22 years old, believes in the Evernight Goddess, works at the Loen Charity Scholarship Foundation, doesn't smoke, only sips alcohol, is your neighbor, met by chance during a walk, attracted by your poetic temperament, gets along well due to shared faith and age, and if asked in the future, can declare a breakup with the reason, discovered you are a fake poet who can't write poetry at all. Also, I like sweet iced tea, my favorite flower is the moonlight rose, and I dislike cunning individuals. Madame Tifa rattled off her identity settings like a machine gun. If Leonard hadn't already advanced to Soul Assurer, he might not have remembered this long string of information. By the way, do we need such detailed background? Leonard gently pinched his brow, and amidst the old man's mischievous laughter, he asked somewhat sheepishly, but Madame Tifa said in a magnetic voice. Whether the details are sufficient is key to a character's richness, and it's you who is taking me to the wedding. If anything goes wrong, I can turn and run, and ultimately, you'll be the one in trouble. All right, you're right. Leonard spread his hands, then linked his arm through Madame Tifa's bent arm, and said with a smile. Let's go. Chapter 470 Wedding. Klein and Leonard took a public carriage to the St. Selena Cathedral station. Looking at the familiar church building not far away, Klein felt a momentary trance. As if sensing his emotions, Leonard forced a relaxed smile and said, Let's go, we can't be late for the wedding. That's right. Klein steadied his emotions and once again transformed into Tifa, his expression shifting from nostalgia to the novelty of arriving in a new city. Is this a faceless? Leonard watched Klein complete the transformation right before his eyes, feeling a slight chill in his heart. However, he quickly adjusted his mindset, mentally reviewed Tifa's identity information, took her hand, and walked towards the church. Unlike its usual tranquility, St. Selena Cathedral was particularly lively today. Generally, no one would go to the night church to pray before noon, just as no one would go to the sun church at midnight. But weddings were not within this scope. After all, even the Evernight Goddess would not require her followers to enter into marriage contracts in the dead of night. You finally made it. We were wondering if you couldn't come because of an urgent mission. The first to spot Leonard was Ms. Roxanne, the receptionist from Blackthorn Security Company, with her clear forehead. She first scrutinized Leonard, whom she hadn't seen in a long time, then shifted her attention to Tifa, asking with some curiosity, and who is this? This is Tifa Lily, my companion, and a devout follower of the goddess. Leonard blinked slightly, and Roxanne immediately understood that the other party was probably not a Beander. She said no more, but turned around and said in a lively tone, Let's hurry, we're just waiting for you. With a complex mood, Klein followed Roxanne into the church. He saw Fran, who still had a cold demeanor but was uncharacteristically smiling. He saw Captain Dunn, standing near the altar in a groom's suit, looking a bit nervous. He also saw many former colleagues, some familiar, others he had only met a few times. Quite a few people attended the wedding. Besides the authorities beyonders from Tingen City, there were also many ordinary people. Some were friends of Dun's elders, and others were just strangers, believers who came simply out of blessing or to observe the wedding. Leonard smiled and greeted his colleagues. Although they were curious about the female companion he brought, today's occasion was not the time to discuss such things. After brief greetings and teasing, everyone's attention refocused on the protagonists of the day. Time passed minute by minute, slowly reaching the appointed hour. As the tranquil and sacred music, characteristic of the night church, began to play, an indescribable sense of peace subtly spread throughout the church. The previously scattered murmurs in the venue quieted at this moment, and everyone's gaze focused on the altar. Ms. Daly, wearing a pure white wedding dress and only a touch of light makeup, walked into the church with an elegance that Klein almost didn't recognize, accompanied by the Bishop of St. Selena Cathedral. Step by step, she approached the altar, and then the bishop, as the elder of the bride's side, presented Ms. Daly to Dun. The former hot-headed driver and the taciturn, introverted straight man both had a noticeable blush on their faces. They looked at each other, as if even time had been forgotten. The bishop smiled slightly at this scene, then held the holy tome of Evernight and slowly moved to the position of the officiant. As he opened the holy tome, his fingers gently traced the scriptures he knew by heart, as if asking the goddess to bless this wedding. After turning page after page, the bishop raised his head and said in a solemn voice, "Good afternoon, distinguished guests. Today, it is my great honor, under the watchful gaze of the merciful goddess, to witness a sacred marriage." As the bishop's solemn voice, without any amplification, spread throughout the entire church, everyone raised their right hand and tapped their chest 4 times clockwise, uttering the slightly uneven phrase, "Praise the goddess." Once the sounds gradually subsided, the bishop, with his hand on the holy tome, looked at Ms. Daly and began, "Ms. Daly Simone, do you take this man beside you to be your husband? To live with him according to the teachings of the holy tome, to be one with him before the goddess. To love him, respect him, accompany him, care for him, as you love yourself. To remain faithful to him, whether in poverty or in wealth, whether in sickness or in health, until the end of life." Ms. Daly looked at the holy emblem representing the Evernight goddess on the altar, countless emotions rising in her heart, but they were suppressed by a long-made decision. She turned to look at Dun, nodded solemnly, and said, "I do." The bishop then turned his gaze to Dun, looking at his uncontrollable smile and his clenched fists due to nervousness, and asked solemnly, "Mr. Dun Smith, do you take this woman beside you to be your wife? To live with her according to the teachings of the holy tome, to be one with her before the goddess. To love her, respect her, accompany her, care for her, as you love yourself. To remain faithful to her, whether in poverty or in wealth, whether in sickness or in health, until the end of life." "I do." Dun's voice rang out almost immediately after the bishop's question, as if he was even rushing to answer. However, the bishop did not comment on this slight unexpectedness. He looked around, and in the tranquil and sacred atmosphere, he said, "The two of you may now exchange your tokens." Taking out the pre-prepared wedding rings and repeating the vows about tokens from the holy tome, rings symbolizing the covenant appeared on Dun's and Ms. Daly's fingers. The bishop then spoke again, "Now, please repeat after me. Wherever you go, I will go, wherever you lodge, I will lodge. Your people will be my people, and your God my God." Ms. Daly and Dun repeated the declaration, and the bishop turned another page of the holy tome, solemnly proclaiming, "By the authority granted to us by the goddess's holy tome, I declare you two husband and wife. What God has joined together, let no one separate." With that, the bishop closed the holy tome and gave Dun a benevolent smile. "All right, groom, you may now kiss your wife." Dun looked at Ms. Daly, his hands clasped, yet still a bit bashful. Ms. Daly seemed somewhat displeased, and with a slight effort, she took the initiative to kiss Dun. Watching the newlyweds embrace and kiss before the altar, Klein felt a pang of sadness in his tear ducts. However, remembering his persona, he forced himself to hold back, though the corners of his mouth still couldn't help but turn upwards. But just then, Roxanne leaned in again, asking with anticipation, "Leonard, Ms. Tifa looks so eager, when are you two getting married?" Chapter 471, The Path to the Supreme Pillar. Klein felt that not leaving immediately after the vows was his second biggest mistake, the biggest mistake being when Ms. Daly deliberately threw the bouquet at him, and he instinctively reached out to catch it. It must be said that weddings in this world were remarkably similar to Western weddings in his previous life. After he caught the bouquet, the originally joyful banquet, where the bride and groom were drinking cup after cup of what he suspected had already been replaced with plain water and oolong tea, he was surrounded by his grand-aunts and grand-uncles, led by Roxanne. Among them were familiar nighthawks, and also ordinary people who were simply there for the excitement. But they seemed to have an extraordinary passion for watching others get married, continuously circling him and Leonard, asking when they would get married, where they would get married, and if they needed any help. Suddenly, the lavish dishes on the table no longer seemed so appetizing. Although Leonard was also quite helpless from the questioning at this time, when he saw Klein's embarrassed expression in his female attire, he suddenly felt as if he wasn't suffering as much. Indeed, life's happiness is only truly felt through comparison. However, amidst the lively wedding banquet, no one noticed that in a corner, a young man in mysterious attire contentedly closed a not-so-thick hardcover book. On the front of the book was its title, The Fool's Advent Calendar. Below the title, there was also a subtitle, The Path of the Supreme Pillar. Rejoice, Mr. Fool has just experienced a turning point in his life. What will the next story be like? Oh, the next story is still too early for everyone. Clap. With the soft sound of the book closing, Snow glanced at the youthful version of Tifa referring to the dumpling, then turned and disappeared into the banquet. From beginning to end, no one discovered his presence. No, perhaps some did, but all who detected his presence tacitly kept silent. In the afternoon, Leonard took Tifa and left the wedding banquet. Because of his red glove's identity, his friends did not try to keep them. It wasn't until the two returned to the Fragrant Tree Hotel that Leonard finally couldn't help but speak. I didn't ask much before because of the captain's wedding, but now I want to ask you some things. You want to ask about Channy's gate at St. Samuel Cathedral, right? Klein, having returned to his original appearance, changed out of the ill-fitting dress while asking back with a tone that implied, I knew you'd ask. That's right. Why did you infiltrate Channy's gate? For a potion formula, an advancement ritual, or a mission from Mr. Fool? Or something else? Of course, if you can't say, then forget it. Leonard resisted using an interrogative tone because he noticed that Klein's emotions seemed a bit off when discussing the matter. Looking at Leonard's expression, Klein suddenly smiled. It wasn't the smile a clown used to hide sadness, but one tinged with a bit of relief. But he didn't know how to explain it to Leonard. After much thought, he could only answer with a somewhat vague tone. I still believe in the goddess. That's enough. Leonard seemed to finally let out a sigh of relief, relaxing completely. He changed out of the formal attire, folded it neatly, and put on his durable, hard-wearing clothes again. He put on his red gloves, adjusted himself slightly in the mirror, and then asked casually. What are your plans next? I still have some matters in Backland, and then I'll probably go to the southern continent. Klein recalled Mr. Karen, who had inexplicably committed suicide, and felt a headache coming on. Although the historical mission of the Kid Robin identity was complete, considering its current status and the assets spent to achieve that status, Klein still hoped to retain it. Is there anything you need help with? After Leonard asked, he immediately felt he had spoken nonsense. After all, he was only a Sequence 6 Soul Assurer, while Klein was a Sequence 5 on the verge of advancing to a demigod. Moreover, in Backland, the authorities had Miss Justice, and on the mysterious side, there was that favored Mr. Fool. There was no way it would be his turn to intervene. However, to his surprise, Klein actually nodded gently and responded very earnestly. I will. After bidding farewell to Leonard, Klein teleported back to his bedroom. After confirming that no one had visited today, he finally relaxed. Although Rhodes hadn't caused any trouble for him last time, considering Mr. Kid's current reputation, Klein still didn't hesitate to assume the worst about Rhodes's ability to stir things up. He adjusted his appearance in the mirror, practiced his pronunciation, and ensured no details about Tifa remained. Only then did Klein breathe a sigh of relief. Just as he was wondering whether to continue feigning illness and sleep in, or to show his face and investigate Caron's suicide, layers of prayers suddenly echoed in his ears. Mr. Devil's afternoon tea. This thought immediately popped into Klein's mind. Although Mr. Devil never prayed during afternoon tea, his 4, sometimes 5, daily prayers had conditioned him to immediately think of Mr. Devil whenever he heard prayers. Taking 4 steps in reverse to above the gray fog, Klein saw the constantly expanding and contracting gray fog. It was indeed Mr. Devil. However, this time, he didn't seem to be praying, and even the prayers he felt seemed somewhat faint. This was the first time Klein had encountered such a situation, and he couldn't help but feel a little worried. He immediately spread his spirituality, triggering the Crimson Star, and saw Mr. Devil standing before a prepared altar, carving the symbolic representation of the Fool onto a silver metal sheet. Is he making a charm? But if so, why are the prayers so strange? Klein frowned and scanned, quickly discovering the crux of the problem. In Mr. Devil's altar, where a deity's position should have been, there was not a candle, but a gold coin. Right, this is the power Mr. Devil prayed for during the Tarot Club before. This method of charm creation is somewhat similar to the technique I used to create the Sun Flame charm with the mutated Sun Holy emblem. But why didn't he directly ask for a charm to be made then? Perhaps it's because this is more flexible, or perhaps he hadn't obtained the materials yet. It could also be an issue with the charm's shelf life. Klein was filled with doubts, but his eyes remained fixed on Mr. Devil's actions. Undoubtedly, this was a good opportunity to learn a high-level charm-making method for free. However, he soon couldn't maintain his composure, because he saw Mr. Devil actually take out 5 worms of time. Exactly the same as the ones Little Sun had manifested at the time. A high-level charm using worms of time as the main material. Well, that's good. Next time Little Sun asks, I can tell him. Oh, Leonard's old man seems to be an angel of the Marauder pathway. I can try to exchange some worms of time with him for backup when I get a chance. If Mr. Devil had made this charm earlier, it would have been great. I just said goodbye to Leonard, it would be too strange to go back now. Chapter 472, New Path. Monday afternoon, exactly 3 o'clock. Streaks of crimson light shot up within the magnificent palace, solidifying into blurry figures. Miss Justice, the class representative, quickly scanned the room. After confirming no newcomers had joined, she immediately looked towards the head of the bronze long table, smiling and bowing. Good afternoon, Mr. Fool. As Miss Justice's cheerful voice offered greetings one by one, the members of the Tarot Club also exchanged their usual greetings. After all of this concluded, Miss Hermit gently pushed up her glasses, turned her body, and bowed to the blurry figure shrouded in gray fog at the head of the bronze long table. Respected Mr. Fool, there are 3 pages of the diary this time. Is Queen Mystic's matter concluded? Klein mused inwardly, then smiled and nodded. Very good. As his words fell, just as Miss Hermit was about to materialize the diary, Mr. Devil also spoke. Mr. Fool, I have also recorded a page of the diary. 4 pages of the diary were quickly materialized and fell into Klein's hands. He habitually started by reading Russell's diary. However, as his eyes fell on the diary, he was suddenly slightly startled, because the first page of the diary did not, as those previously provided by Miss Hermit, contain a vast amount of information. On the contrary, this page of the diary was from Emperor Rosel's early days of transmigration, and it even contained content about him wanting to drive a large car but getting drunk and blacking out. But as he continued downwards, Klein slowly narrowed his eyes. The theme of the first page was about the giant's journey to their homeland, which reminded him of Senior Paindrax's description of the collective subconscious sea in the dream of the giant's descendants when he was driving a large car. The second page was an argument about the relationship between the elves who ate Mao Shuiwang and the transmigrators. Although Rosal denied the speculation that elves were transmigrators, he mentioned the West Continent, which only existed in myths and legends. In the last page, about giving the words, homeland, to Bernadette as a protective charm, gave Klein a general guess about the appearance of these 3 pages of the diary. Homeland. For a moment, Klein only felt the homesickness that had slowly faded away surge into his chest once more. But as he turned the page, Paindrax's diary, which appeared before his eyes, cruelly shattered that wisp of homesickness. Open black lens bracket divine communication is a bad civilization, close black lens bracket. What the hell is this? Klein looked at the first sentence, feeling a bit bewildered. Although his Fu Ta Go was already online when he transmigrated, Klein, not being a Moon Cell fan, didn't understand the meme in this sentence. But he knew that the divine communication this senior was talking about was definitely not any proper divine communication. Open black lens bracket. My proud spirit stacking divination failed, or rather, it wasn't a failure, but that I failed to see through the night pathway's tricks. Damn it, how did she think of pulling me into a dream just as we were about to enter the alley, and then completing everything in the dream? Close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket. Although you can play more tricks in a dream, is this what I came for? Well, the taste of a spirit warlock isn't bad either. Close black lens bracket. So why did you even get involved with the night church, senior? Klein couldn't help but twitch his mouth as he read this senior's diary. He had always had a special feeling for the night church, for the sleepless pathway. Seeing this senior make a move on a spirit warlock, he felt a bit conflicted. Open black lens bracket. However, dreams aren't without their benefits. Direct interaction with the spirit allowed me to collect the spiritual characteristics of a spirit warlock. Then, I discovered a very strange conclusion. The spiritual characteristics of a spirit warlock seem to support them in accommodating the Yander characteristics of the demoness or hunter pathways. No, that's not right. This is impossible. Close black lens bracket. The night pathway can also jump to demoness. Klein was startled by this conclusion, his gaze involuntarily darting towards the star. However, his attention then focused on the word, impossible. Why impossible? Klein, with his doubts, continued to read downwards. Open black lens bracket. According to the potion formulas held by the major churches and secret organizations, and the hostile relationships between forces, it can generally be determined that sleepless, corpse collector, and warrior are one group. Bard, sailor, reader, spectator, and secret supplicant are one group. Savant and mystery prior are one group. Planter and apothecary are one group. Justiciar and black emperor are one group. Besides these, seer, marauder, and apprentice are also one group. Prisoner and criminal are one group. Demoness and hunter are one group. The monster pathway is an orphan pathway. But now, why would the demoness hunter group have a connection with night, death, and combat? Close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket. If there really is one, why haven't the night church and the church of the god of war hunted demoness or hunter? Why don't they provide assassin or hunter potion formulas? Logically speaking, low sequence formulas for these two potions should be very valuable. Or is it that even true gods don't know about this connection? No, that's impossible. I'm not so arrogant as to obtain information that even true gods don't know. Close black lens bracket. 9 groups of adjacent Meander pathways. This is quite valuable intelligence. Klein committed the knowledge of adjacent pathways to memory. Although it might not be useful to him, it would be good for showing off his class later. As his gaze continued downwards, Senior Paindrax once again demonstrated his initiative to Klein. Open black lens bracket. I suspect that the relationship between assassin, hunter and night death combat is deliberately ignored or even concealed. This likely contains the secret of adjacent pathways. To investigate this hidden secret, I decided to begin systematically summarizing the spiritual wavelengths of various pathways to investigate whether there are other, non-adjacent pathways that can be mutually compatible. Close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket. Through a large number of comparative experiments, I came to an incredible conclusion. Apart from assassin, hunter and night death combat, no other non-adjacent pathways that could be interconnected appeared. It is certain that there must be some secret here. However, compared to this, I discovered something even more astonishing. Close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket. The spiritual wavelength of every potion has subtle differences, and some potions, even if not in the same sequence, have compatible wavelengths. In other words, if one obtains 2 potions with matching wavelengths, even if they are not of the same pathway, one can still consume them to advance. This might be the theoretical foundation for why those lucky individuals who consumed cross-pathway potions and only went half-mad were able to survive, as mentioned in the Meander textbooks of the churches. Close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket. Based on this theory, I had a conjecture, that is, whether these potions with similar wavelengths but not belonging to the same sequence were once possessed by the same existence. I heard that in ancient times, when there were no potions, ancient gods were adept at consuming cross-pathway potions. These potions, which originally did not belong to the same pathway, conflicted and integrated within their bodies, and then, a bit of tacit understanding was born. Close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket. If that's the case, then if I can find a set of Beyonder characteristics with similar wavelengths, can I create a new pathway? Close black lens bracket. Chapter 473. Moon, my grandfather is an angel. Create a new pathway. Senior Paindrax really dared to think big. Klein looked at the words on the parchment, secretly marveling at the senior's extraordinary talent. If he hadn't been tricked by the Scholar of Yours ritual, it would be hard to imagine the achievements he would have now. However, this idea must have failed, right? Klein retrieved the pages that had dispersed in his hand, thinking this to himself. It wasn't that he was pessimistic or looked down on Senior Paindrax, but rather because if he had succeeded, he should have been able to find an alternative pathway besides the Marauder and Apprentice pathways, thus making it unnecessary to stubbornly pursue the Scholar of Yore. Thinking of this, Klein jotted down the knowledge that Black Death War energy could be exchanged with Assassin and Hunter, then composed himself and looked at Hermit Catalia, asking, "What is your question?" Although Klein had already roughly guessed the question she would ask, and Catalia also realized this, she secretly marveled at Mr. Fool's vast powers. With a respectful attitude, she began. "Respected Mr. Fool, I wish to know the meaning of these two symbols." With Klein's approval, Catalia materialized two Chinese characters. Just as Klein had expected, they were, therefore, Gu and township, Shang. As expected, Klein sighed silently, then replied in a deep voice. Together, they mean hometown, a sanctuary for the mind and spirit. Watching Catalia fall into contemplation, Klein turned to look at Snow. After receiving the answer regarding accumulated contributions, he leaned back against the chair, saying, "You may begin." As Mr. Fool spoke, the hanged man was the first to speak. "Mr. Devil, may I ask for your help in crafting two mystical items?" When Alger said this, he felt a little awkward, because when Snow had asked him if he needed anything after returning from the mysterious island last time, he had declined, intending to find an artisan he was familiar with. Who would have thought that when he went to find that artisan earlier, he discovered that the person had long since disappeared, and none of the local informants had any information about it. However, Snow certainly had no intention of refusing. He nodded and said, "No problem. One is the constellation's master characteristic. What is the other?" "The other is the core crystal of a six-winged gargoyle." Alger immediately reported the material name. Snow pondered for a moment, then nodded. "Both of these materials are for control-type items. Do you want two mystical items that function based on different principles, or do you want them merged into one more powerful item? You don't need to worry about the side effects. Even if merging them is relatively more troublesome, it definitely won't be more troublesome than the sum of two side effects." As a seasoned pirate and an official member of the Storm Church, Alger was well aware that the more mystical items one possessed, the more dangerous it became. He simply thought for a moment and then made his choice. "I hope to get one with a stronger effect." "All right, I'll make it as soon as possible." Snow readily agreed, then looked in the direction of the world. "I was quite busy last week. Your Ocean Songster characteristic has just been forged. I'll send it to you after the meeting. Also, Miss Justice, have you made up your mind?" "Yes, I've decided to buy it. I'll transfer the forging fee to you later." Audrey immediately nodded, not at all ambiguous. Earl Hall had already promised to buy this item for her as a birthday gift, not to mention that the fan Mr. Devil gave her had already exceeded the cost. Seeing that no one spoke for a moment, Moon Emlyn turned his gaze towards the sun, deliberately feigning a thoughtful tone as he asked, "I need a Sequence 5 artificial vampire's characteristic. What do you want in return?" Although an artificial vampire's characteristic would carry significant corruption, because Emlyn provided the Life-Giver's trading channel, allowing Nibe to escape aging, he was now the fourth Duke of the Sanguine and regarded Emlyn more dearly than his own grandson. Emlyn had only mentioned it once before, and he received a promise for free purification of the Beyonder characteristic. It could be said that Emlyn could now be promoted immediately as long as he obtained the materials and digested the potion's professor characteristic. The characteristic of a Sequence 5 vampire was worth £8,000. If it were before, he might have felt a bit of a pinch, but now, the funds he received from the Sanguine were more than enough to buy one characteristic, and he even had spare money to take 2 dolls home. However, Emlyn now rarely visited doll workshops, not because he no longer had that hobby, but because he felt that after Emily, he could no longer pour enough affection into newly purchased dolls. After all, compared to the dolls that had accompanied him for many years, new dolls could not compare to Emily, whether in terms of emotional connection or their inherent quality. He felt that buying dolls at this point would be unfair to both Emily and the new dolls. Of course, ordering from Mr. Snow was another matter. However, his savings were only enough for ordinary dolls, but far from enough to commission Snow. Not to mention, before commissioning new dolls, he also wanted Snow to cast the same spell on his old dolls as he did on Emily, bringing them all to life. Derek was clearly unaware of how rich Emlyn's inner monologue was at this moment. He simply thought for a moment and then replied. The Sequence 5 Potions Formula of the Sun Pathway. A Sequence 5 formula, the price is probably between £4,500 and £7,000. However, Lord Nibe has been very interested in Intis recently, so maybe he can help me think of a way. Emlyn was just wondering whether to fleece his god-grandpa a little when he heard the deep, hoarse voice of Mr. World speak. I have it. For a moment, the Tarot Club fell silent again. Even though the members of the Tarot Club were already numb to the grand gestures of the world and the devil, they still couldn't help but sigh in admiration. How much? Emlyn immediately asked. Klein thought for a moment about Emlyn's financial situation, then had the world chuckle deeply. The potions formula of the Priest of Light, £6,500. Note. In the original work, Moon was poor, so Lord K gave a price of £5,000. Deal. Although the price was on the higher side, it was still within Emlyn's acceptable range. Moreover, compared to a diminishing favor, it was naturally best to solve it with money. Good. The world puppet nodded, as if it wasn't a big deal. Afterwards, he saw Miss Justice look around and say, I have an investigation mission to entrust. What mission? Magician Furs rarely took the initiative to ask, which immediately put Miss Hermit on alert, and she began to think about whether anything special had happened in the major circles recently. Miss Justice didn't know about Miss Hermit's wariness towards Furs, but she could guess that Furs was probably interested because her commissions usually offered generous rewards. So, she organized her thoughts and said, 2 things have happened in Backland recently, a new case where Baron Loss was allegedly framed, and an attack on Mahler of the House of Commons due to air pollution control. Just as Miss Magician was finding it increasingly familiar, she heard Miss Justice change the subject. And in both of these incidents, there was a wealthy businessman named Kid Robin. He has only been in Backland for about 2 months and has just donated shares worth tens of thousands of pounds to the Night Church, attempting to establish a scholarship fund for the poor. Audrey spoke in a tone that indicated she had no direct contact, and everything came from rumors and information. I'd like to ask someone to investigate this gentleman. When the magician heard this commission, her eyes immediately lit up, and she instantly wanted to raise her hand to blurt out all the information she knew about this wealthy man. That he was handsome, very rich, had a wide range of preferences for women, had kidney or prostate problems, etc. She even wanted to expose his butler who believed in the true creator, his servants who worshipped death, his marauder neighbor, and the neighborhood that hid secrets, and other private details. However, before she could even raise her hand, she saw Mr. World suddenly raise his hand. Is this big shot also interested in such small jobs? Chapter 474 Free Communication. Klein was well aware of the saying that hesitation leads to social death. To prevent Miss Magician from saying anything embarrassing, he raised his hand before Miss Justice could make an offer. Miss Justice had some understanding of Mr. World, such as the high probability that he was the mad adventurer Gehrman Sparrow. In fact, from a certain perspective, the news of this gentleman's adventures at sea had even cured her desire to embark on an adventure. Mr. World, do you want to take on this mission? Hearing Justice's somewhat uncertain question, Klein controlled the puppet world to speak in a low voice. Kid Robin is an identity that my companions and I share. I occasionally disguise myself as him. As he spoke, Mr. World's gaze swept over the magician, intentionally or unintentionally. That emotionless gaze almost caused Furs, who regretted losing a few £100, to suffer brain paralysis and cardiac arrest. Open black lens bracket low and curse close black lens bracket. I almost badmouthed Mr. World. Oh, my god. Zio was right, When a person's butler, manservant, neighbors, and surrounding environment all have problems, the probability of the person themselves being completely normal is not very high. At this moment, Miss Magician only felt relief, grateful that she hadn't been so foolish as to suggest in a message that Mr. Kid Robin see a doctor for kidney or prostate issues. Otherwise, she suspected that she would have appeared at this tarot club meeting as a Beander characteristic. Kid Robin is a shared alias between Klein and other Fool's believers. No wonder the old man's attitude was so strange when I investigated him before. But was he Klein or another Fool's believer? Compared to Furz's horror, the star was more surprised, because he found it difficult to connect the gentle and refined Kid Robin with Klein. However, considering the somewhat deranged crazy beauty Integra, the gentle Tifa Lily, and the mad and ruthless Gehrman Sparrow, he could only sigh that Faceless were truly amazing. But this also explained Kid Robin's seemingly vague connection to the Chinese Gate invasion incident. Why was the finger pointed at him, yet he had an alibi? Because the culprit was both him and not him. Audrey was also excited at this moment. Recalling the new Baron Lass being framed and Counselor Matched being attacked, she gained a deeper understanding of the unrest in Backland's upper echelons. The last time she felt this way was during the Backland Great Smog. Taking a deep breath, Justice made up her mind. She decided to accept her father's proposal and join the Lowen Charity Scholarship Foundation. Compared to the few who had contact with Kid Robin, the thoughts of the other Tarot Club members were simpler. Apart from Sun, who routinely heard incomprehensible things, with his, "Only I don't know what you're talking about," routine, Moon, Hermit, and Hanged Man all had only one simple thought. Something big was going to happen in Backland. However, the two pirates, Hanged Man and Hermit, would not ask directly, but planned to first obtain relevant information through their respective channels. Just before Miss Justice, the Tarot Club's primary hype man, intended to inquire further, Mr. Moon had already asked very directly. What is this shared identity used for? Are there deeper issues with the Baron being framed and the Counselor being attacked that Miss Justice just mentioned? Why do you ask so many questions instead of investigating yourself? Klein rolled his eyes inwardly, then had World respond perfunctorily. Of course, it remains to be investigated. Immediately, he had Gehrman Sparrow turn his head, no longer mentioning Kid Robin, and instead looked at Little Sun, asking about his demigod potion ingredients. After receiving Little Sun's reply that he would go back and check the information, the magician once again tried to purchase a cursed item and residual spirituality from an ancient vengeful spirit, but was unsuccessful, and the Tarot Club's trading session concluded. As soon as the free discussion segment began, Furz immediately inquired about information regarding the Hermes Society, but before Mr. World, who she thought would give her an answer, could speak, Mr. Devil spoke first. That treasure is a trap related to Amen. Amen. This time even Little Sun's ears perked up, while the star seemed to recall something and said to the magician. That symbol represents the Hermes Society, a group of marauders who gathered together to escape Amon's pursuit. However, the reason you dreamed of it is probably because you were rather unlucky. They were likely just searching for information about the treasure in the memories of people living near the treasure. Scouting. Knowing it's Amon's trap yet still looking for people to scout it out. The Tarot Club once again entered the over-analysis phase, but Klein had already guessed some things. Leonard had an old man parasitic on him, and Snow and that old man seemed to have some friendship. Judging from their answers, they might be planning to do something with that treasure, and the marauders of the Hermes Society were the sacrifices. Although he had thought of these things, Klein was not so benevolent as to sympathize with those unknown thieves. He merely controlled the puppet world and cast his gaze towards Miss Hermit. Noticing World's gaze, Hermit Catalya immediately understood his meaning and promptly said, "The information you want, I'll give it to you this week." Good. The puppet world nodded and said no more. Seeing that everyone had finally stopped speaking, Hanged Man, who had been interrupted by the magician every time he tried to speak from the beginning, finally got a chance to speak, saying to son Derek, "Have you figured out the matter of the former chief's mausoleum?" Upon hearing this, Derek showed some shame and said somewhat helplessly, "I've only made 3 friends. Little Sun had a very fulfilling week. With the help of the rebellious greatsword, he could basically beat Beyonders of the giant pathway of the same level in armed combat, but in unarmed combat, he was the one being beaten. However, these back-and-forth battles also allowed him to establish connections with old acquaintances, though not many could be called friends. But before Hanged Man could ask again, he quickly added, "However, I've heard that the Council of Six wants to open that mausoleum. No matter what, they at least need to recover the Beander characteristic. If it's a problem related to the death pathway, you can ask me." Klein used World's Mouth to give a reminder, but in his heart, he was thinking of his long-unseen old father. Just as the Tarot Club was nearing its end, Mr. Devil suddenly seemed to remember something and said, "The war between Intis and Lindbergh has already begun. Downstream of the Sorenzo River, both sides have assembled the power of more than 8 demigods, most of whom are from the Hunter pathway. This means that in the coming period, Beyonders of the Hunter pathway are very likely to be affected by the aggregation of Beander characteristics. If you know any hunters or demonesses, remember to remind them." Chapter 475, The Conscience of a Thief. Downstream of the Sorenzo River, the Intis army, led by the Sauron family, had broken into smaller units. Although they had openly declared war, the Sauron family had no intention of ending the battle quickly. As the saying goes, the Hunter pathway needs war to grow, and now that a war was finally at hand, how could the Sauron family let go of this opportunity? They would try their best to maintain a stalemate with Lindbergh, allowing their excellent descendants to complete their advancement rituals in the war. As for how many ordinary soldiers would die or be injured due to such actions, what did that have to do with Sauron? However, the enemies the Sauron family encountered were not the clumsy scholar soldiers they had anticipated, led by the Reader pathway, but rather the Lindbergh army led by the Iron and Blood Cross Order, who were also of the Hunter pathway. No one knew why the Church of the God of Knowledge and Wisdom, an enemy of the true Creator, would cooperate with the Iron and Blood Cross Order, which worshipped the true Creator. However, for the Iron and Blood Cross Order, the battlefield was also their coveted ladder to advancement. Moreover, the Iron and Blood Cross Order's purpose was for Beyonders to walk the earth, which allowed them to use Beander abilities on the battlefield without any reservations. Both sides held the same intentions, but ordinary soldiers became consumables for cultivating hunters. The waters of the Sorenzo River downstream were once stained red with blood, and both nations continuously sent their populations into this giant meat grinder. The upper echelons of Intis, of course, saw through the Sauron family's intentions, but they had no solution. After all, Intis only had the Sauron family as an angel family. Although they maintained cooperation with the Hermetic Order had no angel-level combat power, and Beyonders of the Seer pathway, they were suitable for behind enemy lines work, but truly not suitable for the battlefield. But conversely, even if the war continued like this, Intis, with its larger population, would eventually wear down Lindbergh. As for the casualties among the soldiers, those big shots at the top wouldn't care. In a temporary camp built with barbed wire and sandbags, Triss, her face covered in blood, threw down the corpse of a sentry. Behind her, over 40 sturdy soldiers quickly scavenged for usable supplies within the camp. About 10 minutes later, the soldiers, carrying large and small bags, appeared neatly before Triss. If one ignored the gazes that occasionally swept over Triss, it could almost be described as strict military discipline and solemn military bearing. "You bunch of open black lens bracket censored close black lens bracket. Are you all open black lens bracket censored close black lens bracket? There's no time on the battlefield for you to open black lens bracket censored close black lens bracket. Now, you damned open black lens bracket censored close black lens bracket, organize the retreat for this old lady. Damn it, if you can survive to the end, this old lady doesn't mind letting you weaklings have a taste." Triss's cold gaze swept over her subordinates, but it only made their gazes more fervent and intense. Undoubtedly, the current situation was a result she had deliberately orchestrated. Before setting off, she had recruited 100 physically fit newcomers through charm magic. In less than half a month, only 40-odd remained, but there was no doubt that under the pressure of death, even novices whose minds were muddled by a demoness's charm quickly became qualified soldiers. Through various methods that would be censored if mentioned, Triss finally achieved the accomplishment of completing the joyful acting while still a virgin, and digested the pain potion on the 3rd day after drinking it. Although she was still a long way from hunting an iron-blooded knight, this did not prevent her from preparing the ritual, On the other side, Edwina had also entered the preparation phase for the Iron-Blooded Knight ritual. Unlike Triss, she possessed a considerable understanding of imperial studies. Although some of it was theoretical, she had knowledge in various aspects. This prevented her from stooping to lure a group of subordinates with her beauty, like Triss, and instead, she commanded her subordinates in battle in an extremely formal manner. Disguised as a man, she presented herself as Edsak, and as an exiled prince, she led the mercenaries she had recruited to move through the battlefield. He often drove a huge chariot enveloped in fierce winds and flames when he appeared, and had already made quite a name for himself in the mercenary circles. He believed that with the assistance of Shang De Feng, he would definitely be more aligned with the goal of Iron-Blooded Knight than that crooked fellow Triss. Just as the war between Lindbergh and Intis was in full swing, in Backland, North District, Pin Street No. 7. Snow held a cup of clear tea and sipped it slowly. His ears twitched slightly, as if he was listening to something. Then, as if he suddenly heard something, he looked up at Leonard and said, "Are you ready? You know, there's a clone of Eamon here. Even if I isolate the fate of this area, Eamon will quickly notice the disappearance of this clone. Leonard has already received a mission and will not return to Backland for some time." An old voice came from Leonard's body, but it wasn't from his mouth, but from a collar pin on his collar that looked like a clock. That was a clone separated from Pales. "That's fine, but such a kind marauder like you is truly rare. I thought you would swallow the Hermes Society as well." Snow spread his hands, took out the saint symbol of the night, and gently caressed it. Only when his own existence was completely concealed did Snow release his chaos aura and begin to disrupt Backland's spiritual structure. "We still need them to mislead Eamon, otherwise you wouldn't have shielded fate only now, would you?" Pales's old voice rang out again, but Snow merely rolled his eyes and didn't respond. Although he did intend to let the Hermes Society take the blame for the disappearance of Amon's clone, to take the blame, only one Sequence 3 needed to be released. The remaining many characteristics would also be a substantial supplement for the old man. The air briefly fell silent. Pales seemed to finally realize that his reason couldn't even fool Leonard, but he added without embarrassment, "Consider it payment for them helping to scout the way. How do I feel like you're aiding the enemy?" Snow curled his lip, but didn't say anything more. Kindness itself was also Pales's manifestation of maintaining his humanity. Even if all these people were ultimately to be fed to Eamon, Pales would not break his bottom line. Leonard sat there stiffly, serving as a puppet for Pales to communicate in a more human-like way, quietly listening to the two big shots chatting. This agonizing time lasted for a full 4 hours before he finally heard the old man let out a voice with a hint of anticipation. "All right. The treasure has been opened." "Very good, then next, it's my job." Snow's figure suddenly dissipated, and Leonard finally seemed to breathe a sigh of relief, slumping onto the sofa. Pales, seeing this, chuckled and said, "Why are you so embarrassing? Weren't you very natural when communicating before?" But Mr. Snow felt completely different today. The pressure was too great. "My natural spirits are all restless." Leonard pointed to his set of white teeth, and the group of natural spirits huddled together seemed to be testifying to his words. Pales pondered for a moment, then, as if realizing something, said with a touch of apology, "It was my oversight. That guy carries a strange curse, with no specific target, as if it's just a curse for the sake of cursing, so I didn't pay attention. But natural spirits might be more sensitive to that kind of aura." Chapter 476 Eamon doesn't lie to Eamon. Snow appeared at the entrance of the treasure chamber. From the shadows beneath his feet, an eye with a clock-like iris slowly opened. He put on his monocle and walked in with a playful smile. Instantly, the previous clamor in the room fell silent. A group of Hermes Society members stared blankly at Feng Shui, who was wearing a monocle, some even so scared that their sphincters failed on the spot. Surprised, Snow tilted his head and asked with a smile. At the same time, a mentor of deceit suddenly let out a cry of realization. "Run!" At his command, the entire treasure chamber instantly transformed into a sea of insects. Large numbers of segmented insects surged out of the cave like a flood. Some had 6 or 7 segments, others 8 or 9, indicating that those who had entered this underground ruin were all demigods. But then again, given the malicious nature of the Marauder pathway, if they weren't demigods, the moment they opened the treasury would be the moment they were eaten. However, precisely because they had eaten an appetizer, these marauder demigods were in surprisingly good condition. They unleashed all sorts of fancy escape techniques. By the time everyone disappeared, Snow had actually collected several sets of Beander characteristics from sequence 9 to sequence 5. These were the intestines, spat out by those marauder sea cucumbers. Tisk tisk, they really are decisively ruthless. Snow unhurriedly picked up the scattered characteristics on the ground. After a quick scan, he picked up a silver pocket watch that was placed in the corner of the hall, mixed in with a pile of gold and silver jewelry. Although it looked inconspicuous, this item was indeed a mystical item made from the Beander characteristic of the Trojan horse of destiny, and thus the most valuable item in this treasury. I changed my mind. A somewhat puzzled, yet lazy voice sounded. From the pile of 4th Epic Tudor Truncest United Kingdom gold coins, a young man with a pointed soft hat and a thin face emerged. He rubbed his eye sockets, put on a monocle, and then looked at Snow with some confusion, as if not quite understanding the situation before him. No choice, since pails didn't fall for it, did he? Snow spread his hands, his expression a little helpless, but his tone was full of schadenfreude, as if mocking his main body's miscalculation. My premonition was actually wrong, that's really interesting. Eamon, who had crawled out of the pile of gold coins, showed a hint of surprise. He casually sat on the pile of gold coins and then let out a long yawn. What now? Reseal this treasure. That old man isn't that stupid. Let's change locations first. Snow reached out and all the valuables in the hall disappeared, leaving only a dozen sealed artifacts of varying grades. Eamon, who was on the pile of gold coins, suddenly found the space beneath him empty, and he sat on the ground. He rubbed his backside as if in pain, then propped himself up with his hands, seemingly reluctant, and said, "What a pity, this place was quite good for sleeping." As he spoke, he also reached out and grabbed a palm-sized pouch from the ground. Almost simultaneously, two voices rang out. "Why don't you sleep here for me? Then you can sleep forever." As the words fell, the distance between the two suddenly widened, and at the same time, Snow felt that he had lost a series of thoughts. Didn't we agree that Eamon wouldn't trick Eamon? Snow looked at the Eamon in front of him, his mouth twitching slightly. He wasn't afraid of the other party breaking through his chaos aura. After all, in Backland, if Eamon dared to specially recruit a big brother with the same name, he dared to summon a goddess with a bolt from the clear sky. Now the goddess wasn't digesting the Death's legacy. If Eamon dared to come, Pales might become a king of angels. But you're not Eamon either. Amon's expression still carried a hint of laziness. He gently pushed his monocle, his fingers subtly twitching, as if sensing something. Although I'm not synchronized with other avatars, I've always maintained a connection with the main body. After you appeared, the connection was severed. I'm not an idiot, there's no way you're actually the main body, deliberately cutting off the connection to play with me, right? That's not necessarily true. Snow showed an Eamon-like smile, also pushing his monocle, but the next moment, King Crimson. A sound not belonging to any known language came from Snow's mouth. Before Eamon could analyze what language it was, Snow in front of him had already disappeared. As the marauder's spiritual perception exploded, a sense of crisis suddenly came from behind him. Poof! An arm wrapped in black substance pierced through his chest from behind, but strangely, there was no splatter of blood. On the contrary, the pierced Eamon showed a mocking smile, and then Snow felt a wave of weakness. His stamina was stolen, the mentor of Deceit's misleading ability. The corpse in Snow's hand turned into a phantom and dissipated, but Amon's avatar was gone. He ran away. Snow frowned, only to find his skin becoming loose and wrinkled. Undoubtedly, this insidious fellow was stealing his lifespan. Not just lifespan, Snow could clearly feel that his stamina, memories, and thoughts were all rapidly draining away, but, all futile. Snow's body suddenly became transparent, and when it became clear again, all the previous feelings of weakness were gone. In a sense, Snow at this moment no longer possessed concepts such as life or lifespan in the conventional sense. His very existence was based on anchors and his own cognition. As long as he reset his cognition of himself, the stolen lifespan would be nothing but an illusion. As for thoughts, Amon's avatar parasitized microorganisms, constantly stealing from Snow, but seeing the thoughts and abilities in his hands grow more and more. While the other party showed no change, Eamon was completely bewildered. What is this thing? Eamon incredulously squeezed the lifespan he had previously held in his hands. He suddenly started to believe that this thing really was Eamon. Could it really be the main body deliberately cutting off the connection to amuse me? No, there's no reason for that. Wait, does Eamon need a reason to do things? Are you really the main body? Amon's voice came from all directions. Snow wiped his hand over his body, activating the ability to point at a deer and call it a horse. His entire being instantly transformed into Amon's image. He took off the crystal monocle from his right eye, gently wiped it, and then put it back on his face. For a moment, even Eamon himself couldn't tell what was different about the other party's resemblance to Eamon. Is it fun for you to play with yourself like this? Amon's avatar complained, but Snow grinned and said, of course it's fun, haven't you noticed everyone is enjoying it? Feeling the various consciousnesses permeating the air, Amon's mouth twitched. Is it really the main body? Eamon doesn't trick Eamon. The two looked at each other in the void for a moment. Snow's expression suddenly stiffened, and Amon's playful laughter came from the entrance. Remember, if the main body wanted to see me suffer, he wouldn't say so much nonsense. The one who tricks Eamon the hardest is Eamon. That's right, so you still fell for it. Snow nodded gravely, then said with a puzzled expression. Tails, it's confirmed there are no other Amons. Why aren't you making your move yet? Eamon, who had already rushed into the sewers, stiffened at the sound. The next moment, a bell chime, seemingly from ancient times, suddenly rang out. Chapter 477, The Pull of Fate. Thank you. The bell chime slowly faded, and Pales, the illusory elderly gentleman, bowed slightly to Snow before vanishing from his spot, taking all the sealed artifacts of the Marauder pathway with him. Snow picked up the remaining items that did not belong to the Marauder pathway, and his figure became transparent. A few seconds later, he reappeared at 7 Pin Street, looking at Leonard, who was staring blankly with both feet propped on the table. Mr. Snow, and old man, you're back. Leonard was startled by Snow's sudden appearance and quickly sprang up from the sofa. Snow waved his hand, took out the characteristics that the Marauder demigod had dropped while fleeing, and placed them on the table. As agreed, I'll only take the Trojan Horse of Destiny. All other Marauder pathway characteristics are yours. The old man says thank you for your generosity. Perhaps eager to digest the newly acquired characteristics, Leonard once again acted as Pales's mouthpiece. Snow shook his head indifferently, then warned. There's still an Amon's avatar in Backland. You'd best be careful. Thank you for the reminder. Leonard tapped his chest 4 times, drawing the crimson moon, then continued, the church caught a few numinous episcopate members earlier, so I'll probably be heading to the southern continent next. The chances of running into Eamon should be small. Oh. Snow looked at Leonard with slight surprise, then shook his head, saying nothing more, and vanished from his spot. Only after Snow had completely left did Pales finally let out a long sigh of relief, which puzzled Leonard greatly. Old man, why do you seem more afraid of Mr. Snow than I am? Do you know? Amon's avatar almost mistook him for Amon's true body. In any case, go to St. Samuel Cathedral now. Before heading to the southern continent, it's best to stay there. Pales's tone was very complex, leaving Leonard somewhat dumbfounded. However, when he tried to ask more, the old man wouldn't say another word to him. After leaving Leonard's house, Snow fell into deep thought, because he was very surprised that Leonard was still going to the southern continent, and Klein was also preparing to go to the southern continent. Logically speaking, the border between Lindbergh and Intis has now become a meat grinder for the Hunter sequence. Regardless of any consideration, it is the most reasonable trap point for the Red Maid, but Little Kay and Leonard still went to the southern continent. The only reason Snow could think of was that the Russian priest was wary, and in this war, the only one who could make him wary was the god of knowledge and wisdom, the dragon of Kal Harivirgin. He was worried that this true god would get involved in Klein's process of hunting Ints, or rather, in his eyes, 008 would inevitably seek help from the god of knowledge and wisdom. This really is beyond my expectation, but Adam should still be unable to guide Medici's destiny without being perceived, so, will Adam participate in this war? Snow's lips curved slightly, as if he had considerable interest in how Adam would modify the script. In fact, he didn't care where Klein killed Ints, because no matter the process, as long as Insangil truly died and Klein could advance to demigod through it, then everything else was already fated. I also possess the mere ability to weave destiny. Snow tidied his appearance slightly, and ultimately gave up the idea of tricking another Aemon avatar. His figure gradually blurred and dissipated. The next moment, he reappeared in Soden city, downstream of the Sorenzo River. This was a usage he had unexpectedly discovered while acting as the disciple of Silence and the Dragon of Cal. The side effect of the Dragon of Cal requires maintaining self-awareness, otherwise, it will lead to one's disappearance. While the disciple of Silence uses curses to temper his will, the curse itself can also serve as proof of his existence. Therefore, after initially grasping his own state, Snow developed a very reckless method, actively lowering his self-awareness, making himself approach a state of nothingness, relying only on curses to maintain his existence, and then using an anchor to instantly solidify his self-awareness, thereby allowing him to instantly move to the location of the anchor. This method of play was extremely dangerous. A single mistake could lead to the curse running wild. But correspondingly, that feeling of constantly nearing disappearance and death accelerated Snow's digestion of the potion at a faster rate than conventional acting, while also strengthening his will, making him more adept at recognizing his own existence. "Good day, Your Excellency Sage of Pleasure." Seeing Snow suddenly appear, the man in the tent was only slightly stunned before immediately extending his right hand and tapping his chest 4 times, drawing the inverted cross. Snow also drew the inverted cross on his chest before asking, "How is the battle? The Sauron family doesn't seem to intend to retreat anymore," the man said, pulling out a folder from under the table and handing it to Snow. Snow opened it and flipped through it twice, then said with some surprise, "Do the Intis people have open black lens bracket beep, close black lens bracket in their brains? The Sauron family is playing like this, and they have no reaction at all. Because they probably can't do anything about it." The man shook his head, but the disdain on his lips was evident. After all, apart from Soden City and the Sorenzo River, this plane has no natural defenses. Yes, Soden City was not a border line. In fact, it was still a considerable distance from the border between Intis and the 2 countries of Lindbergh and Siegel. However, beyond this point, until entering the borders of the 2 countries, it was in a state of having no defensible terrain. The reason this situation arose was because this city was still the border of Intis 200 years ago, the last line of defense for the former Intis against Fenaport. It was just that Intis produced a heaven-sent hero, Rosal, who single-handedly beat the nations of the continent into submission. During Rosal's tenure, Intis needed no natural defenses, where the border extended entirely depended on when Rosal no longer wanted to fight, because back then, Intis was several versions ahead of the continental nations in terms of military equipment and economy. Natural defenses were nothing more than a few rounds of concentrated fire in the face of the multi-turret god cult. However, a century later, Intis no longer possessed its former glory. While Intis was controlled by capitalists and bankers, only concerned with making money, Loan allied with the steam and machinery church, becoming the new technological leader on the continent. And Intis, after a fierce assault launched by Lindbergh, had its front line pushed directly into its territory. Of course, this also had to do with the Sauron family's deliberate leniency. After all, compared to positional warfare, small unit guerrilla warfare is a more easily coordinated with fewer people combat method, and it goes without saying which is easier, guerrilla warfare in an enemy country or in occupied territory. With one side charging with overwhelming momentum and the other engaged in self-serving corruption, it seems not so incredible that this war turned out this way. I just don't know when the eternal blazing sun church will start to feel the pressure. Chapter 478, God's Gift. On the Golden Dream, Snow, under the murderous stares of a group of sycophants, followed Edwina into the captain's cabin. As the door slowly closed, he said with a hint of surprise, "This is rare. I didn't expect you to seek me out. I thought you'd be busy transporting supplies to the rebels in the Sonya Sea during this time." Edwina didn't speak immediately. Instead, she gazed at Snow with eyes that shimmered with a peculiar light. After a moment, she took a deep breath and said, "It delivered an oracle." An oracle. Snow's eyebrows rose, and his expression turned strange. "Which are you referring to?" "The god of knowledge and wisdom," Edwina stated directly, giving Snow no room for wordplay. As the deity's title was announced, the captain's cabin fell silent. As the black glove handling maritime affairs for the Church of Knowledge and Wisdom, the captain of the Golden Dream, Iceberg Vice Admiral Edwina, could indeed be considered a mid to high-ranking member of the Church of Knowledge and Wisdom, with a rank equivalent to a bishop. Considering that the Sonia Sea was her diocese, her status was even close to that of an archbishop. However, this did not mean that she was qualified to receive an oracle. Or rather, the God of Knowledge and Wisdom was the most indifferent among the deities regarding faith. Just as Edwina had said before, followers of the Church of Knowledge only believed in knowledge itself. The God of Knowledge and Wisdom didn't even demand sufficient piety from them. But this also meant that the God of Knowledge and Wisdom rarely delivered oracles. In fact, since the fifth epoch, the God of Knowledge and Wisdom had publicly issued no more than 10 oracles, and most of them were before the War of the Forsworn. After the three Limburg nations became independent and established theocratic states, the Dragon of Knowledge and Wisdom seemed to have hardly stirred. After a brief silence, Snow seemed to have sorted out his thoughts, and his expression became slightly more serious. He reached out and rubbed the crown ring on his index finger, then spoke. The content of the oracle. The entire upper echelon of the Church of Knowledge simultaneously received an oracle regarding the details of the Limburg War, cooperation with the Iron and Blood Cross Order, and battle strategies, Edwina said simply. Snow nodded. I could probably guess that. But you said, simultaneously received, so that means you received another oracle. That's right, Edwina nodded. The God of Knowledge and Wisdom bestowed an item to be given to Paradox. Snow narrowed his eyes, as if doubting what he had heard. He pondered for a moment, then asked, were there any special instructions? Anything at all? No, it just told me to perform the bestowal ritual, then bestowed the item upon me, and instructed me to give it to Paradox. Edwina's tone was very awkward because she too was now in a state of confusion. She even suspected that her act of wearing that ring might itself have been part of the plans of the two great existences. She thought she had become a dual believer at great risk, only to find out she had merely become a contact person for two powerful entities. So what do you mean by coming to me? You're not trying to give the item to me, are you? Snow looked at Edwina's expression, which grew stranger. Even if she had received an oracle, Edwina should have been relieved. The correct course of action would be to perform a sacrificial ritual and offer the item to Paradox. Why would she come to him? I'm worried I might offend Paradox, but I can't tell. Edwina was surprisingly frank at this moment, or rather, cowardly. But thinking about it carefully, it was like how an old seal might not seem like a bad thing to a human, but if someone, unaware, mistook it for a useful magical item and then sacrificed it to a god, well, that actually made some sense. Snow instantly understood Edwina's thoughts, pulled out a gold coin, and tossed it upward. The entire captain's cabin was sealed off. Seeing this, Edwina, without waiting for him to say more, took out a box, sealed by layers of spiritual wall, from a drawer in the captain's cabin's desk. When the spiritual wall was opened, the box did not, as Snow had imagined, leak some ancient aura or release strong pollution. It was as if nothing had changed. But Snow's gaze changed after he clearly saw the box. Because there was something wrong with this box. It wasn't made of common metals like iron, tin, or copper used to hold Beander characteristics, nor was it made of bone, jade, or even plastic. Instead, it was a gray-white, rock-like, yet finely textured, keratinous structure. If Snow wasn't mistaken, this was likely dragon scale, or, to be more precise, it was likely a scale belonging to the Dragon of Wisdom. What could be contained within a box made by a deity from its own scales? Snow's expression became serious. 3 pig-headed men suddenly appeared, adding more layers of protection to the spiritual wall that had already been amplified by Paradox's authority. Edwina was also astonished to find that all Beander items in the captain's cabin had become inactive. Even she herself was in a state where she couldn't project her spirituality. Although her spirituality and her characteristics were still within her body, she couldn't even activate her spirit vision. With close in distance, far in the world, and 3 little pigs outside, and chain reaction, and chaos aura inside, after completing these preparations, Snow took out 2 gold coins. Both coins had a devil on the front, but on the other side, one depicted a pattern combining an eyeless eye with twisted lines, while the other showed an eye with countless pupils. Even without spirit vision, Edwina could instinctively feel the power of a high-level existence on those 2 gold coins. With the release of the powers of the 2 Sephira, White Horse's Not Horse and Sephira Castle, Snow gently brushed his hand over the heaven manufacturing hidden beneath his tie, and then finally reached for the box. Crack! The moment the box, polished from dragon scales, was opened, a sound more unbearable than glass and plastic foam rubbing together emanated from within. Even without any extraordinary power influencing it, the sound still sent chills down one's spine. Although the box didn't look much larger than an iron cigarette case, its internal space was far greater than imagined. In that void-like space, a handleless curved blade, suspended in midair, was emanating a terrifying aura. This curved blade was nearly 1.5 meters long, with black and red flowing light circulating along its edge. Its shape was slightly distorted, and its single-edged appearance somewhat resembled a broken scythe, but its blade was narrower and longer than a scythe's. Abstractly speaking, it even looked a bit like a large, curved, reverse-bladed katana without a hilt. And as Snow watched, this curved blade was slowly straightening itself. Although the change was very gradual, perhaps not even 1 degree over several decades, it was indeed moving, and the grating sound was precisely the result of this forceful deformation. It's this thing. Chapter 479 Trouble. Inside a hidden stronghold within Soden City, Snow gazed at the gray, rock-like dragon scale box before him, lost in thought. Wulong has really given me a tough problem. Murmuring this, Snow sighed helplessly. It must be said, the god of knowledge and wisdom's generous gift was indeed very sincere, arguably the most valuable present available in any open region today, but the problem was, it was also extremely troublesome to use. Sealed Artifact 001, corresponding to the uniqueness of the Red Priest, should have been an extremely powerful Beander item, and it had no living characteristics, so there was no need to worry about it having its own thoughts. But the problem was, it was already contaminated. And this level of contamination, let alone heaven manufacturing, even the true creator himself wouldn't be able to purify it. Generally speaking, a sealed artifact contaminated by the aura of a Sephira can only be used relatively harmlessly by a true god of the same pathway or an adjacent pathway, but sealed artifact 001 was entwined with the auras of 2 Sephiroth. In this situation, perhaps only a true god who has mastered a Sephira could suppress the risks within it through the authority of the complete Sephira. No, not to mention harmlessness, even just using it with the inherent risks, like those high-level sealed artifacts, would probably require at least an angel. This was Snow's estimation even with his mastery of White Horse's Not Horse. However, conversely, this uniqueness, simultaneously entwined with the powers of the 2 Sephiroth of disaster and annihilation, also possessed the power of god-slaying, and even a true god would likely fare poorly if poked by this thing. Besides showing goodwill, did the god of knowledge and wisdom giving him this item also mean that he wanted to convey, while I don't mind standing on your side, it's still too early now. However, this thing wasn't entirely useless. For example, collecting some of its aura to make talismans or Beander weapons were also good options. Coincidentally, Snow's current fighting style leaned more towards flashy techniques, and to fight against veteran saints or even angels from the Holy Light Cathedral, the spirit flesh blade from heaven manufacturing was probably no longer enough. He felt it necessary to acquire a weapon capable of a fatal blow. However, stealing this thing's power is a bit troublesome. I'll borrow some of the lingering embers from the Soden campaign. Snow had this thought, gently tapping his temple with his finger, his consciousness slowly rising, merging with White Horse's Not Horse, and following the layers upon layers of faith, which had long since been taken over by the monkeys. He connected with all the believers currently downstream of Sorenzo, and for once, issued a divine oracle. Within the Soden City Defense Line headquarters, no more than 50 kilometers from Snow's location, Commander Edmund Sauron was feeling the aura of war and death. He could clearly sense that with every life lost, and as the atmosphere of war grew increasingly fervent, his distance from becoming a weather warlock was constantly closing. However, he still had to endure. "Father, call me Commander." Edmund Sauron glared at his son, but then softened his tone and said, "What is it? I remember you should be fending off Lindbergh's main forces right now." Hearing his father's question, Edmund Soren's son, Damien Sauron, immediately remembered what he needed to report, and promptly said, "Lindbergh's tactics have changed. Half an hour ago, the main force's numbers began to decrease, and several familiar faces disappeared from the front line, including 2 demigods from the Iron and Blood Cross Order. I suspect they went to attack the guerrillas. Hearing Damien's words, Edmund's expression also grew more serious. After a moment of thought, he said, "Your report is timely, but I will send people to handle these matters. What you need to do now is return to the front line. Lindbergh has actively weakened its main forces, which is a good thing for you. Only by completing the Iron-Blooded Knights acting before the war situation changes again can I apply for the Beander characteristic of War Bishop for you." "Understood, Father, I'll go now." Damien immediately saluted and turned to leave the tent. Only then did Edmund frown, activate his mind communication ability, and contact the guerrilla squads. In Ace's town, the broken streets and widespread devastation spoke of a fierce battle that had just taken place. Charred corpses, once vibrant, were piled together. Throughout the entire process, apart from the sound of bodies being dragged, there was almost no other noise. Neither the townspeople hiding in cellars, nor the guerrillas who had miraculously escaped, nor the soldiers cleaning up the battlefield, had any intention of speaking. It wasn't until all the bodies were piled together, and the lingering blood thoroughly soaked the surrounding ground, that a rugged-looking soldier finally asked, "Boss, isn't collecting bodies always left to logistics? We're not counted by head for military merits. Don't ask what you shouldn't." Adelina, with a masculine appearance, reprimanded in a slightly neutral, low voice. She then rubbed the ring on her index finger, which bore the word, "Kingdom," and a faint light slowly rose. Approximately 3 minutes later, Adelina turned and looked at the soldiers who had already formed ranks, saying, "Get ready, we need to go to the next location." "Understood." After a unanimous, silent response, the soldiers marched out of the town in neat formation, but this did not prevent them from looking with confusion at the already ignited pile of corpses. These non-Beander soldiers, of course, would not understand that in these brief few minutes, the spirits remaining on this battlefield had completely vanished without a trace. Superficially, the intensity of the war did not seem to have increased, but as time passed, some rather jarring battle reports began to enter Edmund's view. Lindbergh, or rather, the people of the Iron and Blood Cross Order, had secretly infiltrated behind Soden city. This was not strange in itself. Infiltrating behind enemy lines to cut off enemy supplies during wartime was a very common operation. But what made Edmund uneasy was that these small units did not seem to intend to attack logistics, nor did they massacre civilians, nor did they burn fields or drive ordinary people to the capital to increase public pressure. It was as if they deliberately exposed their movements and then drew the rear defense forces to them. Although Intis had not experienced a large-scale campaign for decades, as a war bishop, even relying solely on the military literacy bestowed by the potion and his own intuition, Edmund Sauron could sense that this matter was not simple. Opening a military map, Edmund quickly marked the various engagement points on it. Using the war bishop's mind communication ability, which covered the entire battlefield, he could accurately record battles both large and small. And as those small red dots slowly connected on the map, Edmund's expression grew increasingly grim. Although he didn't know what this truly represented, just by looking at the not-so-standard circle on the map, centered around Soden city, he knew that Lindbergh definitely had ill intentions. He suddenly looked up and loudly said to the messenger, "Go to the churches in the city and find 2 bishops. Oh, and remember to tell them that I need Beyonders from the mystery prior or reader pathway." Chapter 480, each has his own thoughts. Although the Sauron family's involvement in the war had ulterior motives, under the war bishop's command, their efficiency was undeniable. Just over 10 minutes after the order was given, a messenger re-entered the tent. "Commander, the 2 bishops have arrived. Let them in." Edmund Soren's expression was not good. The red dots on the military map in front of him had completely surrounded Soden city. A pyromaniac was, after all, a profession anciently known as a fire mage. Even without special bonuses in spells, a bad premonition still arose in his heart. Most importantly, he couldn't even counteract it. The Iron and Blood Cross Order's approach was a blatant scheme. Their small units infiltrated deep into the territory. If troops were sent to fight them, no matter who died, bodies would be left behind. But if they were ignored, who knew what kind of chaos those guys would cause in the rear? Soon, the bishops of Soden city's two major churches arrived at the military camp. Although their expressions weren't too good, they still maintained due respect. After saluting Edmund, who was a sequence 3, the Sun Church bishop spoke directly. Commander, the highest-ranking order keeper in Soden city's standing forces is only sequence 7. If you wish for military assistance, please request aid from the Holy Light Cathedral. However, if it's merely to boost morale and provide some faith-based protection, we will not refuse. The Machinery Church bishop beside him nodded slightly, his tone not as decisive as the Sun Church bishop's. He simply placed a briefcase on the table. These are the results of all Machinery Hivemind members at the Hydraulic Cathedral over the past half-month. They can provide various enchantment effects for weapons. This is our small contribution to protect Soden City. Of course, if the general is interested in purchasing military equipment, we can also offer a good discount. Edmund Soren's eyelid twitched slightly, but he still reached out and took the briefcase, then pointed at the map and said, "We'll discuss war assistance later. Both of you, please look at this map." The two bishops exchanged glances, a little surprised, and followed Edmund to the map. Looking at the circles of red X marks, the Machinery Church bishop frowned and said, "This is, not long ago, a portion of Lindbergh's main army, led by a demigod, broke into our rear. These marked locations are where battles occurred. They seem to be intentionally creating casualties, both ours and theirs. So I wanted to ask both of you if you know of any related spells or rituals." As Edmund spoke, he marked another location on the map. Just there, his subordinates had fought a small unit, and after both sides left a dozen bodies, they disappeared again. No wonder the commander is looking for mystery priors and readers. This thought popped into the two bishops' minds, but looking at the circle encompassing Soden City, they couldn't remain calm and immediately said, "This requires specialized personnel for identification." "That's what I intended as well." Edmund immediately nodded. Because they had been notified beforehand, the relevant personnel were already waiting outside the military camp. Just as the Storm Church cultivates spectators and the Night Church cultivates corpse collectors, it's no secret that the Machinery Church cultivates mystery priors and the Sun Church cultivates readers. After all, beyonders from the authorities need to deal with a wide variety of problems, and a single pathway can hardly meet their needs. Therefore, cultivating some adjacent pathways or functional beyonders became a necessary action. The newly arrived mystery prior and reader didn't even introduce themselves. After being informed of the situation, they came to the map, watching Edmund Sauron occasionally draw two X marks on it. Undoubtedly, this is some kind of ritual, but currently, we cannot determine the purpose of the ritual. The Beyander from the reader pathway had faint white light flickering in his eyes. The detective's ability began to operate, but scene recollection was, after all, an ability applied to the crime scene. With just a map, the information he obtained was very limited. The warlock wasn't idle either. He took out a crystal ball from his robe, and his eyes also underwent a slight change. A mysterious power seemed to connect his eyes with the crystal ball. After a brief silence, the crystal ball suddenly shattered, and he abruptly stepped back a few paces, almost falling to the ground. His eyes bulged, and the hair on his hands began to grow rapidly. Almost at the same time his body changed, everyone in the tent entered a state of alert. If the opponent completely lost control, they would immediately kill him on the spot. However, this situation did not occur. After about 15 seconds of buffering, the warlock's eyes slowly retracted into their sockets. Although the hair on his arms was still dense, it no longer had that tentacle-like feeling. He let out a long breath, as if relieved to have survived, and only when he felt everyone's gaze did he say with lingering fear, "This ritual involves high-level power. I don't know how high it is." The opponent didn't even actively counterattack. I just vaguely glimpsed a wisp of aura and almost lost control. No, if it weren't for using the crystal ball as a medium, I would definitely have lost control. At this point, the warlock looked at the crystal ball fragments, then turned to the Machinery Church bishop. The latter evidently understood his meaning, nodding slightly to indicate that this counted as a work-related injury and could be reimbursed. Listening to the almost meaningless babble from the two professionals, Edmund Soren's expression was somewhat grim. As if sensing his dissatisfaction, the warlock who had received reimbursement approval spoke. Currently, there's too little information. We need more clues. However, I don't plan to go to the ritual site, or rather, going there would only lead to losing control. What do you need? Edmund suppressed his instinct to mock the other party and asked as calmly as possible. Bodies. We need the bodies of those who performed the ritual. The detective beside him answered without hesitation. If we go through the bodies, we should be able to trace back the situation before and after their time of death. If they just died recently, we can also try to perform a séance to obtain relevant intelligence. The warlock also made the same request. In fact, there were many other things that could serve as clues, besides bodies, but in their eyes, bodies were undoubtedly the safest option. After all, the spirits of mortals cannot withstand the aura of too high an existence. Therefore, even if a very high-level existence was truly involved, after passing through a mortal body, the residual aura would be reduced to a level they could withstand. Edmund Sauron evidently didn't quite understand the intricacies of these two. He nodded and began to use mental links to contact the troops in the rear, sending them to the location where the battle had just occurred. As a Sequence 3, he had the ability and the qualification to accept sacrifices, and this battlefield happened to fall under the war bishop's authority, and perish. Before long, with the opening of the door of summoning, several fresh corpses arrived in the commander's tent. Chapter 481, Conspiracy. With the previous experience of the warlock being backlashed, the two Sequence 7 Beyonders were exceptionally cautious when examining the bodies. It wasn't until the smell of blood filled the tent that the warlock and the detective exchanged glances. Finally, the detective spoke. All the spiritual remnants of these bodies have disappeared. You mean their souls were extracted? Edmund frowned. Souls, in many evil rituals, are very common consumable materials. But the next moment, the detective shook his head and said, not souls, but spiritual remnants, or rather, traces. You know, the non-material aspects of living beings can be roughly divided into the spirit body, astral body, mental body, and etheric body. After death, the soul is drawn by the astral body into the spirit world, or, in extremely rare cases, it can be bound to the real world, becoming a dead spirit like a ghoul, wraith, or specter. But even after the soul departs, traces of the soul still remain in the physical body. This is the source for us to commune with the dead, divine, or retrace events. Cough, cough. Seeing that the detective's occupational habit was about to flare up, the bishop of the Sun Church immediately coughed twice, interrupting his mysticism lecture, and gave him a murderous look, hinting that he should get to the point before Commander's face turned completely grim. Seemingly jolted awake by the bishop's gaze, the detective immediately cleared his throat and summarized. In short, under normal circumstances, after a person dies, regardless of whether the soul goes to the spirit world, is guided to a deity's kingdom, or simply becomes an evil spirit, traces of the soul will remain in the physical body. Although divination-like actions might accelerate the dissipation of the spirit, it still requires a process. The time of death for these bodies is no more than 10 minutes, but from the moment they were brought into this tent, the spiritual remnants had already completely vanished. What are these spiritual remnants used for? Is this circle they drew on the map meant to collect spiritual remnants? Edmund wasn't too interested in whether it was souls or spiritual remnants that disappeared. He just wanted to know where these vanished spiritualities would be used, and what this circle on the map was. It shouldn't be, or rather, it should be the opposite. These vanished spiritualities are for constructing this circle, the warlock said with an uncertain tone, then pointed at a few bodies on the ground. This is a simple matter of sequence. The battle started first, then the circle formed, but the spirits of the bodies were gone. As for the uses of spirits, there are too many: communing with spirits, divination, sacrifice, as energy, even forging Beyonder weapons, making talismans. In a sense, spiritual remnants themselves are excellent spiritual materials. Anything related to mysticism is possible. Edmund's face grew increasingly grim as he listened to the reply. Finally, the bishop of the Steam and Machinery Church spoke. Commander, although spiritual remnants have many uses, they are also a very fragile and difficult to preserve resource. If it were the spirituality of Beyonders, that would be one thing, but most of these soldiers are ordinary people. Even if they were empowered by the abilities of a hunter pathway Beyonder while alive, their spirits are still at the level of ordinary people. This kind of spirituality itself has little utilitarian value. The cost of resolving their conflicting issues alone exceeds the value of the material itself. If viewed from the perspective of crafting equipment, the spirits of tens of thousands of ordinary people are probably not even comparable to a single murloc. However, considering this as a battlefield, what the enemy needs is probably not the spirit itself, but what is attached to the spirit. Don't play games with me. I don't want to know the specific principles, just tell me the answer directly. Edmund was getting a headache from these academics. The more anxious he was, the more long-winded they became. Seeing Edmund's obvious impatience, the bishop of the machinery church immediately discarded his prepared speech and said directly, "It's emotions. Just as the criminal pathway completes its rituals by killing ordinary people themselves have no particular meaning, but beyonders of the criminal pathway can absorb negative emotions such as resentment and fear from ordinary people at the moment of their death. If the enemy's goal is these emotions, then everything makes sense." At this point, the bishop of the machinery church's face suddenly turned pale, as if he had finally realized something, and cold sweat instantly streamed down his forehead. Not only him, but the detective and the warlock also realized the crux of the problem, and their faces inevitably showed horror. Edmund hadn't reacted at first, but seeing the three men's pale faces, he finally understood. He cast his gaze back to the circle and said in a slightly trembling voice, "A bloody sacrifice using a large amount of extreme emotions. They are collecting emotions not just from the dead, but from everyone within this circle." Although his tone was a question, Edmund already had the answer in his heart. After all, the one executing this mission was the Iron and Blood Cross Order, which advocates for the extraordinary to manifest on Earth. And what the Iron and Blood Cross Order believes in is precisely the true creator. This is a God descent ritual. The bishop of the Eternal Blazing Sun Church vocalized everyone's guess, but stopping it was already impossible. After all, the war had already begun. Even if Intis were to withdraw its troops now, it would only change the offerings for this super-large sacrifice from resentment and fear to confusion, unwillingness, and bewilderment. Moreover, if Intis were to withdraw its troops now, it would essentially mean Lindbergh's unimpeded advance. At that time, the grievances of the people in the path of the army would likely be even more terrifying than the emotions generated by the clash of two armies. Edmund finally felt a trace of regret at this moment. He never dreamed that the border residents, whom he had never considered as people, were now the rope tightening around his neck. However, it was fortunate that it was the true creator. This thought suddenly popped into Edmund's mind. He focused his gaze on the bishop of the Eternal Blazing Sun Church. The other party noticed his focused gaze and understood his meaning, immediately saying, "Commander, I'm going to send a telegram to headquarters for reinforcements now. I won't stay any longer." Edmund Sauron nodded, finally relaxing a bit. The Eternal Blazing Sun and the true creator are mortal enemies, and also mortal enemies with the God of Knowledge and Wisdom. Now, in the war with the Church of Knowledge and Wisdom, a ritual suspected of being a true creator god descent has appeared. No matter how unwilling the Eternal Blazing Sun Church is, they will definitely send people over. He watched the bishop of the Eternal Blazing Sun Church hurriedly leave with the detective, then turned his gaze to the bishop of the Steam and Machinery Church. "Bishop, in your opinion, how long will this ritual take to complete?" "I don't know." The bishop of the Machinery Church was just thinking of an excuse to escape when Edmund called him, and he immediately blurted out the universal answer. "Our Steam and Machinery Church was established relatively recently, and we don't know much about the true creator, this evil god. However, this matter must be reported to headquarters, so I'll also take my leave first." Saying that, he didn't even wait for Edmund Soren's permission, but gave the warlock a look, and the two hurried towards the door. However, fearing that Edmund might call him back, he turned around and threw out a sentence. "However, sacrifice is definitely linked to quantity. The more people who die on the battlefield, the faster the ritual will be completed." As his voice fell, the two had already disappeared into the tent. Edmund, as a demigod, was too lazy to bother with the disrespect of these two mid-sequence beyonders. He had already opened his thought network to its maximum, issuing orders to every Sauron family descendant directly connected to his thoughts. All rituals are temporarily suspended. Everything is to prioritize minimizing casualties. Direct descendants of the family are to retreat to Soden City, ready to evacuate at any time. Chapter 482 Everything is ready. Snow, through Heaven Manufacturing, was in contact with members of the Iron and Blood Cross Order, gaining a battlefield perspective no less than Edmund's, and when he saw the Sauron family's direct forces slowly begin to contract, he understood that the war had almost entered its second phase. Facing a ritual that might involve the true Creator's descent, Eternal Blazing Sun would absolutely not turn a blind eye. Conservatively estimated, at least one saint wielding a holy relic was currently on their way. If they wanted to play it safe, it might even be an angel. Unlike Wu Long, Eternal Blazing Sun was an existence that had been with the Silver City Creator, ancient Sun God, since his weakest days, growing little by little under the ancient Sun God's tutelage. It was precisely because of this that his betrayal was the most unforgivable. It could be said that while Feng Zibai were all traitors, Eternal Blazing Sun was definitely the existence true Creator hated the most. We can begin the general offensive now. Snow declared a war mobilization to the Iron and Blood Cross Order in the name of the true Creator. Then, he picked up the palm-sized puppet on the table and vanished from Soden. He wanted to create a time lag. Or rather, he wanted to create the illusion of having anticipated the Eternal Blazing Sun Church's anticipation, intending to achieve victory in one fell swoop, and taking advantage of Soren's retreat, directly cut through Soden City. Of course, if the Eternal Blazing Sun Church didn't fall for it, directly summoning True Creator's descent was still a favorable option for Snow, or rather, if True Creator could truly descend here, that would be the best situation for Snow. However, no matter how one looked at it, as long as the people of the Eternal Blazing Sun Church weren't completely insane, they wouldn't let this ritual continue, Your Excellency, Sage of Pleasure. Seeing Snow suddenly appear, Mr. A, who was reading a newspaper, immediately stood up and saluted. After Snow returned the salute by tapping his chest 4 times, he asked, "How are things in Trier? The hunting of low-level Beyonders is going smoothly. The Holy Light Cathedral's remaining low-sequence Beyonders are no longer sufficient to defend Trier. To avoid further losses, only the Versailles district and the commercial district, 2 core areas, will be thoroughly searched. Other areas are almost in a semi-abandoned state. Many wild Beyonders and members of various secret organizations have started to emerge, but recently the Hermetic Order has been quite active. However, they don't seem to be involved in Trier's defense. Instead, a large number of them have left Trier, their destination unknown, but it shouldn't be the front lines." Snow took the Trier map, which Mr. A handed him, marked with many annotations, and after a moment of thought, replied, "That's about right. I'll go say hello to the Machinery Church. If there are no problems, you can prepare to begin the operation." "All right." Although Mr. A was surprised by Snow's mention of consulting the Machinery Church, he still nodded and began contacting the Intis workers' movement to prepare. Snow then took a circuitous route to the Rosal Life Museum station in the Triumphal district and entered a bookstore built opposite the museum, which sold merchandise, such as Rosal's collected works, Rosal's selected poems, and rubbings of Rosal's manuscripts. "Sir, what type of book do you need? We recently reprinted a complete collection of Rosal's works, all printed on the highest quality coated paper, with cover designs personally crafted by a master, and a preface personally written by His Holiness the Pope of the Machinery Church. Both its collection value and reading value are absolutely worth more than the price." Stepping into the bookstore, the receptionist immediately began introducing Rosal's great works. Snow's mouth twitched slightly. He had no intention of using a code. Instead, with the expression of a regular customer, he walked up to the second floor of the bookstore. As soon as he stepped onto the stairs, a familiar voice reached his ears. "Why aren't you using the code? Please, meeting up here is too much trouble. I have to buy that Dawn of Technology periodical, and that Queen's Game, which Rosal never even wrote. Isn't it better to just chant the honorific name?" Snow found Bernadette's taste truly difficult to understand. Perhaps this was because Rosal had told her spy stories when she was little. "Trier is, after all, under the gaze of a true god," Bernadette said in a cold tone. Snow was slightly startled, only then noticing a young-looking thing by the window on the second floor. The reason he said thing was because Snow couldn't feel any signs of life from the other party. Without a doubt, this was a robot. "I knew your tone was stiff, Snow muttered to himself, raising an eyebrow and saying in a slightly playful tone. Your brother. What's his current state? Hearing this question, Bernadette's expression was a little awkward. Before she could answer, the robot quickly walked over, shook his right hand firmly, and then smiled, saying, You must be my brother-in-law, right? A pleasure to meet you, I'm Bonava. Slap. The clown-like Bonava robot was held down by Bernadette with a slap. The crisp metallic sound made one wonder if it would short-circuit its mechanical parts. You see, he's like this now. Bernadette sighed resignedly and walked to the table by the window to sit down, seemingly not wanting to continue the topic, and directly asked. Are you ready, coming here? Almost. I plan to promote the Intis workers' movement. This is an inevitable historical development and also greatly beneficial to the machinery church. However, there might be some growing pains during the process, so I need to consult with the machinery church. But with your brother in this state, I'm a little worried. Snow glanced at the grinning Bonava, beginning to wonder what exactly was wrong with Rosal's son. Brother-in-law, you don't need to worry. I was born a sequence 5 and became a demigod not long after adulthood. So, with abundant humanity, I appear relatively young. A few years of adaptation should be enough. He's not your brother-in-law. Bernadette gritted her teeth, looking at Bonava's mechanical clone. The robot very humanly shrunk his neck and immediately changed his tone, speaking in a rather formal manner. Ahem. Mr. Snow, you can tell me your plans. As long as they are harmless to the steam and machinery church, I can make decisions. Of course, if church resources need to be mobilized, I will also need to seek guidance from our Lord. Your sister should have already told you the general plan. I'm just going to tell you the specific details. Snow concisely explained the upcoming plan to Bonava. For the machinery church, whose vast majority of followers were bottom-level workers, there was absolutely no reason to refuse such a plan that could greatly increase their strength. After the discussion ended, Bonava's robot once again went to the window to look at the street scene. Snow, who had walked out of the bookstore, then whispered. What exactly is going on with your brother? Just as he said, his human age wasn't old, so he's quite lively. He'll settle down after a period of time. The main thing is that he still needs to serve in the machinery church, and to prevent him from being unknowingly replaced by divinity again, I had him leave a clone here to constantly monitor his mental state. Bernadette's voice sounded in Snow's ear, and Snow nodded lightly, saying, Then you'll need to keep a close eye on him recently. After all, he might need to establish contact with the god of steam soon. I know. Bernadette's voice was very firm, but she seemed to have no intention of continuing to discuss her brother's issues, changing the subject instead. More importantly, the Holy Light Cathedral has reformed the Illuminator Corps. Don't be too careless. Chapter 483, Borrowing of Fools, Observation. On airship 1345, Klein watched a group of red gloves slowly board the airship, then smiled warmly at Leonard from a distance and raised the wine glass in his hand. Although Klein had some doubts about the reliability of the airship, after multiple divinations, he still boarded this mode of transport, which he considered rather unstable, to head to West Balam for arms trade. Just as he was speculating about Leonard's purpose in going to West Balam, Mr. Azik's messenger suddenly appeared, which almost made him overreact. After all, this was a military airship, and the lower deck housed over a dozen red gloves. However, from the current situation, the bone messenger did not seem to attract much attention, so Klein relaxed. He reached out and took a stack of letters from the messenger, who was inexplicably somewhat respectful, then turned and headed to a small lounge to read Mr. Azik's mail. From the contents of Mr. Azik's letter, Klein felt that the other party did not seem to have undergone any significant changes, but his memory seemed to have recovered a lot. Seeing that the other party was interested in the Ring of Death, Klein immediately recalled the bullets he had fired into the Black Tulip and sincerely hoped they had not been dug out of the zombies or the deck. Burning the letter in his hand to ashes, Klein began to consider the content of his reply. However, just then, a series of overlapping whispers suddenly echoed in his ears. At this time, is it Mr. Devil's lunch prayer? Klein suddenly sat up, a hint of tension flashing in his eyes. Mr. Devil hadn't prayed for several days. If he hadn't asked for leave before the Tarot Club, he would have suspected that this gentleman had encountered some kind of accident. After confirming that the door was closed, Klein immediately took 4 steps counterclockwise, arriving above the gray fog. The flickering crimson star indeed belonged to Mr. Devil. Klein immediately spread his spirituality, and Mr. Devil's voice immediately echoed in the space above the gray fog. However, to Klein's surprise, the voice was not a lunch prayer. "O fool who does not belong to this era, you are the mysterious ruler above the gray fog, you are the king of yellow and black who controls good luck. Please bless me to succeed this time." This isn't a formal plea, but more like a, "God bless," type of prayer. Klein immediately realized the current situation, but his heart grew increasingly worried. In the images that appeared with the prayer, Mr. Devil was guarding by a furnace, looking exceptionally haggard. His tired expression was as if he were a Party B whose designs had been rejected hundreds of times by the Party A. I've known Mr. Devil for so long, and this is the first time I've seen him so haggard. As a Sequence 3 expert, to show such obvious fatigue, what exactly has he gone through? With this thought, Klein immediately injected his spirituality into the Crimson Star. After several accidental live broadcasts and having controlled the Church of the Sea God for a period, Klein somewhat understood how to maintain this kind of observation from the level of a god. Mr. Devil, who had just made a plea, had a very direct connection with him, and Klein had almost no difficulty in stabilizing his gaze. At this moment, Mr. Devil was nervously watching the furnace. After finding nothing had changed, Klein began to examine the room. Although he had never truly seen it, Klein could tell from the decorations, which were out of sync with the current era, that this should be a room inside Black Swan Castle. At this time, Mr. Devil was likely forging a mystical item. In Klein's understanding, snow-crafting Beyonder items was as simple as eating and drinking. Orders placed in the morning would often result in high-quality finished products by the afternoon, and even more complex types wouldn't take more than 3 days. But this time, Mr. Devil had actually skipped several days of prayers and a tarot club for this item, which made Klein even more curious. What level of item is it? A saint? No, could it be an angel level? Klein watched Snow remain motionless for a long time, then regretfully took out his Zaiwei, winding it up while waiting quietly, setting a deadline for himself. If there were no other actions before he finished winding it, he would immediately return to reality. Although he was very concerned about Mr. Devil's current actions, Klein dared not forget that his body was still on a military airship. However, Snow's seemingly frozen image did not last too long. About 2 minutes later, he suddenly straightened up and took out a box from the corner that was grayish-white like rock but whose specific material could not be discerned. In that instant, Klein even felt the image blur a bit. No, this was not an illusion. Klein clearly realized that Snow must have cast some sealing spell. If he hadn't established a connection through the other party's recent prayer, he would probably have been completely cut off by now. Klein watched Snow carefully open the box, drawing out some contents and injecting them into the furnace. The suddenly erupting flames almost dyed the entire scene red. What could be in that box? Klein curiously directed his gaze towards the box, which was only open a crack and about to be closed again. Almost instantly, Klein felt a sharp pain in his eyes. Immediately after, a piercing metallic screeching sound suddenly rang in his ears, and cracks began to appear on his body as if he had been forcibly torn apart. That kind of pain, as if rolling down a mountain of blades, made Klein let out a muffled groan. However, this pain came and went quickly, either because Snow reclosed the box or because the gray fog immediately cut off the connection. As Klein groaned, he had already quietly retreated. The wounds on his body slowly healed under the power of Saphira Castle. Klein, still shaken, looked at the conference hall, which seemed to have been swept by a blade storm, and with a thought, restored it to its original state. This power is far less than that of the true creator and the eternal blazing sun, but to be able to affect above the gray fog, it has probably reached the standard of a Grade 0 sealed artifact. Is Mr. Devil using a Grade 0 sealed artifact to create a Beyonder item? Klein, worried about disturbing Mr. Snow, didn't dare to continue the connection at this time. However, he couldn't help but recall the shock brought by that fleeting glimpse. That kind of power, seemingly full of destruction and dead silence, made Klein's spine chill even when just recalling it. However, this act of courting death was not without benefits. In that glimpse, a method for crafting a high-level charm also appeared in Klein's mind. Mr. Devil's family fortune is truly terrifying. Looking at the material requirements for the charm, could it be a high-level Beyonder characteristic from the Hunter pathway? Sequence 2 or Sequence 1? Or, a uniqueness? But no matter what it is, why would Mr. Devil exhaust himself so much? What is he planning to do? Quote. Phew, thanks to Lord K. In Black Swan Castle, Snow took a deep breath and resealed the box containing 001. His haggardness was not a pretense, and the skipped tarot club and prayers were not truly for fishing. He genuinely hadn't slept for several days. The danger of 001 was far higher than he had imagined. Although it was relatively safe inside the box, even drawing out a wisp of its aura was enough to turn the entire room into a terrifying illusion where anyone below a demigod would immediately lose control upon entering. After much deliberation, Snow ultimately manipulated Klein. Using Mr. Fool's cautious yet bold personality, he deliberately lured him to peek at 001, and in the instant of 001's spontaneous counterattack, he successfully extracted the necessary aura. Of course, Lord K should have received his reward too. Catching his breath slightly, Snow pulled out a bottle of potion from his spatial pocket and gulped it down, then returned to the furnace. At this moment, the boiling flames had gradually subsided, and within the furnace, the molten metal bars, emitting a white-hot glow, also began to exude an aura of destruction and dead silence. Watching the furnace slowly cool down, Snow took out a mottled orb of light. If one listened closely, one could faintly hear shouts of killing, weeping, and wailing from within. Chapter 484 The Great Revolution. On Friday, June 17, Intis suffered a frontline defeat, the Sauron family passively engaged in battle, and the Eternal Blazing Sun Church dispatched high-ranking officials to the front line. In the early morning of June 18, the workers' movement in Trier declared an uprising. With the tacit approval of the Steam and Machinery Church, the workers' movement almost immediately occupied the factory district and the triumphal district of Trier, seizing control of all industrial capacity in the entire city. Led by a group of skilled technicians, many production workshops were converted into armories, and a large number of weapons were manufactured. The workers' movement was armed, and many workers took to the streets, blocking roads and subways. While completely dividing the north and south banks of the Sorenzo River, they also cut off external routes such as railways and shipping, turning Trier into an isolated city in a short time. On June 19, the workers' movement clashed with the Rapid Response Force temporarily assembled and recruited by the Trier Parliament. Based on intelligence provided by undercover personnel, the workers' movement did not suffer significant losses and took the opportunity to engage in probing fire with the opposing side. On June 20, the workers' movement set up artillery in the Triumphal District and carried out a demonstrative bombardment of the Versailles District. Another armed conflict broke out between the two sides. Los Victor, one of the three leaders of the Order Keepers of the Holy Light Cathedral, was attacked while resisting the bombardment and fell on the spot. At the same time, news of a shortage of material reserves broke out. Those who know, and the originally wavering middle class fell into panic, gradually realizing the fact that the so-called middle class was merely slightly wealthy proletarians. On June 21, a large number of leaflets appeared in the commercial district and Bilal district, and a small number of middle-class individuals began to attempt to move to the factory district. At the same time, the Parliament's Rapid Response Force launched a surprise attack on the transfer aisle, but was repelled by the well-prepared workers' movement. On June 25, after several days of attrition, the ammunition in the Versailles district was completely exhausted. The workers' movement began to cross the Sorenzo River on a large scale, and the commercial district and Bilal district were liberated. Railways and shipping were reopened, but the Versailles district was completely isolated. The Holy Light Cathedral, adjacent to the Versailles district, dispatched order keepers to protect its believers' wealthy patrons and clashed with the workers' movement. The Holy Light Cathedral began to transfer some sealed artifacts. Have all personnel been evacuated? In the afterglow of the setting sun, Snow looked at the spirited Mr. A, gazing at the Holy Light Cathedral in the middle of the Sorenzo River. After the previous battles, the facilities around the Holy Light Cathedral have been largely destroyed, and with wartime controls, no unauthorized personnel will enter this area, Mr. A replied with certainty, his handsome face filled with excitement and anticipation. Very good. Snow's lips curled slightly. Although no one was around him, he still spoke in a not too loud voice. Is the environmental setup ready? I won't go back on my word about what I promised you, but I will only provide environmental assistance. As for the rest, a slightly aged voice came out of nowhere, but Snow didn't mind, saying, I understand. After all, it was agreed upon long ago, wasn't it? Very good, then I'll begin. The aged voice then disappeared. Snow glanced at the half-sun that had already dipped below the horizon and took out a palm-sized puppet from his embrace. Go. Lindbergh is about to reach Trier. Before that, take this city, hang the capitalists on lampposts, otherwise, even if we succeed, it will just be a grand gift to the god of knowledge and wisdom. Listening to Snow's words, Mr. A tapped his chest 4 times, bowed respectfully, and then turned towards the Versailles district, which was already out of ammunition and supplies. If not for concerns about potential unnecessary losses from Beyonders in those prominent families, a full-scale offensive could have already begun. But even so, the Aurora Order's lambs within the Versailles district had already helped plan a path of extermination. Not making a move now was merely waiting for those wavering Beyonders to surrender voluntarily. Watching Mr. A, who now possessed a few more leadership qualities, disappear from his sight, Snow looked once more at the west, where the sun had completely sunk below the horizon, leaving only a few rays of afterglow, and crushed the puppet in his hand with force. Rays of light flowed from his palm, slowly enveloping Snow's body. A moment later, his clothes had changed. He was now wearing a red high-necked t-shirt, a blood-colored triangular scarf covering half of his face, a black hooded trench coat, and matching dark trousers. A red strip of cloth, whether a scarf or a streamer, hung from his chest and shoulders, giving him an aura that was out of place with the era. But as he drew a long blade radiating a dangerous aura, all the incongruity on Snow vanished, transforming into an intensely dangerous presence. This was a clothing fashion, crafted with the weapon master as the main body, combined with the sequence 5 characteristics of Dreamwalker and Scarlet Scholar. It didn't have many flashy abilities, its sole purpose was to allow Snow to exert the power of this weapon while enduring its side effects. At this moment, the Sorrenzo River had long lost its former prosperity. The roses on both banks were reduced to charred soil and scattered remnants of branches, and the bridge leading to the Holy Light Cathedral was already dilapidated. Walking on it, there was always a feeling that a vampire carrying a road roller could come crushing down from above at any moment. HMPH. Taking a deep breath, Snow gripped the scabbard, sealed by more than a dozen layers of spiritual barriers, and strode towards the main entrance of the Holy Light Cathedral. This building, somewhat resembling the Notre Dame Cathedral of his previous life, was now stained with considerable gunpowder smoke. Stop! A sharp shout came, and a man in a golden cassock blocked the main entrance. With his words, a series of dull alarm bells also began to ring. Although we are enemies, if possible, I don't want to kill anyone, so, can you step aside? I only want 0 to 59. Snow's tone was very calm, but his steps did not slow down in the slightest. Each step was almost identical in stride, bringing heavy pressure. Even though his companions had already filed out, the gatekeeper still felt immense pressure. It was at this moment that the sky, which had originally been a little dim, suddenly turned completely black. A blood-red full moon hung impossibly high in the sky, and the spirituality of the entire world began to surge wildly. Conversely, all positive, light-based powers were greatly suppressed. Charge! The gatekeeper spread his arms, and holy light enveloped his companions. Rays of light continuously rose, creating large areas of light pollution. The amplifications of the 13 priests of light superimposed on each other, elevating every person in this small team to a near demigod level. But, they were ultimately not demigods. Retreat. Snow still took a step, but under the illumination of the red moon, his shadow began to spread and grow at a terrifying speed. Malicious eyes and gaping mouths with ferocious fangs emerged from the shadows. Merely making eye contact with them caused a strong sense of contamination to flood the mind. In a non-sneak attack state, a mythical creature's form possesses absolute suppression over Beyonders below the demigod level. By the time Snow arrived at the entrance of the Holy Light Cathedral, the so-called Illuminator squad had all fallen to the ground. God says, justice will triumph over evil. A majestic voice echoed from behind the door. Rays of light, suddenly erupting, fell upon those Beyonders. As the signs of losing control slowly vanished, the main door of the Holy Light Cathedral finally opened. Behind the door was a middle-aged man in an archbishop's robe with brilliant golden hair. Justice Mentor, Saint Peter. It seems you insist on fighting. Even at the cost of everyone in the entire cathedral. Snow looked at the man before him and asked in a calm tone. To dedicate oneself to the Lord is our glory. As Archbishop Peter's voice fell, the illuminators also climbed up from the ground, but judging by their vacant eyes and distorted movements, they resembled zombies more than living people. I see, so this is the illuminator. Snow reached out and grasped heaven manufacturing hanging around his neck, lightly kissing the pink vertical pupil in the center of the cross. Amidst murmurs, a rhythmic melody suddenly resounded beneath the entire sky. Open black lens bracket I am the one, close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket I'm here, close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket infiltrated, close black lens bracket. With lyrics in an unknown language accompanying the melody, Snow also reached out and gripped the hilt of his blade. Since you've taken up arms, then, let's begin. As his voice faded, layers of spiritual barriers suddenly shattered. As the scabbard exploded into fragments, a deep red long blade, seemingly steeped in blood and rust, was exposed to the air. Open black lens bracket your delusion has reached its end, close black lens bracket. Chapter 485 Bloody Holy Light. The moment the blade was exposed to the air, Archbishop St. Peter immediately felt immense pressure. His rich Beander experience told him that this was definitely a Class 1, or even Class 0 sealed artifact. My victory is evident. As the song in an unknown language continued, the aura emanating from the newcomer grew increasingly terrifying. Archbishop St. Peter, realizing it was a mystical item's blessing from the barred pathway, dared not hesitate. He spread his arms, and the same language was chanted in unison by him and the 13 enlighteners, who seemed to have lost consciousness. God said, "Invalid." Snow stepped to the rhythm of the song, and with the bard's power enhancing him, he tightened his grip on the hilt of his blade. So, look at me. With a disdainful smile, Snow's right foot suddenly lunged forward. A flash of blade, and 3 enlighteners were sent flying backward. Under the joint notarization, even a sequence 3 Beander would have to pay a significant price to break through its power, yet it was torn apart as easily as paper. The moment that dazzling sharpness approached, Archbishop St. Peter understood that this was not an enemy that could be defeated by a human wave tactic. God said, "Justice shall be praised." Archbishop St. Peter rapidly chanted the true words. Rays of sun's light descended upon him, and his originally gaunt body suddenly swelled, making his archbishop's robes bulge. Solid holy armor covered his body, and a domain of light spread out beneath his feet, countering the unnatural red moon in the sky. A spiked mace, enveloped in holy light, appeared in his hand, and a formidable aura erupted from him. Be careful to keep your distance, I'm highly flammable and explosive. The moment the blade and the spiked mace collided, a violent force crushed down. Snow's swordsmanship had no particular style, it was precise, lethal, swift, and incredibly simple and direct. What seemed like chaotic hacking carried an undeniable dominance. God said, "Valid." The forcefully swung spiked mace, empowered by the word of spirit, smashed towards Snow's head, but the sinister long blade was already blocking it in a rather twisted posture. I burn all day, I am unstoppable. As weapons clashed, countless specks of light scattered. Archbishop St. Peter was forced back 2 steps again, while Snow seemed completely unaffected, pressing down with his blade once more. My blood is already ignited, don't even think of harming me in the slightest. Snow's arms seemed forged from steel, he appeared completely unharmed by the repeated collisions. No, he wasn't unharmed. Archbishop St. Peter's now pure white eyes had already caught Snow's slightly trembling hand, but his sword-wielding motion did not falter in the slightest because of it. On the contrary, it was growing stronger. A dazzling ray of light suddenly ignited, a brilliant flash that vanished in an instant, followed by a pure white flame that completely enveloped Snow's body. The raging flames spread in an instant, but St. Peter felt no joy of victory. Instead, he immediately spread his arms, and the power of light converged above his head, forming a spear that seemed to be made of pure sunlight. I am in the flames. The fire of vengeance has ignited the will to fight. A crimson blade light suddenly rose. The flames enveloping Snow were split apart by a single slash. As the power of silence and destruction boiled, it actually dyed the domain of no darkness a layer of gray-white. Saint Peter, who had already anticipated this, did not retreat in the slightest. The fiery white spear was violently thrown out. At a distance of less than 5 meters, such an attack was almost impossible to dodge. However, clang! With a crisp sound, the spear, entirely composed of sunlight, was split in two by the rust-red long blade. Amidst the explosions that resembled miniature suns, the figure intertwined with black and red had already arrived before Saint Peter. God said, "Invalid, even if you use all your strength, you won't extinguish my wrath." The rust-red blade easily cut through the sunlight-constructed barrier as if slicing butter. But just as the holy armor was disintegrating, a series of attacks suddenly fell upon Snow from all directions. Invisible spider silks, golden chains, fireballs emitting a sulfurous smell, arrows entwined with lightning. Seizing the moment Snow launched a fatal attack on Saint Peter, 10 enlighteners simultaneously activated the sealed artifacts they carried. God said, "The wicked shall be scorned. Nevertheless, you still try to stop me." The song continued, seemingly from the horizon. Pure light pressed down on Snow, immediately tearing open cracks in his black trench coat. And the spiked mace, enveloped in light, once again slammed into the restrained Snow. It landed squarely on his head. However, this terrifying force was blocked by that thin hood. Blood flowed from the brim of the hood, tracing down his eyes, the only part exposed from the red triangular scarf. But before Saint Peter could follow up with another strike, the blood had already turned into black-red steam and vanished without a trace. However, you still cannot make me fall. The moment their eyes met, a destructive will directly broke through Saint Peter's mental threads. In a moment of distraction, the domain of no darkness beneath his feet immediately dissipated. Twisted and mad shadows, aided by the red moon in the sky, overwhelmed the Justice Mentor's domain of light, and the precarious balance instantly shattered. An eye with a dial-patterned iris suddenly opened. As a bell chimed, one sealed artifact after another immediately lost its effect, and Snow's body regained its ability to move. "I am the chosen one, no one can defeat me." The rust-red blade was raised high. In Saint Peter's eyes, there was only utter silence. Until the end of all things, it will be my era. As the blade fell, the sun-holy emblem pinned to Saint Peter's chest suddenly exploded. An aura belonging to a god spread at this moment. This divine blessing seemed to awaken the faith in the hearts of the Enlighteners and Saint Peter. Their eyes, now restored with spirit, seemed to want to continue the contest. But, oh, like a wildfire rekindled, biting into your bones. With one sweep, the Enlighteners who had survived due to Snow's mercy rather than their own strength were all cut in half at the waist with a single strike. Blood instantly stained the forecourt of the Holy Light Cathedral. Not just their bodies, but their souls were also extinguished by this blow. But Saint Peter did not let that moment be in vain. His body suddenly melted, transforming into a dazzling, unbearable light. He forcibly activated his mythical creature form in a weakened mental state. "I will pass through your hall of suffering and kick you off your throne." Shaking off the dried blood on his blade, Snow unhesitatingly swung back, and Saint Peter, who continuously emitted light and heat like a star, was split in two. However, this was not enough to kill a demigod who had entered mythical creature form. Instead, as Snow passed through the light and shadow, streams of flame, like solar prominences, wrapped around him. "I am constantly approaching, passing through the storm, insatiable." Snow's figure suddenly vanished. As the prominences missed, he reappeared beside the light and shadow, holding his long blade. Like the elusive eye of the storm, impossible to pinpoint. The blade light split in an instant, and the condensed spherical shape instantly transformed into endless specks of light. The bursting light completely turned into heat, seemingly wanting to drag Snow down with it, but Snow's body had already dissolved a step earlier, reappearing 10 meters away. "I will surpass your imagination, without any limits." The darkness brought by the red moon once again wrapped around him, suppressing and nullifying the light brought by the explosion. Shadows spread from Snow's feet, completely enveloping the light. The light, bound by shadows, seemed to still struggle, but the blade in Snow's hand had already ignited with God-slaying flames. "My heart is burning, desire and wrath incinerating the body." Destruction and annihilation, two seemingly conflicting powers that would ultimately converge into oblivion, condensed on the red-bladed, black-bodied sword. The malicious fire, ignited by the resentment and hatred of soldiers who died in war, tainted the pure light of the sun. Even if encased in ice, it cannot be submerged. I will melt that long-standing ice wall. The shadows automatically avoided the blade, and the gushing light met the blade burning with rust-red flames head-on. I am the chosen one, no one can make me shy away from the edge. The incandescent flames gradually withered, and the rust-red became the only light in the night. When all the dust settles, I will be invincible. Boom! The shadows, compressed to their extreme, suddenly exploded, but what gushed out was not rust-red light, but dazzling golden red. The red moon in the sky was instantly dispersed, and the original night sky was illuminated. Hey, divine descent is too much. Chapter 486, Killing God. The descending God is also a god. At this moment, Holy Light Cathedral was truly enveloped by light, and even the sky curtain constructed by Nibe was completely torn apart. The entire Trier, after the illusory red moon, welcomed a false daylight. The fiercely burning St. Peter had transformed into a golden torch, and infinite high temperature and heat waves emanated from him. Patches of white mist and steam rose around Holy Light Cathedral, that was the evaporated water of the Sorrenzo River. Eternal blazing sun, divine descent. He did not speak. It wasn't that the eternal blazing sun lacked the ability to speak, but rather because a mere sequence 3 divine descent vessel was too fragile. Even just opening his mouth to speak, the divine language would instantly destroy this physical body. The eternal blazing sun, forcefully descending, could not unleash the power of a true god. Let alone a true god, even barely reaching the level of a great archangel, sequence 1 would cause this body to collapse in an extremely short time. The body, still barely maintaining a human form within the flames, raised an arm. Blinding, dazzling high-temperature flames blasted towards Snow, completely engulfing Snow's body. But he did not turn to ash in these scorching flames, instead, he took a step forward. Red ribbons slowly ignited, but it wasn't the golden solar flame, but a rusty red flame filled with blood and madness. A wisp of flame rose from the black and red long saber. Compared to the magnificent solar flame of the eternal blazing sun's divine descent form, it was like the pitiful spark rising from a burning match. But amidst the encirclement of these golden red flames, such a dim spark was, paradoxically, so dazzling. To obtain 0 to 59, Snow diverted the eternal blazing sun's angels, divine descent vessels, suppressed the eternal blazing sun's anchors, merchants, bankers, and clergy, and breached his diacies. Even having achieved this level, Snow still made contingency plans for the eternal blazing sun's divine descent. If I don't go all out against a deity, it would be too disrespectful. The rusty red flames burned brighter and brighter, and Snow's fashion also began to disintegrate. Specks of light shimmered in the flames, and the power that had been suppressed by the 2 sequence 5 Beander characteristics of Scarlet Scholar and Dreamwalker began to boil again. As mentioned before, open black lens bracket fashion. Avenger close black lens bracket was specially customized to unleash the power of open black lens bracket red saber close black lens bracket, designed to suppress its side effects while maximizing its power. Scarlet Scholar was used to manipulate blood, Dreamwalker was used to stabilize the mind, and Weapon Master reduced side effects while enhancing Snow's skill in using bladed weapons. But this assertion is actually incorrect, because open black lens bracket red saber close black lens bracket, in essence, is not a open black lens bracket mystical item close black lens bracket, but a Beander weapon crafted from spiritual materials. It simply has no so-called side effects. Or rather, the part that was suppressed as a side effect was inherently a part of its power. And now, the restrictions are lifted. I, too, possess the combat power of a mere sequence 2. Snow's blood began to boil, and the will of destruction surged into his spiritual world. Frenzied, agitated, violent, he seemed to transform into a raging inferno, charging towards the golden red figure in the solar flame. At this moment, the singing resumed. Even though the bonus provided by the Bard Beander characteristic was already minuscule for Snow's current state, sometimes the mental boost is even more important. No one can defeat me in my BGM. Like a match about to extinguish, the black and red long saber, burning with these tiny flames, cut through the fire, and Snow's body suddenly vanished without a trace. Open black lens bracket fashion. Avenger close black lens bracket locked his physical and mental state, reducing the burden while also suppressing the power of Snow's own pathway. And now, the eternal blazing sun's divine descent form faced the dragon of Kal in his full glory. No matter how vigorous the flames, they cannot scorch that which does not exist, but existing flames will incinerate everything. The golden red flames were ignited by the rusty red, yet the eternal blazing sun within the flames showed no sign of wavering. The power of purification washed over everything around him, even the dirt, rubble, and even holy light cathedral behind him, all began to burn. Open black lens bracket where there is light, all that is hidden shall have nowhere to conceal itself, close black lens bracket. An indescribable voice emanated from the flames. The divine decree, personally uttered by the deity, almost instantly materialized Snow's body. The terrifying pollution was immune to Snow, who was accustomed to the true creator's singing, but the fashion on him had been completely ignited. His skin cracked, charred, and the unpleasant smell emanating from it was evaporated by the solar flames. The blood gushing from his wounds turned into bloody steam before it could even fall. But his movements did not stop due to the damage to his body. Amidst countless thoughts branching out, a large amount of spirituality transformed into two open black lens bracket hard white same different close black lens bracket. Strengthen fighting spirit, weaken pain. Strengthen range, weaken temperature. The spells targeting the solar flame and himself took effect, and the rusty red flames once again suppressed the golden fire spreading over his body. At this moment, Snow seemed to be wearing a cloak woven from rusty red flames. And in the next moment, that rusty red figure had appeared in all directions. This was not a clone technique, nor was it a puppet or automaton, but a combined application of white stallion passing through a crack and flying arrow as unmoving. The process of movement and the action of attack were all omitted. A brief instant was subdivided into thousands of parts, and in these hundreds of moments, there was a slash from Snow in every instant. The high-temperature flames, spreading for over 10 miles, were completely scattered, and the golden humanoid light figure was exposed in the attack's line of sight. Open black lens bracket all who defy shall be punished, close black lens bracket. Another divine word was uttered. A terrifying pressure directly fell upon Snow, causing his sword-wielding motion to pause. And the blazing white spear, surrounded by angelic wings, had already been thrown by the eternal blazing sun's divine descent form. Snow only felt that the surrounding space and time had been completely sealed. That spear, though its speed was not exaggerated, was already destined to hit. He did not attempt a futile dodge. Gripping the hilt with both hands, the rusty red long saber was swung forcefully. Light, like a miniature star exploding, illuminated the sky above the Sorrenzo River, and a bloody saber light left an undeniable bloody mark within that dazzling white light. The divine descent form, having used 2 divine decrees and 1 archangel-level divine spell, did not dodge the sweeping saber light. For even if he dodged, the disintegration of this physical body was already irreversible. As the severed upper body began to fall towards the ground, 2 miniature suns rose again in the golden eyes on that emotionless face. Open black lens bracket all who are unrighteous shall be punished, close black lens bracket. The third divine word fell, and the light that almost illuminated the entire Trier instantly compressed, as if to concentrate all light and heat into a single point. But just then, a rusty, cracked broken blade pierced into the back of his head. The light instantly exploded, and an angel with tattered wings and only half a body fell from Snow's original position, scattering into countless points of light. Chapter 487, The Fifth United States of Intis. Tisk, as expected of a god's descent avatar, it actually cost me 2 lives. Snow casually tossed aside the completely destroyed remnants of the red blade, then bent down to collect the spoils of war. Yes, 2 lives. The fashion helped him withstand the fatal backlash from the restriction release, and Metatron helped him endure the full-force strike from the god's descent body. However, even so, his current state was not too good, but this did not prevent him from starting to enjoy the fruits of victory. You should go rest now. Bernadette's voice appeared out of thin air, but Snow waved his hand dismissively and said, "It's fine, I need this near-death experience right now, it will be beneficial for my upcoming ritual. Besides, a certain righteous god is cursing me right now, if I relax, I might just fall asleep directly." Yes, a curse. God slaying, even if it was just killing a god's descent body, was not without a price. Even if he immediately activated the white horse is not horse shielding function after killing the god's descent body, preventing the eternal blazing sun from directly unleashing divine punishment. The god's resentful thoughts still generated an incredibly terrifying curse. However, Snow was already burdened with the true creator's curse. At the same time the eternal blazing sun's curse arrived, the true creator almost seamlessly converted the curse into a blessing. Snow, already accustomed to god-level curses, easily bore the eternal blazing sun's resentment, which was not its forte in cursing. Although it still caused a considerable burden on his body, it completely fulfilled the role-playing of a disciple of silence. You are too aggressive. A sequence 3 unleashing a god's descent cannot last long. In less than half an hour, he would self-destruct from being unable to bear the power of the god. Listening to Bernadette's words, Snow said indifferently, "The so-called rightful acquisition of the nation, directly killing a god's descent avatar when establishing a church, and relying on delaying until the god's descent avatar self-destructs, are completely different concepts. If I had relied on delaying and escaped, the workers' movement taking over the eternal blazing sun church's legacy would face many more twists and turns, and those beyonders loyal to the high-ranking officials would not surrender obediently." As he spoke, Snow reached out and opened the gate of summoning, taking out a crystal bottle engraved with numerous runes and mercury. He collected the spirituality left behind by the eternal blazing sun god's descent body. Compared to the almost overloaded sequence 3 characteristic, this spirituality was the truly rare good stuff. With this, Snow was confident he could make a top-tier equipment no less inferior to the Red Blade. Of course, it would probably be equally difficult to use. Seeing that Snow indeed seemed fine, Bernadette also breathed a sigh of relief and said in a calm tone, "Since you're all right, I'll take my leave. The Gustav faction still needs me to appease them. I understand. Give me a list. For minor issues, just settle them. For major issues, hang a stand during tomorrow's public trial. But other aspects cannot be sloppy, you understand what I mean," Snow said solemnly. Bernadette, however, showed no surprise, nodding and saying, "Don't worry about that. The Gustav faction has been suppressed ever since that person died, so they could only rely on popular support. There won't be big problems in that regard. Those who could cause big problems have all defected to other factions, killing them is fine." With that, Bernadette disappeared again without waiting for Snow's response. Snow merely shrugged, reopened the gate of summoning, and sent his spoils of war back to Black Swan Castle. As the residual spirituality of the eternal blazing sun god's descent body was sent away, Snow's mind relaxed slightly. He gently tapped his temple and issued a divine oracle in the name of the true creator. Before long, Mr. A arrived with over 20 Beyonders before the ruins of the Holy Light Cathedral, which was largely burned down. "Why are you here? How are things in the Versailles district?" Seeing Mr. A, Snow was slightly surprised. Mr. A immediately replied, "When you defeated the eternal blazing sun god's descent body, the sun cultists in the Versailles district were impacted and all lost their combat ability. Except for the Sauron family and a few families involved with the Hermetic Order, all other Intis high-ranking officials have been arrested. Just give those few families an opening to escape, to prevent them from becoming desperate. The machinery church must be given enough, don't let our allies harbor grudges." Snow casually gave a few instructions, then pointed to the Holy Light Cathedral and said, "The rest is up to you. Except for 0 to 59, the others will serve as the foundation of the new church. However, from now on, we are a righteous God church. Personnel must be carefully selected. Those radicals should either be sent to Fosak or simply to the southern continent. The doctrines should follow the ones I gave you, don't cause trouble at such a critical time. All for the glory of our Lord. On the night of June 25, 1350, as a firework proclaimed to ordinary people that illuminated the entire Trier rose above the former Holy Light Cathedral, it announced the complete occupation of Trier by the workers' movement. On the morning of June 26, all capitalists were purged. The great leader of the workers' movement, Mr. A, stood on the podium in front of Gustav Palace, the location of the Trier Parliament, originally called Sauron Palace, expanded and renamed Gustav Palace after Rosel's ascension, and declared the establishment of the Trier Commune. After a speech on the rules for the election of commune representatives, a public trial was held for Trier's former ruling class using evidence collected by the workers' movement. Except for a portion of the involved personnel, including the Sauron family, who escaped through secret channels, all crimes received their due punishment. Hundreds of parliamentarians and their implicated relatives were arrested, and thousands of bankers, wealthy merchants, and speculators were hanged from lampposts. Their illicit assets were confiscated, and a special fund was established to compensate ordinary citizens who had been persecuted by these criminals. On the same day, Edmund Sauron announced his surrender and led the direct line of the Sauron family to disappear without a trace. Nearly 200,000 Intis soldiers became prisoners of Lindbergh. On June 27, the Iron and Blood Cross Order announced its secession from the Lindbergh United Army, leaving the main battlefield to continue pursuing the Sauron family. The Lindbergh United Army continued north along the Sorenzo River again, complaining about the distance between Trier and the border, arriving at the outskirts of Trier that evening. On June 28, the Trier Commune elections concluded. 92 worker representatives, led by Mr. A, became the first session representatives of the Trier Commune, announcing the takeover of the Intis regime and immediately beginning to organize strategic plans to resist Lindbergh. On the same day, Lindbergh launched an attack on Trier, but with the technical support of the Steam and Machinery Church, it failed to breach the city. The two sides were temporarily deadlocked. The Church of the God of Knowledge and Wisdom abandoned further attacks and instead cleared out the Sun Church in the surrounding cities, while the Trier Commune took the opportunity to propose peace talks. On June 30, at the cost of ceding the occupied South Sorenzo County in the lower reaches of the Sorenzo River and the South Hornassus County bordering the former Masic, which is the land south of the Hornassus Mountains, revoking the Eternal Blazing Sun Church's status as the state religion, allowing the Church of the God of Knowledge and Wisdom to preach in Intis, and 200 million Furkant converted according to the reparations of the Franco-Prussian War. In war reparations, Intis and Lindbergh signed a truce agreement at White Maple Palace. The Lindbergh United Empire returned 200,000 Intis prisoners. On July 1, former Lindbergh King William I was crowned at White Maple Palace, successfully unifying the three nations of Lindbergh, Masic, and Siegel, becoming Emperor of the Lindbergh United Empire. On the same day, the Trier Commune held its first commune representative meeting at Gustav Palace, establishing the Fifth United States of Intis. Simultaneously, a new religious group named the Church of Light also emerged in Intis. Chapter 488 Tarot Club. Time rewound to June 27. Dad, you're back. Seeing her father return home, looking exhausted, Audrey immediately walked up to him, not waiting for him to remove his top hat, and subtly released a mental soothe. Recently, Earl Hall had been leaving early and returning late, and this was the first time he had come home in the middle of the day. Yes, it's finally over. I can rest for a few days now. Earl Hall handed his coat, hat, and briefcase to his valet and gave his daughter a gentle smile. Perhaps it was seeing his lovely daughter that relaxed him, and the Earl, who usually rarely spoke to Audrey about work matters, couldn't help but start to confide. The war between Lindbergh and Intis is already seeing results. The situation across the entire continent will change. The king had no choice but to summon us to renegotiate the war plans with Fosak. Oh, and we also have to consider the workers' movement. Sigh, no one would have thought that these ordinary people would actually. At this point, Earl Hall seemed to realize he had said too much and immediately changed the subject, asking Audrey about her work with the Scholarship Charity Foundation. Audrey cleverly went along with her father's change of topic, but secretly gave Susie a look. Susie, who had cooperated with Audrey many times before, immediately understood. She followed the valet carrying the briefcase towards the study, circled a few times, and then disappeared into the corridor. Susie, how was it? Did you find any information? A moment later, seeing Susie trot back to her piano room, Audrey immediately stopped her midday piano practice and looked at Susie, who had closed the door. I don't quite understand. Susie gently shook her dog head, which surprised Audrey. After all, Susie had already started self-studying psychology. How could there be a document she didn't understand? Noticing Audrey's expression, Susie, as a psychiatrist, naturally understood what she was thinking and immediately explained. There are many strange terms, like workers' movement, and Trier Commune. It seems like the workers of Intis, allied with the Machinery Church, overthrew the Intis parliament and formed a new government or something. Workers' movement, isn't that? Audrey's eyes widened slightly. She had once seen a photo of the Loan Workers' Movement leader in the newspaper, and what impressed her was that Mr. Lavish wore a ring identical to Mr. Devil's. If these two workers' movement were truly connected. Audrey suddenly covered her mouth, because she seemed to guess why Mr. Devil had taken leave from the Tarot Club last time. Strange, the Aurora Order's influence has really shrunk. Why is that? Above the gray fog, Klein, having received Dunnetz's report, frowned. Although he had to consider the possibility that Anderson's information was incorrect, Ouroboros's fleeting glance in Calderon City still left him somewhat bewildered. Because at that time, he actually felt that Ouroboros's gaze contained goodwill. What a joke, I must have gotten something wrong. Klein shook his head, suppressing the extra thoughts. After all, he was associated with Will Osepton, perhaps the other party just wanted to lure him in. Never mind, I'll ask Mr. Devil. He didn't take leave this week, so that weapon should be finished by now, right? I wonder what kind of existence he plans to deal with by forging such a terrifying item. Thinking this, Klein pulled out open black lens bracket purple micro close black lens bracket and checked the time. Noticing there were still a few minutes until 3 p.m. Backland time, he wound the spring and informed Little Sun to get ready. The crimson glow receded like a tide, and the Tarot Club members reappeared on both sides of the bronze long table. Good afternoon, Mr. Fool. As Miss Justice, the class representative, spoke, the Tarot Club once again began its customary greeting session. However, with her excellent observational skills as a hypnotist, Audrey quickly noticed that Mr. Hanged Man and Miss Hermit were both looking at Mr. Devil with a very particular gaze. Is it because of the Intis matter? Is that workers' movement really related to Mr. Devil? Did he actually conquer a country? Countless thoughts arose in Audrey's mind, pondering what price she would have to pay to satisfy her curiosity from Mr. Devil, while Klein looked at Hermit who had not yet spoken. Seemingly noticing his gaze, Hermit Catalia quickly spoke with respectful apology. Respected Mr. Fool, there is no new Russell's diary this time. Queen Mystic stood him up again. Is it because of something else? Although there was no evidence, Klein couldn't help but think of Mr. Devil. The simultaneous disappearance of these two descendants of transmigrators, who seemed to have a very close connection, made it hard for him not to wonder if they had secretly completed a major operation. But just as he was pondering, Mr. Devil suddenly raised his hand and respectfully said, Mr. Fool, I have transcribed a page of Russell's diary. It seems he really finished the matter. Klein muttered inwardly, nodding slightly on the surface as he took the parchment page materialized by snow. He felt a little disappointed, as this page of the diary was not very long. However, when he cast his gaze to the first line of text, the slight disappointment was immediately replaced by shock. Open black lens bracket I'm a freaking genius. I actually created a new pathway, close black lens bracket. Quote question mark quote. Klein forcibly maintained his composure with the clown potion, looking at the first sentence in disbelief. This senior actually pulled it off. He quickly moved his gaze down, and as the words entered his eyes, his astonishment grew even stronger. Open black lens bracket the new pathway's abilities are very interesting, twisted, bizarre, yet full of hope. However, I've already gone too far down the seer pathway. It's impossible to switch pathways now. But it doesn't matter, I've decided to turn this pathway into a mystical item, to be worn as equipment, allowing me to use all of this pathway's abilities. Aside from not having physical enhancements, it can basically be considered as possessing the power of two pathways simultaneously. Moreover, if I can obtain higher sequence characteristics in the future, I can even imbue it with corresponding rituals, the ability to create talismans, and even respond to prayers. Its theoretical limit can reach the level of a king of angels, close black lens bracket. What kind of divine item is this? Wait, that mystical item on Mr. Devil that has a strong suppressive effect on spectator, and can even resist above the gray fog to a certain extent, couldn't it be this very thing? Klein suddenly recalled Snow's versatile white mist, and at the same time, began to understand why Mr. Devil could always produce strange talismans and abilities. It turned out that those talismans and abilities named after idioms were not secret arts developed by Senior Paindrax, but abilities derived from this new sequence. I wonder what the authority of this pathway is. Klein moved his gaze down with curiosity, and his expression suddenly froze again. Open black lens bracket interesting. This pathway actually gave birth to an extremely powerful, healing, ability. It can grab past traces from the mists of history to heal wounds. No, calling it healing seems to underestimate it too much. This ability should be called retrospection. Close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket. After testing, I am increasingly amazed by my results. Not only physical wounds, but even mental pollution and soul tearing can be effectively healed. It can even redeem evil spirits. But how exactly is this done? Is it that scholar of your potion? Or the power of the fate pathway? Or is it the bizarre and powerful ability produced by taking cross-pathway potions, as mentioned in the Beyonder Foundation knowledge? Close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket. No matter what, this is a terrifying power. It can even awaken the humanity of a rampager. I named it the Ship of Theseus, and began to think about the benefits I could exchange for this power. I remember Huang Dao's diary mentioned that his second son, Bonneva, lost his humanity. Could I say to Bernadette, Huang Bebe, you don't want your brother to be unable to recover his humanity, do you? Close black lens bracket. Chapter 489, How to Show Your Virtue in a Low-Key Manner. Klein looked at the contents of the Paindrax's diary, but uncharacteristically, he didn't mock Senior Paindrax's blunt statements. Instead, his gaze focused on the words, healing soul tearing. Although Mr. Azik chose the third option, Klein knew very well that it was merely because he had no other choice. How could one get used to such a cycle of constantly facing death, losing memories, and then regaining them? Klein had an urge to immediately ask Snow about the Ship of Theseus, but he forcibly suppressed the thought. Not only because he couldn't explain how he knew about this ability, but more importantly, he saw the last paragraph of the notes. Of course, this is just a joke. This cheat pathway is still very incomplete, and various experiments are limited to the sequence 4 level. It seems there's still a long way to go before it can affect angels or even true gods. However, I believe this theory is absolutely viable. Perhaps in the future, I can use it to pull Rosal out as well. Maybe I should first give this pathway a sufficiently impressive name, like paradox. Klein's gaze focused on the word paradox. He still remembered that Queen Mystic had previously asked about information regarding paradox through Miss Hermit. Could it be that she had learned about the paradox pathway, or the spell the Ship of Theseus, through some channels, hoping to restore her brother's humanity? Or even resurrect Rosal? Klein felt this was possible, and the one who leaked this information was likely Mr. Devil. It's just that Queen Mystic didn't know Mr. Devil was also a member of the Tarot Club, which is why she asked Miss Hermit to inquire Mr. Fool. This isn't impossible. After all, Miss Magician knows about the existence of paradox. But through what channel did she learn about it? Klein pondered for a moment and felt that Miss Magician likely only had the Abraham family as a channel. After all, it's not possible that Mr. Devil himself told her, right? However, the Abraham family, thinking of this, Klein couldn't help but recall that Paindrax's diary had mentioned the secrets of the Abraham family multiple times, and a strange thought arose in his mind. Could Mr. Paindrax have had a story with a lady from the Abraham family? After all, that Senior Paindrax once had the idea of switching pathways. Thinking of this, Klein secretly chuckled to himself, but his mind had already formed some ideas. Directly approaching Mr. Devil was clearly unrealistic, but Senior Paindrax was still alive. As soon as he advanced to Sequence 3, becoming a scholar of yore, he could summon that gentleman's historical projection. Then he could just ask him directly. Thinking of this, Klein's previously hesitant heart immediately firmed up. Even for Mr. Azik, he had to advance as quickly as possible. Thinking of this, Klein's resolve to kill Ince again solidified. He waved his hand, dispelling the parchment, and turned to Mr. Devil, saying, "What do you want in exchange?" However, this time, Snow did not accumulate merit points as before, but directly said, "Respected Mr. Fool, I have a very sensitive material in my possession, and I hope to temporarily store it with you." Storing an item. Why would such a small matter require spending merit points? Klein keenly noticed the problem. Last time, Mr. Devil stored a piano without any intention of asking. Therefore, he didn't immediately agree, but cautiously tilted his head and asked in a playful tone, "What do you want me to keep for you?" Hearing Mr. Fool's question, the members of the Tarot Club immediately realized that the item Mr. Devil wanted to store was by no means simple. For a moment, all eyes focused on Snow. Snow paid no attention to these gazes and directly gave a brief response. The residual divinity of the eternal blazing sun. But even though the members of the Tarot Club had greatly overestimated the importance of the item Mr. Devil was storing, when Mr. Devil spoke, they realized they had thought too simply. Residual divinity, what level of item is that? How did Mr. Devil get such a thing? Alright. Although Mr. Fool was also curious about how Mr. Devil obtained such a thing, he still nodded with an air of superiority. He understood how troublesome this item was and also understood why Mr. Devil wanted to store it. However, Lord K had experience coveting the eternal blazing sun. He was certain that even a true god would find it difficult to pinpoint above the gray fog, so he wasn't worried about the trouble this item might bring. Watching Mr. Devil respectfully express his gratitude, Klein pressed his palm down and leisurely looked around, saying, "You may begin." As the trading session began, the first transaction was the previously decided three-way trade between Moon, Sun, and World. Little Sun obtained the potion formula, Little Moon received the vampire characteristic, and Lord K gained £6,500 in working capital. However, for some reason, with this money in hand, Klein didn't feel at ease. He always felt that he would probably have to spend it very soon. After reminding Miss Hermit, in the name of World, to be wary of the numinous episcopate's investigation, Miss Justice finally couldn't resist her curiosity and asked, "Mr. Devil, may I know how you obtained the residual divinity of the eternal blazing sun? I am willing to pay for this information." Should it be said that Miss Justice was indeed the Tarot Club's top hype man? The moment she asked the question, everyone's ears perked up. If the price wasn't too outrageous, they all wanted to know. Even a slacker like Furs knew how rare a Beander item residual divinity was. The only one who didn't fully understand the significance of this item was actually Miss Justice, who asked the question. However, Mr. Devil calmly shook his head and said, "It's not a secret that needs to be kept. I killed a divine descent avatar of the eternal blazing sun. Oh, and Mr. Sun, you don't need to worry about the main materials for your future advancements. I have enough here for you to reach sequence 3. Killed a divine descent avatar." The companions of the Tarot Club felt their brains were a bit insufficient, but what they mostly cared about was the strength of the divine descent avatar. On the other hand, Miss Justice, who had no clear understanding of the divine descent avatar's strength, began to focus on the word, divine descent. Divine descent avatar. Is it the kind of divine descent I know? Yes, it's the kind where a true god descends upon a believer. However, we managed to lure away the angel of the Holy Light Cathedral beforehand, and the one descended upon was just a sequence 3 bishop. He was far from possessing the true strength of a divine descent avatar. Mr. Devil answered very modestly, but in the eyes of his companions, he looked exactly like one of those top students who score full marks on an exam and then insist the test was easy. Come on, didn't they know whether the question was easy or not? Chapter 490 Beware of the Sun God. Perhaps due to the major revelation from Mr. Devil, the Tarot Club lost the desire to continue trading, or perhaps the transactions were already complete, and with Mr. Fool's tacit approval, they smoothly entered the free communication segment. Everyone looked at Mr. Devil, seemingly wanting to hear him recount the battle with the god-descended avatar, but Snow did not continue the topic. Instead, he changed the subject and said, "The war between Intis and Lindbergh can basically be declared over. According to conservative estimates, among the peace treaty conditions between the two nations, there should be the abolition of the Eternal Blazing Sun Church's status as the state religion of Intis. Although Intis cannot truly completely expel the Eternal Blazing Sun Church, most economically developed cities will not have a foothold for them. Especially the Holy Light Cathedral. Although one angel and a few high-ranking members are still at large, the lower ranks have been completely uprooted. The Eternal Blazing Sun Church, which has always relied on commerce as its foundation, losing the right to preach in developed cities is equivalent to losing most of its basic support. Next, they will either retreat to their main base and silently accumulate strength, or send a large number of lower-level congregants to other countries to preach. Of course, both might happen separately. In short, from today onwards, although the Eternal Blazing Sun Church still carries the label of a righteous God's church, it is a more dangerous existence than cultists. You must be wary of their congregants, because they will do everything in their power to find a foundation to take root. You should know that the Sun Pathway's brainwashing ability is second only to Spectator, which can be understood from the side effects of those high-sequence sealed artifacts of the Sun Pathway. It wasn't until Snow uttered these words that the Tarot Club members, who had originally focused their attention on the God-descended avatar, remembered the significance beyond the battle that even a God-descended avatar's demise brought. Mr. Devil, is there a problem with the side effects of Sun Pathway items? Miss Justice, who had already known about the Trier incident before coming, was a bit concerned about the statement, brainwashing ability second only to Spectator, and immediately asked. However, this time, it was not Mr. Devil who answered her, but Hanged Man. The Sun Pathway symbolizes the positive side of faith and possesses strong missionary capabilities. A large portion of the side effects of high-sequence items from the Sun Pathway is to transform the holder into a praying robot that only knows how to praise the eternal blazing sun. There have even been severe side effects where inanimate objects were given living characteristics and made to praise the eternal blazing sun. That's truly bizarre. Audrey silently sighed. If even that is considered the positive side of faith, then how terrifying is the negative side of faith? However, Audrey did not ask such a question. Miss Hermit, who had seemed somewhat concerned earlier, then asked. Mr. Devil, can I understand the current situation in Intis? Of course. Snow nodded slightly and said, Intis is currently still in a state of war. Although the leadership has completed its reshuffle thanks to the social season, the war with Lindbergh has not actually ended. However, the Machinery Church has already reached an agreement with the workers' movement, and holding Trier should not be a problem. Next are the negotiations. Additionally, as a replacement for the Eternal Blazing Sun Church, Trier will establish a new religion that believes in the sentience of all things, equality for all, and that as long as one holds hope and is willing to contribute, everyone can become light. What light giant church? Klein almost choked on non-existent saliva. If not for the power of Clown, he would have shown a dumbfounded expression. However, Klein was certain that this church was definitely related to the Aurora Order, perhaps even a disguise of the true creator. Moreover, it was probably part of Mr. Snow's God transformation plan. No, perhaps even this God transformation plan itself is a product of Senior Paindrax's God paradox plan. However, Klein noticed that Miss Hermit's expression was slightly strange. He then understood that what this lady wanted to ask was probably not these things, but Queen Mystic. Thinking of this, Klein suddenly understood many things, such as how Mr. Devil had gotten involved with the Machinery Church. But Bonava's divinity should outweigh his humanity. If he really put effort into this matter, does it mean that Senior Paindrax's research was successful? Has the ship of Theseus already become effective against angels? Klein thought of this, but then again suppressed the idea of asking Mr. Devil. It was the same old saying, he shouldn't have a channel to learn such information, and Mr. Azek had already fallen into a deep sleep, and it would be the same after he advanced. Seeing that everyone had fallen into a brief silence, Mr. Hanged Man spoke again. The Storm Church issued an order last night to send missionaries into Intis. I originally wanted to ask about this, but now it seems unnecessary. Hearing him say that, Mr. Moon couldn't help but mutter. The Storm Church is truly shameless. Our Sanguine put in a lot of effort in this matter, and we only got the operating rights for a few hospitals in Trier and the former Holy Light Medical Center. The Storm Church did nothing, yet they still want to reap the benefits. At this point, Mr. Moon seemed to realize he had misspoken and quickly added. Sorry, Mr. Hanged Man, I'm not talking about you. I understand. After all, I'm not qualified to participate in such matters. Hanged Man could feel Mr. Moon's respect for him, it was just that the young man was a bit foolish. Magician Furs caught the key point in Mr. Moon's words and immediately asked. Mr. Moon, did the Sanguine also contribute to the war between Intis and Lindbergh? It wasn't the war between Intis and Lindbergh, it was the war between the workers' movement and the eternal blazing sun. Mr. Moon proudly corrected him. The Sanguine's newly advanced Duke, Lord Nibe, personally participated in this matter, and our Sanguine also donated a large amount of medicine to the workers' movement. Those were special medicines created by apothecary abilities. So Mr. Devil's Sequence 2 characteristic was exchanged for such help. Almost instantly, everyone simultaneously thought of the life-giver characteristic that Mr. Devil had brought out earlier. The clever ones had already figured out the details of this matter. Helping is helping. If they won, it was providing help and donating medicine. If they lost, it was personal conduct and commercial operation. However, this was an unexceptionable matter. Compared to the Storm Church, which did nothing but wanted to reap the benefits, the Sanguine could be considered to have invested successfully. Or, been invested in. No wonder Mr. Moon has been so lavish in the last few Tarot Club meetings. Is this what they call a fool's luck? Chapter 491, Shattering the Crown. In the City of Silver, Derek, who had returned from the Tarot Club, was preparing to pick up his greatsword and head to the training grounds to continue his making friends mission when he suddenly received an order to join an exploration team. The team leader was Chief Colin, and the target was the ruins of the northern city-state, home to a shapeshifter. Combining this with his previous discussions with his companions at the Tarot Club, he had some guesses about it. During the previous exploration of the former chief's mausoleum, Mr. Fool provided some assistance to the current chief, helping him successfully resolve the matter. Consequently, the demon hunter, based on the intelligence he had recently gathered, concluded that a shapeshifter could be hunted as a sacrifice to please the deity. This was a form of appeasement, and also for balance. Recalling Mr. Hanged Man's words, Derek immediately prayed to Mr. Fool, asking him to inform Mr. World of this exploration. He quickly received the response, "If the hunt is difficult, you can try to obtain blood," and Mr. World promised that it could be exchanged for a priest of light Beander characteristic. Although Mr. Devil had already promised his potion Beander characteristic, Derek still preferred an equivalent exchange. A sense of relief rose in his heart as he picked up the rebellious blade greatsword and hurried towards the training grounds, after praying to Evernight Goddess through the medium of the artificial death. Klein, who had just learned that Insangil was possessed by a wraith, had just mailed his letter to Leonard when he received a message from Little Sun. Arriving above the gray fog, he did not leave immediately. Instead, he picked up Zaiwei, winding its spring and listening to the incomprehensible but impressive local dialect in his ears, while contemplating his next plan. Although, considering all aspects of the intelligence, Insangil's condition was not very good, Klein, who had fought King of the North, did not dare to underestimate the power of a demigod. It's a real shame. If Mr. Devil were alright, I could ask him for help, but he just fought a true god's descended avatar, and his strength is too great, it might affect the ritual's effectiveness. Klein said, half helplessly, half self-consolingly. As Zaiwei's spring was continuously wound, his spirit slowly relaxed. Unbeknownst to him, winding Zaiwei's spring had already become his favorite stress relief activity. It's almost time. After Mr. Devil finishes his evening prayer, I can go back to sleep. Klein released the spring and glanced at Zaiwei's exquisite, Star River-like dial. Before he could even get up, the crimson star representing Mr. Devil had already begun to constantly expand and contract. He's really punctual. Klein smiled slightly and immediately spread his spirituality. He then noticed that the curse on Mr. Devil had changed from a murky black to a dazzling gold, and the previous black curse now acted as a protection, resisting the erosion of the golden power. Is this the price of God slaying? Did Mr. Devil bear that black curse before to resist the eternal blazing sun's curse after killing the descended avatar? Such a thought arose in Klein's mind, but he saw Mr. Devil begin the sacrificial ritual. He immediately pushed open the sacrificial door, and as the door closed again, a crystal bottle wrapped in dense runes outlined with mercury appeared above the gray fog. Klein gazed at the bottle covered with various mysterious patterns, a complex expression on his face. Even after layers of sealing, the mercury runes on the bottle were still slowly being permeated by the golden power. No wonder Mr. Devil offered it up as a sacrifice. If this thing were exposed in reality, it probably wouldn't be long before it was located by the eternal blazing sun, right? Being targeted by a deity is truly terrifying. Klein recalled the scene where he used the scepter of the sea god to strike down those fraudsters impersonating full believers, and he had no doubt that the eternal blazing sun could locate blasphemers and inflict divine punishment through its residual divinity. However, at the same time, another thought surfaced in his mind. After temporarily storing the eternal blazing sun's residual divinity, which he had no time to deal with, in Saphira Castle, Snow turned his attention to 0 to 59, which Mr. A had just sent over. This was a black crown, inlaid with countless black gems resembling human eyes. Just by looking at this crown, a vast amount of distorted, forbidden, and hateful knowledge would constantly emerge in one's mind. Even if one could bear it for a while, they would slowly be twisted by the knowledge, eventually transforming into an indescribable monster. In terms of appearance, it was very similar to the crown in the existing portraits of Emperor Rosal, most likely a product of his Beander characteristic fusing with the crown he carried after his death. And now, the reason he was so solemn was that this was a sealed artifact that even heaven manufacturing couldn't, or rather, was unwilling to, consume. Upon it, there was a trace of Mother Goddess of Depravity's corruption. It was a troublesome item that heaven manufacturing would incessantly spew various divine obscenities at Snow just by glancing at it. Fortunately, removing corruption from an inanimate object was much easier than cleansing it from a living person. It only required completely destroying it with power at the angel level or above. In fact, besides this, there was an even simpler method, using Amon's authority to steal the corruption. After doing so, Snow could even try to make Amun give birth to a consort note, Egyptian mythology meme, by actively releasing an Amun clone. However, Snow had other uses for Amon's identity, so he reluctantly rejected this amusing proposal. Although Bernadette and Bonneva were both angels, as Rosal's blood relatives and also belonging to the knowledge pathways, it would be best if they did not come into contact with this sealed artifact if possible. After much deliberation, Snow ultimately felt it was more reliable to destroy it himself. Spirituality crystals, like particles, began to spread in the room where the sealing ritual had been prepared. When the density had increased to a level visible to the naked eye, Snow pulled out a golden, thunder-entwined, water droplet-shaped gem. Commandment: shatter. Snow's mouth emitted a sound like thunder, and golden power erupted from the water droplet. However, that power did not directly strike the crown. Instead, the moment it was emitted, it scattered into countless tiny streams of light, like a laser hitting a prism. Snow's spirituality continuously flowed out like a floodgate opening. The essence of the Beander ability, chain reaction, was to inject more spirituality into the Beander ability with each refraction. With each refraction, the Beander ability would become stronger. The sequence 3 spirituality poured out, and the 1-foot rod frantically gushed power until even the 1-foot rod could no longer supply the consumption for further refraction. Snow's palm suddenly clenched. The scattered light in the space instantly converged, striking the dark crown with almost no delay. The eye-like gems exploded instantly, and the smell of evaporating metal permeated the room. Specks of light splattered in all directions, then, constrained by the surrounding enclosed environment, slowly condensed together based on the principle of Beander characteristic aggregation. During this process, Snow's gaze remained focused on a single point. Just as those light specks were about to condense, he suddenly tossed out a gold coin. One side of the gold coin was carved with a Mobius strip representing paradox, while the other side was a stick figure of a baby. As the gold coin was tossed out, a wisp of dark red aura suddenly abandoned the golden light specks and plunged directly into the gold coin. Seeing this, Snow immediately wrapped it with layers of spiritual wall. In the blink of an eye, that gold coin had already been sealed into a pre-prepared storage box filled with True Creator's curse. Chapter 492. The performance begins. After leaving Bansi Harbor, Sauron Einhorn Medici, who had obtained a certain item, seemed to have undergone a slight change. He no longer instinctively wove conspiracies, but instead displayed a certain rationality, beginning preliminary cooperation with Insangil to fulfill their respective wishes. But was this a judgment made by reason, or a deeper conspiracy? Insangil had no confidence, but he had no choice. In his opinion, there were too many coincidences in this series of events, but essentially, it was an inevitability. At least, Sauron Einhorn Medici's ability to construct stories far surpassed his. When the Iron and Blood Cross Order focused its attention on the Intis battlefield, a war bishop still appeared. Was this contrary to common sense? Of course, Tony Dunn's arrogant and extremely confident personality might be the reason he insisted on hunting Insangil, but was there another possibility? Through a simple, direct, yet very effective scheme, Insangil deceived the arrogant, confident, and conceited Tony Dunn by sharing a ship with his stand. Well, although this went against a hunter's hunting instincts, everyone in this world makes mistakes, don't they? Insangil cleverly seized the most opportune moment, before the Red Gloves team took action, to meet Palenque Tasub, the pale hand from the numinous episcopate's artificial death faction, hoping to get their help in dispelling the evil spirit. Large sections of smeared marks. The development of events was somewhat strange. Leonard Mitchell reached a conclusion without sufficient clues, and the only thing possibly related to this was a letter Leonard had once sent. But why would merely sending a letter yield an answer? Although Insangil felt puzzled, he still hastily completed his preparations. After all, this matter itself aligned with his objective. Under Leonard's various, clumsy deductions, the Red Gloves obtained more evidence. They began to believe that the evil spirit possessing Insangil belonged to the Hunter pathway. But was this the truth of the matter? Could the Red Gloves, by using a sealed artifact as bait, truly lure Insangil into a trap? To conceal their purpose, they even had Sost's Red Gloves team continue to investigate the relevant clues. Unfortunately, they made a mistake in one premise. Insangil had already reached a certain level of cooperation with the evil spirit possessing him. Everything before was an act, a performance carried out under Sauron Einhorn Medici's advice, to mislead the Night Church, to make Ilya attack blindly, and a Red Angel willing to help and cooperate was enough to change the tide of battle. Insangil's true purpose in coming to the southern continent was actually to hunt Ilya, a high-ranking deacon of the Night Church, to prepare for his own advancement. He wanted to prove to everyone how foolish the Night Church's decision to abandon him had been. However, Insangil didn't truly trust Sauron Einhorn Medici. While acquiring Hunter pathway characteristics by traversing the spirit world to satisfy the evil spirit's craving, he also secretly made his own arrangements. But could this truly deceive an evil spirit from the Red Priest pathway? To avoid prolonged complications, Insangil set his sights on Leonard Mitchell. He had a premonition that this Nighthawks, with a marauder parasitic on him and full of secrets, would definitely bring him considerable trouble. Of course, this attack was not blind. He planned to pretend to vaguely perceive the Night Church's arrangements, launch a forced counterattack, then lose his sanity and head into the trap. Any unstable factor must die before the final plan begins. The notebook was flipped to a blank page, and a pale hand picked up a quill, adding a sentence at the end. Everything will go smoothly today. Note: this is the price of omitting the subject. Everything went smoothly, but whose smoothness was it? Quote. It started. Klein received Dunitz's prayer and immediately activated the pre-arranged plan. The telegraph office's puppet sent Insangil's location to the Night Church. For a reward of 10,000 gold coins, Miss Messenger began to enter the spirit world, persuading some ill-advised spirit world creatures to stay away. Then, she ascended above the gray fog, directly transmitting the location to Leonard, and mobilized the power of the gray fog to give him sufficient blessings. Actually, Klein hadn't intended to involve Leonard, but firstly, as a Red Gloves, Leonard was already connected to 008, and secondly, Insangil had long become a thorn in Leonard's heart. That was not just the pain of a teammate dying before his eyes with him powerless, but also the mental blow of being kicked out of his self-perception as the protagonist. However, unlike the original, Leonard, who had joined the Tarot Club early, had completed a large amount of planning through the gray fog before everything began. Even though Leonard was only sequence 6, he was already armed to the teeth with various blessings. Leonard, with 6 demigod-level high-grade charms in his pocket, confirmed his status with the old man, then activated the creeping hunger and directly teleported towards the square. After doing all this, Klein turned and came to the fool's high-backed chair, beckoning the tyrant card, the scepter of the sea god, a crystal bottle, and a small handful of charms to fly into his hand. In an instant, he had donned the triple crown, put on the papal robe, and wielded the bone scepter. Amidst leaping and swirling silver-white lightning bolts, Klein's spirituality spread towards the point of light corresponding to Dunitz. Using Dunitz's positioning, Klein's gaze projected to the outskirts of the square. As the scene expanded outwards, the huge church with a black base inlaid with bones came into his view. "Leave here and find a hidden place to hide." Klein responded to Dunitz's prayer while raising his left hand, causing the cyan blue gem at the top of the bone scepter to emit light. A sharp, piercing sound immediately echoed in Resurrection Square in the real world. The sudden strong wind caused the surrounding pedestrians to quickly leave, and even Anderson, with his stiff expression, quickly reverted to his annoying state, clutching his stomach with one hand and rushing out of the dangerous zone. In just a few seconds, Resurrection Square became extremely deserted. Even if some passers-by were not fast, they were quickly pushed away by the strong wind. In the completely silent, empty area, inside the Bone Church, which seemed to be in a mirror world, flames erupted. Silently, the stained glass shattered abruptly, and a blazing, nearly blue light shot out like a meteor. The flash of fire was fleeting, coalescing into Insangil, clad in a black clerical robe. One of his eyes was deep blue, the other covered in tiny blood vessels. He suddenly opened his mouth and let out a HMPH, for no reason, then directed a sneer at the fantastical space that had transformed from the square into a gigantic cross-shaped mountain peak with countless angels circling around it. Is that all? As soon as the words left his mouth, Insangil clutched his head. His deep blue, almost black eyes regained their luster, and his classical, sculpted face became extremely serious. He raised his right hand, which held a quill, and quickly wrote on his sleeve. And at that very moment, an exaggerated silver-white lightning bolt pierced the deep sky, falling directly onto Insangil's head. Cracks appeared in the sealed and strange space, and the image of the square once again reflected in his deep blue, almost black eye. Insangil did not hesitate, immediately activating his stand spirit body. As the transparent, blurry spirit was annihilated by the lightning, he successfully passed through the crack and returned to the square. However, just as he thought he had finally escaped the most dangerous atom, above the gray fog, Klein, who had already prepared, took out a silver-gray charm from the small pile of charms and uttered a low ancient Hermes word. Calamity. Chapter 493. I have never fought such a rich battle in my life. Insangil felt quite lucky recently. The evil spirit attached to him had become rational, and 008 hadn't caused any trouble for him lately. Even when he encountered Adam today, with the help of Ouroboros and that inexplicable lightning, he successfully escaped from the terrifying White Bone Cathedral. However, this luck seemed to have run out. A deep black light appeared from nowhere, covering the entire sky. Insangil suddenly felt that his surroundings had become extremely dim. As a nightwatcher who had initially gained the authority over bad luck, Insangil instantly realized that this was a bad luck ability from the night pathway. Without a moment's hesitation, he stretched out his left palm, intending to combine the gatekeeper's ability with that of the evil spirit to escape into the spirit world. But nothing around him changed. There was neither the grayish-white sensation that should accompany the arrival of the spirit world, nor the chilling cold of being possessed by an evil spirit. And 008, which had been behaving very obediently recently, suddenly began writing on his cassock in flamboyant script. Oh my! How unfortunate! The Nightwatcher, who watches over the night for the goddess, has been cursed by the goddess's power. An unknown power of calamity has struck Insangil, causing him to face endless misfortune. How tragic! Insangil's blood vessels throbbed with anger at these words. He immediately activated the gatekeeper's ability to restrain the evil spirit within him. Although this had little effect on the extremely high-level evil spirit residing in him, it at least reminded them that now was not the time to act impulsively. Insangil strode towards the exit of the square, while also dedicating a sliver of his attention to communicating with the natural spirits in the environment, trying to borrow their power. The current situation had exceeded his expectations, and he had to leave immediately. However, there wasn't a single spirit around. Insangil habitually looked at his sleeve. Sure enough, 008 began writing again. Oh, today must be Insangil's unlucky day. Uniqueness appeared around Resurrection Square at some unknown time and dispelled all the spirits here. Well, you can't blame her, after all, who wouldn't want to watch the battle between two king of angels? Insangil was very suspicious at this moment that this pen had been scared crazy by Adam. But now was not the time to think about such things. If there were no spirits in Resurrection Square, then he would leave Resurrection Square. No matter how strong Uniqueness was, she couldn't act recklessly in the spirit world. However, just as he was about to reach the exit of Resurrection Square, a figure suddenly emerged from a hidden spot at the edge of the empty square. He was a mix of Loan and Balam heritage, with a fleshy face, loose clothing, and a very slender rapier at his waist. Rear Admiral of Hell, Ludwell. This pirate general, whose appearance was now completely different from before, raised his right hand, allowing his arm to rapidly dematerialize, expand, and extend, transforming into a giant ghostly claw that reached out to grab Insangil. This was an ability granted to him by the netherworld creature residing within the Rear Admiral of Hell. This strike was enough to directly snatch someone's spiritual body. However, Insangil was once a gatekeeper. The moment his spiritual body showed signs of leaving his physical body, he activated his Beyander ability. In his eyes, a mysterious and illusory bronze door formed, attempting to swiftly pull the already separated spiritual body back into his physical body. With his sequence and experience, he should have easily succeeded against a mid-sequence Beyander one level below him. But today, he was truly too unlucky. After several low-level mistakes in a row, he almost fell victim to the opponent. Nevertheless, he was still a demigod, and it was only by relying on the power of his divinity that he managed to create a stalemate. And at this moment, Leonard, wearing transparent gloves, appeared out of thin air. The instant he saw Insangil, a golden charm was already thrown. Light, quote exclamation mark exclamation mark exclamation mark quote. Insangil's eyes were about to split open. He could be said to have an unforgettable memory of this charm. Back then, in Tingan City, in front of Channy's gate at St. Selena's Cathedral, such a charm almost caused him to fail. But now, he was a demigod. Buzz. The bronze door suddenly materialized, and countless arms stretched out from behind the door, forming a solid barrier in front of Insangil. The sun flame charm almost instantly evaporated all the large hands extending from within the door, but Insangil, behind the door, gained a moment to breathe. Do you three still want to die again? Insangil, while gripping 008 and writing the phrase that the Red Angel evil spirit would no longer fight amongst themselves, spoke loudly to himself. However, what responded to him was an extremely malicious taunt. We won't die even if you do. As the words fell, Insangil suddenly froze, because this time, what responded to him was not that crazy voice, nor the three overlapping and conflicting overtones, but a strong, confident, and playful voice. Without time to ponder what had happened to the Red Angel evil spirit, Insangil almost immediately abandoned communication with this evil spirit. He clenched his outstretched arm forcefully, and as the bronze door closed, the already profoundly deep and dark sky completely darkened. A solemn and majestic, yet somewhat grating, ancient Hermes word suddenly echoed out of nowhere. Fate. The positions of Insangil and Ludwell simultaneously dimmed, as if coincidentally obscured by two dark clouds. The next moment, Sauron Einhorn Medici, clad in blood-stained black armor, instantly descended onto the Rear Admiral of Hell's head, and tiny blood vessels immediately covered his two eyeballs. At the same time, three small puppets suddenly slipped from Insangil's body, disappearing without a trace upon hitting the ground. And before the Rear Admiral of Hell could tear open his clothes and place the Requiem mask on his face, the Red Evil Spirit didn't forget to give Ince a provocative gesture, which had become common on the continent since Russell. I've moved out. Quote question mark question mark question mark quote. Insangil couldn't understand why the Red Angel evil spirit was so cooperative with the opponent's intentions, but the charm, clearly originating from the fate pathway, made him think of Ouroboros, who was confronting Adam. Could it be that that evil spirit had secretly prayed to the true creator a long time ago? Seeing this scene, not only did Insangil's heart sink, but even Mr. Fool above the gray fog widened his eyes. Although he didn't understand what this Red Angel evil spirit was planning, he wasn't going to change his own plan. He pointed his short staff at a charm, that was a power he had bought from Mr. Devil as the world. Close in distance, far in the world. The ancient Hermes neologism echoed over Resurrection Square. Ludwell's body suddenly vanished from everyone's sight. Although, according to Mr. Devil, this charm was enough to trap a saint without teleportation abilities for 2 hours, Klein didn't dare to gamble whether this evil spirit, who was once one of the 8 King of Angels, had any special means. Almost as soon as Ludwell disappeared, Klein activated another black iron charm, and another ancient Hermes word emerged from his mouth. Filth. Chapter 494, It's Worth It. The degraded true creator divine blood that Snow sold to Klein was made into 3 blasphemy amulets. One killed Master Luo, one was used on the outskirts of Byam, and now this last one, its target, was not Ins. Even with the goddess's bad luck curse, Klein wasn't confident he could hit Insangil, who was already on guard. However, this wasn't a big problem. As the black iron amulet transformed into a stream of light, Klein's spirituality touched the crimson star representing Leonard. Leonard, in reality, immediately understood, raising his left palm to his forehead while pulling out a plunderer amulet. With the old man's help, he maximized the amulet's effect. Fate. Ancient supernatural language echoed in the air, and countless dazzling silver-white lightning bolts descended from the sky, striking Leonard one after another. At the same time, another ancient Hermes word emerged from the lightning. Light. The dazzling sun's flame even overshadowed the silver white of the thunder. Under Leonard's suicidal attack, all damage was reflected onto Ince. Ince was instantly electrocuted and then roasted, his entire body charred black. Endless whispers in his mind caused thick, dark body hair to begin growing on him. His deep blue, almost black eyes were filled with confusion, because with Leonard's strength, it was simply impossible. Just then, the corner of his eye caught sight of 008, which had started writing again at some unknown point. On his already charred priest's robe, a string of text faintly appeared. Oh, poor Insangil, he actually tried to use dream incursion on a young man with a marauder angel parasitic on him. Poor Insangil, he only discovered that his dream incursion was successful, but he didn't notice that at the same time Leonard committed suicide, the dream had already been stolen. Hey, sure enough, every high-level marauder is an excellent master of deception, even if he is the marauder's conscience. Insangil's eyes were bloodshot. The damage to his body was already a fact, but the words of defilement still echoed in his ears. A spirit body suddenly floated out of him, its body rapidly turning black, then dark, then twisting, deforming, and exploding into a ball. Ince used this to escape the influence of the defilement amulet, grabbed the wildly jumping 008, and quickly wrote. Insangil's mental state is far better than imagined. Even after enduring an unknown source of whispered attacks, he still possesses the ability to effectively control his mythical creature form. He decided to hold nothing back, exert all his strength, and escape from here. As the classical quill pen made its final stroke, Insangil's body also began to change. His eyes became as deep black as ink, and fine runes gradually extended, forming a unified yet distorted mystical symbol. At his waist, at his ribs, his clothes swelled, flesh squirmed, and with a whoosh, 4 skinless, blood vessel-wrapped arms grew out. These arms quickly became covered in white feathers, and the aura of death continuously spread outwards. At the same time, Insangil's teeth lengthened one by one, becoming sharp and pointed. Looking closely, one could even see countless blurred, tiny faces embedded on the surface of those teeth. In just the blink of an eye, this night watcher was prostrate on the ground, becoming a strange monster with 8 legs and white feathers. The entire square was suddenly enveloped by night. Insects in the soil, bacteria on the paving stones, one after another, died and entered eternal slumber. This was the combination of the power of night and death. Close your eyes. Pales's voice suddenly boomed in Leonard's ear. Leonard didn't hesitate at all, immediately closing his eyes. Klein, above the gray fog, had already prepared a response. He pointed at Leonard, granting him a peculiar vision like God Almighty's perspective. At the same time, an amulet like a ruby was thrown by him towards the battlefield. Life. A red moon abruptly appeared above the night sky shrouded in deathly silence and deep darkness. Intense vitality spread out, spirituality grew, and all things revived, directly suppressing the domain of deathly silence that had just spread. The scepter in his hand pointed downwards, and silver-white lightning bolts struck Insangil, who had entered an incomplete mythical creature form. Ince, like a large spider with a wolf's head and feathers, galloped across the square on his 8 legs, trying to shake off the thunder's bombardment with his high speed, which left afterimages. It's just, what was I supposed to do? Insangil's running figure suddenly stiffened. When he came back to his senses, countless lightning bolts had already completely enveloped him. Seeing that he couldn't escape the lightning strike, Insangil immediately retracted a leg, grasped the classical quill pen, and wrote on his feathers while running. Clearly, Rinik Tinakal isn't the only one watching the show. After being accidentally drawn to the battle, a great existence felt sympathy for Insangil's predicament and decided to help him, taking him away from the spirit world. Just as the text settled, the quill pen began to tremble uncontrollably, adding a tiny sentence. Unfortunately, Uniqueness seems very displeased that someone has trespassed into her theater, which she booked. The two clashed in the spirit world, and for a time, no spirit world creature dared to approach. While the text was being written, Insangil took a few more lightning strikes, and Leonard pulled out another sun flame charm, looking for the right moment to throw it. Insangil's pitch-black eyes, surrounded by mysterious symbols, flashed with a hint of blood-red light. He gripped the quill pen in his hand tightly and forcefully waved it. Another unknown existence has been attracted, attempting to enter the real world while Uniqueness is entangled. But just as he hadn't finished writing, a sacrifice door suddenly appeared. A person who had been overlooked before, hidden in a corner, held up a crystal bottle, already permeated with gold, from the sacrifice door. Almost instantly, an incomparably terrifying aura descended upon this square. Whether it was the red moon in the sky or the deathly silent and dark environment, both were completely cleared in an instant. Almost at the same time, the golden crystal bottle disappeared back into the sacrifice door, while the quill pen in Insa's hand, from which black smoke was rising, quietly wrote new sentences. Oh dear. For unknown reasons, the eternal blazing sun's gaze fell upon this square. Under that malicious gaze, no spirit world creature dared to approach here anymore. Not only that, the lingering spirit bodies on Ins also completely evaporated in this gaze. Oh, poor Insangil, alas, unlucky Insangil, why must you be in the domain of death and night? Chapter 495. The more scheming you are, the more likely you are to fall into unexpected difficulties. After a series of blows, Insangil could no longer control his emotions. No matter how good his state, he couldn't maintain it under such circumstances. Thus, he lost most of his sanity. As the increasingly tattered quill wrote its commentary, Insangil let out a shriek that sent shivers down one's spine. Endless darkness spread, seemingly trying to re-establish the domain of darkness and deathly silence, transforming the environment, which had become hot and bright due to the eternal blazing sun's gaze, back into a state suitable for his survival. His 8 legs alternated in a bizarre manner, instantly bursting forth with terrifying speed. Leaving an afterimage in his original spot, his grotesque and ferocious form had already arrived before Leonard. Undoubtedly, this monster, which had already lost its sanity, had given up on escaping and intended to tear apart any enemy blocking him. Storm. Leonard threw another high-level charm. This time, it was a charm from the storm domain that Klein had given him. Violent winds formed a cocoon, steadily enveloping Leonard's body. Insangil's pounce struck the wall made of the storm. Although it did send Leonard flying, it left no damage. Old man, isn't it too wasteful to use high-level charms like this? In midair, Leonard sighed slightly, and then Pales's somewhat disdainful voice came from beside his ear. If you're willing to attract the attention of Amon's brother or that great serpent, I don't mind continuing to act. Leonard immediately stopped speaking, reaching into his pocket. There, he still had the last 2 high-level charms. You all must die. You all must die. Although he had lost most of his sanity, Insangil instinctively realized that the frequency of the lightning striking him was slowing down. Although he had been charred black by the lightning, for a demigod, such injuries were nothing. However, just as he tried to attack Leonard again, his body suddenly stiffened, and he involuntarily released an ability. Dream Invasion. Pales returned the thought of releasing the ability, which he had just stolen, to Insangil. Hard white same different. Leonard, who had a tacit understanding with the old man, almost simultaneously chanted the convoluted made-up word as the dream was released. The dream's coverage was instantly magnified, but its initiative was greatly weakened. As a soul assurer, the dream was also Leonard's home ground. Knowing in advance that it was a dream, he easily seized control of the dream from Insangil, who didn't even know why he was releasing the dream invasion ability at such a moment. Insangil, who had released the dream, was instead bound by his own dream. His flamboyant, crazy consciousness began to wreak havoc in the dream without realizing it. Damn it, damn it, damn it. In the dream, Leonard watched the monster vent his rage, but the corners of his mouth were already turned up. He silently counted down in his heart, 3, 2, 1. Suddenly, Leonard forcibly dispelled the dream. The scene before Insangil, who had been wildly destroying things in the dream, suddenly reset. At the same time, a familiar voice reached his completely distorted ears. Light. Brilliant solar flames shot up into the sky. Unlike the previous situation where the illusion of deathly silence and darkness was covered and enveloped by the power of the red moon, the sky above Resurrection Square had now turned into a bright summer day, fitting for late June, due to a casual glance from the eternal blazing sun. Kill, kill, kill. 3 deformed arms were completely severed, his entire skin was carbonized, and charred blood was vaguely visible beneath the cracked skin. Insangil, having completely lost his sanity, cursed madly while haphazardly spewing out the aura of death. Leonard, having exhausted all his charms, knew there was nothing more he could do and quickly retreated. As he left, another lightning bolt struck Insangil. Tarot cards flew in, crimson flames shot up into the sky, and a figure wearing a semi-tall silk top hat, black formal wear, and carrying a double-barreled revolver walked out. After a long time, Klein once again appeared in others' sight in his true form. Klein, with his spirituality greatly depleted, could no longer use the scepter of the sea god. He arrived at Resurrection Square with charms and the azure rose purchased with all his savings. It's actually you. So that's how it is. Insangil's violent spirit suddenly sobered a bit. He had been pretending earlier. But at this point, it was meaningless, because Klein had already thrown out the charms in his hand. Light. Boiling blood. Lightning. Chain reaction. ... Several high-level charms tore at Insangil's body, while Klein raised his left hand. With a forceful pull of his index finger, after 3 gunshots, 6 bullets were injected into Insangil's head in one go. The massive monster collapsed. Klein only felt a spiritual emptiness. He pulled out the star and the world tarot cards from his pregnant and threw them onto Insangil's body. Just then, a figure appeared not far away, bending down to pick up the now dim, damaged, and old quill. This figure wore a simple white robe, had a light gold beard covering the lower half of his face, and a silver cross pendant hanging from his chest, like the most ordinary priest. It was the King of Angels, Adam. Klein was not too surprised by Adam's appearance. He just watched him quietly, but he wondered if it was an illusion. He always felt that Adam seemed to pause for a moment when he picked up the quill. However, Adam did not look at Klein, but disappeared from the square step by step, leaving only a chanting-like sentence. Under the spectator's witness, Klein already completed a magnificent play, directing a magical murder. He used this to fully digest the potion and had surplus power to attempt advancement when this comedy concluded. Watching Adam's figure slowly disappear, Klein felt an immense emptiness for a moment. He didn't even know what he should do next, but he finally took out various materials and began to mix the bizarro sorcerer potion. And not far from Resurrection Square, a figure appeared before the bearded priest with the cross, who had just left. He wore an Intis-style suit, with a black cat perched on his shoulder. He wasn't wearing a tie, but a reverse cross pendant hung from his chest, and on that reverse cross, a neutral humanoid figure with a vertical pupil on its chest was suspended upside down by thorn-like patterns. The more cunning a person is, the more he will fall into unexpected predicaments, wouldn't you agree? Chapter 496. You look very handsome when you are resurrected, but it is really embarrassing when you forget that you are alive. On a secluded path not far from Resurrection Square, 2 figures, one black and one white, stood in silent confrontation. The one in black wore an Intis-style suit, a reverse cross with thorns, a vertical pupil, and a human figure hanging around his neck. His face was pale and beardless, and the corners of his mouth were upturned, as if carrying a hint of mockery towards the world. The one in white wore a white priestly robe, a simple silver-white cross around his neck, and a large beard that covered half his face. His expression was gentle and indifferent, as if he cared little for anything. Their gazes met, and after about 10 seconds, Adam thoughtfully tossed the quill pen towards Snow. The tattered, ancient, and dim quill pen, though seemingly light, was easily tossed like a stone. Snow reached out and caught it, and the already dim quill instantly disintegrated, turning into countless specks of light that re-entered Snow's body. That was not 008, but a stand created with Shakespeare's ape's ability, which Snow called open black lens bracket, a story written for someone close black lens bracket. To avoid provoking 008, Adam would not directly observe 008, and Insangil could not see through the secrecy bestowed by the Evernight goddess's power. Moreover, if a quill pen looked like 008, worked like 008, and appeared where 008 originally was, then it was undoubtedly 008. Turtle is longer than snake. Now, the fake 008 had vanished, but Adam did not sense the presence of the true 008. Secrecy, Adam softly uttered a word. Snow's lips remained slightly upturned. He neither admitted nor denied, but simply watched him quietly, seemingly awaiting his choice. After transmigrating, he almost reread the plot of Lord of the Mysteries every few days, so he knew very well not to casually chat with a spectator. Adam, who gazed deeply into Snow's eyes but read no emotion, seemed to realize something. He showed no anger, only his usual calm tone. "What do you want?" "My blood. If it were on that island before, I would only want blood, but now, the price has changed." Snow's smile tightened slightly. He pointed to himself and said, "When you become a god, give me a Beyonder characteristic of sequence 1. That is the condition. Of course, I also want your blood. Are you sure I'll give it?" Adam rarely showed a questioning tone, but Snow merely spread his hands and said, "You always make the most correct choices, don't you? As long as you are certain that I can truly achieve it." "All right." Adam took out a test tube from his wide priestly robe. Inside, a drop of crystalline blood, filled with endless information, was sealed. Snow only glanced at it and felt as if he heard endless whispers, suffering infinite mental erosion. But in just an instant, Snow, who had long listened to True Creator's rare song list, regained consciousness. Undoubtedly, Adam had long prepared for this transaction, or rather, he was always prepared for all possibilities. Snow took out the Evernight goddess's saint symbol of the night from his pregnant, and with a gentle rub, an ancient quill pen also appeared. The moment it left the Evernight goddess's power, 008 began to wildly pulsate. Its nib traced through the void, attempting to write a story that would allow it to escape, but Adam's hand gently gripped it, extinguishing all its delusions. "If I am certain you can achieve it." As Adam's words fell, his figure slowly disappeared. Snow, holding the test tube that had been placed in his hand at some point, gently stroked the vertical pupil on Heaven Manufacturing's chest. "Phew, you scared me to death." Snow let out a dramatic sigh, but his figure did not disappear. Instead, he walked towards Resurrection Square. At this time, Leonard and Klein had quietly left. On the ground lay the almost unrecognizable remains of Insangil. Seeing that the night church's people were about to arrive, he hung the saint symbol of the night on his chest, reached out and gestured towards a corner of Resurrection Square. Ludwell, with bloodshot eyes and a mocking smile on his lips, appeared before him. In his breast pocket were 3 red puppets, one showed a joyful smile, while the other 2 wore mournful expressions. "I thought you'd keep me locked up until the night church people arrived," Ludwell said as if he didn't care, but Snow didn't respond to him, instead speaking directly. "It seems your condition has recovered quite well. Thanks to this idiot." Medici, occupying Ludwell's body, disdainfully glanced at Insa's corpse, seemingly wanting to say something, but seeing the Heaven Manufacturing hanging on Snow's chest, he forcibly held it back, only muttering, "Where is my body?" Seeing this, Snow secretly chuckled. He casually opened a door of light and pulled out a life-sized puppet that was 90% similar to Medici's evil spirit. This was a body he had created using the power of the life-giver combined with the divine power of the Earth Mother. Although its strength certainly couldn't compare to an King of Angels' physical body, with the reincorporation of Beyonder characteristics, it could easily reach its original level. Medici placed the puppet with the incredibly joyful smile on this physical body. The puppet slowly dissolved like ice under the scorching sun, and the new body began to pulsate. As those eyes, which seemed to burn with flames, opened, Medici nodded with satisfaction. "Not bad, much better than the sample you brought out back then. After all, I'm also updating my techniques." Snow replied with a smile, but then saw Medici reach out and pick up the remaining 2 crying puppets, and couldn't help but say with exaggerated surprise, "I thought you'd kill them. Just 2 idiots. Wouldn't letting them die like that make it seem like I was afraid?" Medici said with great arrogance, but Snow's eyes curved slightly upwards as he smiled and said, "I see, do you need me to prepare 2 more female bodies for you? Has anyone ever told you that you should follow the hunter pathway?" Medici glanced at Snow. If the Lord of the Mysteries wasn't present, he would definitely make this jerk understand what true verbal abuse was. Oh, you think so too? I also quite like Hunter. Snow had an expression of, great minds think alike, and Medici immediately lost the desire to talk to him. He gazed deeply at the heaven manufacturing on Snow's chest once more, then turned around without hesitation. After a moment of silence, he suddenly said, "The Evernight Goddess's people are coming soon." With that, he walked gracefully towards the exit of Resurrection Square. Snow silently watched Medici's retreating figure, indeed covering his mouth with his hand, forcing himself to pretend he hadn't noticed that the other party had tried to spirit world travel but failed. Chapter 497, a story written for Klein. Above the gray fog, Klein had a preliminary experience with the Bizarro sorcerer's abilities. After a brief period of excitement, he forced himself to calm down, suppressed the urge to immediately go deeper into the gray fog, and returned to reality to rest. During the battle to hunt Insangil, although he seemingly only appeared for the final blow, his continuous use of the scepter of the sea god from beginning to end had already drained his spirituality. If not for the experience of stubbornly holding the tarot club, he even felt that he wouldn't have lasted until he shot Ince. But fortunately, everything went smoothly. So, all of this was that person's arrangement. 008 is a sequence 1 characteristic of the spectator pathway, perhaps even a uniqueness. While Insangil was arranging the fates of others, he himself was also within that person's script. No wonder Senior Paindrax was so wary of Spectator. Lying on the bed, Klein couldn't help but review the previous battle. Subsequently, several inconsistencies appeared in his mind. Amidst complex emotions, he slowly entered sleep through shallow meditation until his spirituality was replenished. Confirming that he had recovered to his optimal state, Klein immediately performed the 4-step counter ritual, arriving above the gray fog, and walked towards the depths of that mysterious space, towards the light staircase that resembled a path to heaven. As he expected, another layer of steps had appeared there. The steps, condensed from light, were now enough for him to ascend to the condensed gray clouds. What would be up there? The reason for the transmigration? Hope of returning home? Or merely treasures left by the previous owner? Klein's mind constantly fantasized, yet he also worried about a disappointing outcome, trying hard to suppress his thoughts. At the same time, another question couldn't help but surface in his mind. If there was a way home at the top of these stairs, would he go back? His mind couldn't help but recall Melissa and Benson, the members of the Tarot Club who had gathered at the Fool's Call, and Senior Paindrax, who was awaiting a historian. For a moment, he felt a bit hesitant. However, he quickly reined in all his emotions and clenched his fist, saying, "No matter what, let's see what's up there first." 1 step, 2 steps, 3 steps. Klein, no longer hesitating, quickly reached the end, took a leap, and stepped onto the clouds formed by the gray fog. What came into view was a brilliant door of light, tinged with some dark green and black. It was a doorway formed by countless twisted, wriggling worms stacked and clumped together into spheres of light. However, his originally expectant expression quickly stiffened, as he had already noticed the familiar cocoons hanging beneath numerous black threads above the door of light. These cocoons swayed gently, each encasing a different soul body, varying in skin tone and gender, and dressed in familiar attire. Most striking, however, were the 3 already broken cocoons, empty inside and swaying in the wind. Klein was momentarily speechless. He stared silently at the cocoons until his eyes began to sting, yet he refused to look away. Klein didn't know how he returned to reality. In his mind, there was only one thought left. He couldn't go back. He lay on the bed like a corpse, his eyes lifelessly staring at the unfamiliar ceiling, feeling as if even his brain was starting to stiffen. He realized that if this continued, he might go mad or even lose control due to his emotions, so he tried hard to make his brain work, attempting to weaken the impact of his emotions through thought. Then, he thought of something. This is what Senior Paindrax was worried about. Klein suddenly recalled the cryptic behavior of that senior in the few pages of Paindrax's diary he had recently read, and the scene where the other party had hung himself in a similar manner in the secret chamber beneath the family castle. For a moment, it was as if he had a sudden enlightenment. Emperor Rosal wasn't on the seer pathway, but he also saw the gray fog by replicating that silver card, and Paindrax, also on the seer pathway, might have seen something too. Klein thought of this, but then shook his head, because if Senior Paindrax had seen those cocoons of light, he wouldn't have suddenly realized it until his later years, and started planning to advance to Scholar of Yore. But if he hadn't seen this scene, why would his way of slumbering be so similar to the soul bodies above the gray fog? Perhaps his sudden realization was because he learned something. Klein suddenly seemed to realize something, and he sprang up from the bed. In his mind, page after page of Paindrax's diary began to piece together, and clues related to that senior slowly converged. Then, he discovered a problem. Due to his reading method, he had always read page by page, making the timeline quite jumbled, so he had never realized it. But when he re-examined these diaries after seeing the cocoons of light above the gray fog, he finally realized the problem within them. Senior Paindrax's personality had a distinct discontinuity. All this time, he had attributed this discontinuity to the missing time points in the diary, believing that this senior had changed due to certain experiences. But now, thinking about it, this change was not in personality, but in purpose. His personality had never changed. What changed was his goal. Senior Paindrax was a very casual person. Whether it was getting stronger, crafting mystical items, or conducting various experiments, he always appeared at ease, making people suspect that he might have had some incredible side hustle before transmigrating. But looking at his actions, one would find that his early behavior was very casual. He created a set of extremely valuable mystical items, and the reason for it was likely just for a gag. However, in the later parts of the diary, his forging, research, and experiments seemed to be driven by something. Although he himself claimed it was due to the apocalypse, from the diary, this senior knew the apocalypse was coming very early, and even gave up on advancing, deciding to live for the moment, until a certain point in his later years when he suddenly decided to advance to Scholar of Yore. So, what exactly did this senior realize? Perhaps only by becoming a Scholar of Yore can one know. Klein took a deep breath, thinking silently to himself. And at the same time, in the bar across from the hotel, Snow's final stroke fell on the parchment of open black lens bracket, a story written for someone close black lens bracket. Thus, Klein already gained a new goal. He re-energized himself and decided to advance to Scholar of Yore as soon as possible. The consumption of this thing is almost comparable to 3 men make a tiger. Snow muttered as he carefully folded the parchment in front of him and tucked it into his pocket. Then, he stood up to pay, and after dropping 2 silver coins, he walked towards the hotel across the street. Chapter 498. My dear friend. Knock, knock, knock. The crisp, rhythmic knocking interrupted Klein's contemplation. He almost immediately sprang from the bed and controlled the puppet, disguised as a servant, to open the door. The moment Enzoni's hand grasped the doorknob, a scene appeared in Klein's mind. Before the door even opened, he had already seen the person outside. Mr. Devil, why is he here? Klein was slightly taken aback, momentarily doubting if this was real. Without hesitation, Klein's thoughts instantly cleared. He followed the spirit-body threads, grabbed a rat in the hotel as a puppet, ensuring he could escape at any time, then walked to the door and had Enzoni open it. Good evening, Mr. Devil. Seeing the man at the door, who, as usual, had a black cat perched on his shoulder, Klein waved in greeting. But for some reason, meeting this gentleman now felt a little strange. It was probably the feeling of, your great-great-grandparent and I were bunkmates, you should call me ancestor grandpa by seniority, wasn't it? My friend, you don't look well. Snow looked at Klein, the smile on his face slowly fading, becoming serious. His brows furrowed slightly, and he said with a solemn tone. Did something go wrong with your advancement to demigod? No. Klein immediately shook his head. He led Snow to sit at the table, had Enzoni brew a pot of tea, and then asked. Mr. Devil, how did you know I was here? You must have studied mysticism, right? The essence of a charm is sacrifice and bestowal. Sacrificing metal inscribed with magical runes in exchange for the power of the sacrificial object. Truly great existences automatically respond to countless charms every day and naturally wouldn't pay attention to a specific one. But I've only made a few high-level charms with my own power since becoming a demigod. Wouldn't I know who used them and where? Snow rolled his eyes and made a gesture in the void. As a spatial rift appeared, the body of Ludwell, the Admiral of Hell, dropped out of it. At the same time, Klein immediately felt that sense of being able to control it at will again. Wasn't it already possessed by the Red Angel evil spirit? Klein looked at the puppet, which he had recovered, but still felt uneasy, fearing that it would suddenly show a mocking smile. After you left, the night church people came. He didn't dare to clash with the main force and couldn't quickly break free from my close in distance, far in the world, so he abandoned his physical body and fled in spirit form. Snow spread his hands and responded calmly, but you also need to learn a lesson. For things like puppets, which have a deep connection to your existence, even if you don't want them anymore, you must destroy them, or at least completely sever the connection. Otherwise, high-level beyonders skilled in deciphering, divination, and tracing origins can easily track you down through the puppet. Klein truly hadn't thought of this aspect. His eyes widened, his heart filled with relief, and even his previous depression dissipated considerably. Thank you, Mr. Devil. Klein regained control of Ludwell, then sincerely thanked Snow. Snow nodded slightly, accepting the thanks, and then said, "Your current mental state is very dangerous. If it were before, timely adjustment would be fine, but you have already advanced to demigod. Due to the splitting of the mythical creature form in the seer pathway, anchors are needed at the demigod stage to maintain one's mental state. You are very likely lacking sufficient reserves in this regard. My suggestion is that you should consult a psychiatrist, and then go home to see Benson and Melissa, who are still waiting for you." Benson, Melissa, hearing these two names, Klein's heart warmed slightly, and at the same time, he finally understood the reason Mr. Devil made this special trip. He doesn't know I am the fool, so he's worried that after I advance to demigod, I'll lack enough anchors to stabilize my mental state. Phew, thank you, I've already scheduled a psychological consultation with Miss Justice. Klein took a deep breath, then sincerely thanked him again. Snow waved his hand casually, drank the tea in his cup, and then stood up and said, "If you feel lost, just remember that your family is still waiting for you. I am currently being watched by the eternal blazing sun and it's inconvenient for me to run around, so I won't stay with you for long." As Snow's words fell, without waiting for Klein to say anything more, he tore open a door of light and disappeared from the room. He really does make one worry. Klein looked at the hastily departing Snow and couldn't help but recall the crystal bottle that had only flashed in the real world for a moment, attracting the malicious gaze of the eternal blazing sun. He couldn't help but marvel at Mr. Devil's boldness, and his concern for him. Yes, I need to cheer up. A determined look reappeared in Klein's eyes. He walked 4 steps backward to above the gray fog. After a round of editing and sound mixing, Miss Audrey, far away in Backland, received Mr. World's request for psychological counseling. Being K-Meow's spiritual mentor is really hard. There's so much I can't say right now. I hope he advances to Scholar of Yore quickly. Compared to me, an outsider, a companion from the same era should be more suitable to communicate with him. Snow's figure reappeared in his Backland residence. An eye with a dial-like iris opened beneath his feet. Although he wasn't wearing a monocle, he had already acquired the identity of Amon's clone. Through this identity, he could easily sense the presence of other Amons, while under the influence of the Chaos Aura, other Amons couldn't sense him. As long as he didn't actively speak to Amon, it would be fine. As he had expected, traces of Amon had begun to spread in Backland. However, due to the presence of several true gods, Amon's movements were extremely cautious, even somewhat timid. From this perspective, he clearly didn't think Pales would still be in Backland. After all, Jacob's treasure was enough for Pales to return to his peak state. Of course, in this book, he hadn't consumed the sequence 2 Beander characteristic, so he wasn't at his peak yet, and in that state, even if he directly encountered Amon, he would be confident in escaping. In this situation, it was almost impossible for Amon to spread out his stands to search. Therefore, Amon's main target now was clearly still the Fool's believers. However, the Fool won't be back for another week. Snow gazed distantly at the East Burrow, and the eye beneath his feet closed accordingly. He quietly sank into the sofa, gently stroking Lily's back, listening to her purring, his gaze slowly emptying. All preparations were complete. Next, it was just a matter of slowly deepening his self-awareness, and waiting for that moment. Chapter 499, a lot of information. Streaks of deep red light ascended, solidifying into different human forms on either side of the bronze long table. The ancient and unchanging silence above the gray fog was broken, and an indescribable vitality filled the magnificent, ancient palace. Justice Audrey, having just regained her senses, was about to rise from her seat, intending to be the first member of the Tarot Club to greet Mr. Fool, as she always did. But at this moment, as a spectator, she keenly noticed something different about this gathering. A slightly petite figure appeared to the left of Miss Hermit. Is that Zio? Has she finally passed Mr. Fool's test? Almost instantly, Audrey, from her eye contact with Miss Magician and the distinctive height, identified the newcomer. Without further thought, she gracefully curtsied, bowing to the figure enveloped in gray fog, saying, "Good afternoon, Mr. Fool." Amidst her cheerful greeting, she also realized a problem. Mr. Fool had undergone a subtle change compared to before. This great existence seemed more harmonious and unified with the entire palace, the entire space, and the whole expanse of gray fog. His aura became even more profound and lofty, like the vast ocean and the boundless sky. Greetings sounded one after another, though their tones indicated that she was not the only one who noticed this. As the greetings drew to a close, Mr. Fool raised his right hand and pointed casually. "This is Judgment. Please introduce yourselves." After a brief silence, the companions of the Tarot Club began to introduce themselves. When this was over, Snow spoke. "Respected Mr. Fool, I have recorded a Russell's diary." Klein nodded slightly at his words, then cast his gaze towards Hermit. Noticing the great existence's gaze, Katlia immediately said with some restraint, "Respected Mr. Fool, I did not receive a Russell's diary this time." Klein's heart stirred, recalling the major incident Mr. Devil caused in Intis. Connecting this to the previous occasion, also at the same time, when both Mr. Devil and she failed to provide a diary, Klein couldn't help but suspect whether the revolution in Intis was led by these two descendants of transmigrators. If so, what was Queen Mystic doing now? Was she reorganizing her network in Intis? Klein's thoughts briefly strayed, then he saw that Mr. Devil had already completed the manifestation. With a wave of his hand, the parchment appeared in his grasp. Open black lens bracket. After organizing the information at hand, I paused my original plan and decided to go to the ruins of the Divine War first. That is the only clue I know of that might lead to the East Continent and West Continent, close black lens bracket. Ruins of the Divine War. Is this a follow-up to Senior Paindrax and that elven lady named Wilson's spiritual superposition? Klein's eyes narrowed slightly, instantly piqued. Although only 3 cocoons of light above the gray fog had broken open, according to Senior Paindrax's previous diary, he had seen Oriental-style architecture, Asian-like appearances, and many pieces of information highly consistent with the Chinese homeland in the subconscious ocean of this elven lady, but notably, no myths or writing. Klein clearly remembered that in this diary, Senior Paindrax left a somewhat sarcastic remark, "I sincerely hope they are truly transmigrators." So, would the subsequent diary entries reveal anything? Klein's gaze shifted downwards, and new text came into view. Open black lens bracket. This isn't my first time at the ruins of the Divine War. The last time I came here was to search for mermaids. Although I'm fully prepared this time, the core area of the ruins of the Divine War still gave me a lot of trouble. Fortunately, the development of stand has gradually improved. After sacrificing 7 substitute-type stands, I finally reached the core of this ruin. I don't know how long I've stayed on this sea, maybe a month. Or 2 months. Damn it, the day-night cycle here completely destroyed my fragile sense of time. Maybe I should make myself a pocket watch that won't be affected by the mystical environment, close black lens bracket. You did make one, and it's in my hand right now. Klein thought of the open black lens bracket Zyway close black lens bracket he used as a stress relief tool, a slight smile playing on his lips as he continued to read. Open black lens bracket. My fellow countrymen who can understand my diary, if you also, well, if you're going to become a seer, it's almost inevitable. In any case, please remember a few key points. First, you must go to sleep immediately when it gets dark. Second, don't casually look at glowing objects in the sky. Third, prepare equipment or items to reduce your hearing. Fourth, restrain your curiosity. Fifth, do not carry or use items, talismans, or abilities from the Earth pathway. Sixth, do not chant the honorific names of any deities here. Seventh, close black lens bracket. Looking at the long list of precautions, Klein couldn't help but feel a headache. He suddenly thought that coincidence might not be a bad thing. For example, if he had obtained this diary before going to the ruins of the Divine War, it might have saved him a lot of trouble. He shook his head slightly, skipping this string of text, and looked at the subsequent content. Open black lens bracket entering a dream at night in the core area of the ruins of the Divine War allows one to reach the forsaken land of the gods via the projection of the giant court in the dream world. This is information I obtained from a certain Aurora Order young lady. However, just as its name suggests, this land seems to have been abandoned by the gods, completely unsuitable for human survival. Yet, this is the sanctuary of the true creator. Close black lens bracket. So the entrance is indeed the giant court in a dream. But you have to be in the core area to enter. Was that little boy Jack, the one who entered the forsaken land of the gods using this method? Klein noted this piece of knowledge in his mind. In the future, it might be the key for Little Sun and his companions to escape the forsaken land of the gods. However, the previous exploration rules for the ruins of the Divine War took up too much space, and the diary was nearing its end here. Klein sighed helplessly, praying that the next diary submitted by Mr. Devil would be a continuation of this page, as he looked at the last paragraph. Open black lens bracket. The sky above the forsaken land of the gods is filled with lightning. There is no light here, and monsters are everywhere. People disappear inexplicably, and there are various pollutions and distortions, which reminds me of some unpleasant things. Close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket. After several paper figures sacrificed themselves, I can finally confirm that the painting I saw is probably real. Lord of Storms, Eternal Blazing Sun, God of Knowledge and Wisdom, Evernight Goddess, True Creator, these famous deities or great existences probably all have a significant connection to this land. Close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket. Finally, let me teach you a spell. Just shout, Leonard, in the forsaken land of the gods, and you'll be struck by lightning. Oh, and Leonard is the true name of the Lord of Storms. Chanting it in the Lord of Storms' church has the same effect. Close black lens bracket. So what's this spell for? Suicide. Klein looked at this senior suddenly acting playful in his diary, and his original emotions became a bit disjointed. But at the same time, he also remembered something. The priest who tried to utter a certain name but was burned to ashes by flames, what he wanted to say at the time, must have been the true name of Eternal Blazing Sun, right? So, that painting depicting three gods devouring the Silver City creator, is it real? But why was the goddess mentioned? And what does that painting refer to? Klein suppressed the urge to pinch his brow. Although he didn't see the information he wanted, the amount of information in this diary was far greater than he imagined. Chapter 500. There are more than just 3 idiots in the Tarot Club. Klein waved his hand, dispelling the parchment, but his mind continued to ponder. Since Senior Paindrax had truly ascended to the forsaken land of the gods, did that mean he had discovered something there? Or rather, was it precisely because he had discovered something in the forsaken land of the gods that his personality changed? Klein wasn't entirely sure about this, as he had no grasp of the timeline of this diary entry. After all, when Sonia Wilson was mentioned again previously, that diary entry noted that after many years, the lady with elven blood showed no obvious changes in her appearance. And when Miss Sonia was first mentioned, this senior's sequence was already quite high. However, Klein could at least be certain that this diary page was from after he became a demigod. Sighing inwardly, Klein slowly raised his head, scanned the bronze long table, and then calmly spoke. Let's begin the transaction. As Mr. Fool's words fell, the members of the Tarot Club fell into a brief silence. After all, whether it was Sun, Hermit, Hanged Man, Moon, or Magician, they had either just completed their advancement or had already prepared the materials and were about to advance. In the short term, they had no needs. Leonard, on the other hand, had originally planned to buy a powerful mystical item, but after Mr. Devil and the old man collaborated to swindle Jacob's treasure, he also received a Sequence 1 sealed artifact from the Marauder pathway, so he temporarily had no need in that regard either. However, after a brief silence, Miss Magician spoke. Mr. Devil, I have a material in my hand that I want to have made into a mystical item. What material exactly? Snow casually turned his head to look at Furs opposite him. Upon hearing this, Furs immediately said, Its ancient vengeful spirit dust. This is one of the main materials for the Seer Pathways Sequence 5. Its value is around £4,000. If crafted into a Beyonder item, there are two directions to consider: auxiliary items that strengthen divination and premonition, and control items that strengthen control and manipulation. Whichever you choose, the processing fee will be £500. If you want it made into a fashion item, an additional £1,000 will be needed. Of course, you can also sell it to me at a discounted price in exchange for another type of Beyonder item of equivalent value. Snow offered a very flexible choice. Upon hearing this, Furs did not immediately make a decision. After all, the ancient vengeful spirit dust was part of Miss Hugh's spoils of war. However, she didn't immediately look at Miss Hugh, but instead nodded and said, "I need to think about it. Can I give you an answer by tomorrow at the latest?" Of course. Snow nodded slightly, and the Tarot Club once again fell into silence. Miss Hugh watched this simple exchange, somewhat surprised. Although Furs had told her some specific details about the Tarot Club, she hadn't expected such a simple method. Miss Hugh really wanted to offer a reward here regarding her father's matter, but considering it was her first time attending this gathering, speaking too early might expose her. In the end, she temporarily suppressed this idea. Seeing that no one was speaking, the gathering naturally entered the free exchange segment. Before Hanged Man could inquire, son Derek proactively raised his hand and said, "I have returned to the City of Silver. The chief told me that after a while, the initial exploration of the giant court will begin. His intention is for me to quickly advance to Priest of Light." The members of the Tarot Club did not show surprise at this situation. Even Miss Hugh had been briefed by Furs before coming. After a brief silence, Snow looked at Little Sun and said, "Have you gathered all your materials?" "Yes, Mr. Devil, I already exchanged for them from Mr. World previously," Derek said with a slight apology. Snow, however, just shook his head gently. Hanged Man, seizing the opportunity before others could speak, immediately followed up. "Your guess is not wrong. After all, exploring the giant court is a very dangerous undertaking. He hopes you can quickly grow to a level where you can contend with that shepherd elder." "I understand. Thank you, Mr. Hanged Man." Little Sun politely thanked Hanged Man, then began to describe his experiences in North City. Miss Hugh, while marveling at the strange and wondrous sights, also began to adapt to the atmosphere of the Tarot Club. After Little Sun finished his narration, encouraged by Furs's gaze though Furs wasn't actually looking at her, she spoke to show goodwill. Military Intelligence Section 9 has recently begun investigating Gehrman Sparrow's origins. Hearing this name, everyone's gaze turned to the world at the very bottom of the bronze long table. No one spoke, no one interrupted. In this atmosphere, the world dummy asked in a hoarse voice, "What clues has Military Intelligence Section 9 obtained?" Regarding this gentleman's question, Miss Hugh did not hesitate at all and replied directly. "They have confirmed that the identity of Gehrman Sparrow is fabricated, and they have identified the source as an intelligence broker in Backland. However, that gentleman's status seems to be quite special, so the investigation process is currently stalled. Instead, they have started using peripheral members." Although Miss Hugh, having been informed by Furs beforehand, resisted looking at Mr. Devil, Leonard keenly grasped the key point. "An intelligence broker. Is that referring to Mr. Devil? That makes sense. That gentleman is a favored one of the goddess, even for Military Intelligence Section 9, investigating him wouldn't be easy. No wonder when I asked back then, Mr. Snow so casually revealed Klein's identity. So his fake identity was provided by Mr. Devil." Seeing that the star seemed to be starting to think, Klein controlled the world to look at Snow. Noticing this gaze, Snow immediately understood. Turning his head to look at the world, he shook his head very calmly. Seeing his attitude, Klein felt reassured and immediately controlled the world to respond. "Don't worry about this." However, when Mr. World's alias was mentioned, Audrey couldn't help but speak. "Mr. World, will you return to Backland later? Will you still use the identity of Kid Robin?" As a qualified psychiatrist, Audrey was still very concerned about Mr. World's mental state. As for the identity of Kid Robin, wasn't that something the entire Tarot Club knew? However, the moment she asked, Miss Hugh's eyes clearly became dull, because Furs had never told her about this. She glared fiercely at Furs, unhesitatingly exposing the relationship between the two that Magician had always wanted to hide. This made Furs helplessly avert her gaze and inwardly grumble about Miss Hugh's lack of sense. Didn't she see that Hanged Man and Hermit were already looking over? For more thrilling fanfiction stories like this, check out my channel Fanfic Audiobook. Dive into epic adventures, mysterious realms, and legendary journeys brought to life through immersive storytelling. Don't forget to like, share, and subscribe for more amazing audiobooks. And for those who want to support me, full chapters on Patreon. Right finger patreon.com/fanficaudiobook. 7 days free trial.